postmodern world. We want to spit it out into the postmodern world.
We got two artists here, and then we got Sitch. Like, Sitch,
you know what?
Just
we have
press the button.
It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with Adam, who doesn't know when to tell me to push the button because he's doing some artsy fartsy thing with harmonicas.
We just did an amazing Akira the Dawn live set here with Wokal doing spoken word and me doing the harmonica. And Sitch doesn't press the button to go live. Like, I'm like, what the heck?
You just start doing it. You don't say, listen, Sitch, press the button. We're going to do a funny bit here. So if I pressed it in the middle of the bit, I want to just be like, what is happening? What's this? There's no context to this.
Look, we're going to upload
funny.
It was great.
The bit was funny.
Did. Okay.
That was dead serious.
It was deep.
And someday that's going to be like stumbled upon, like old Beatles recordings.
There you go.
So you want to do your traditional intro, Sitch? I know
I did the traditional intro.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Look, and we're here with a fabulous guest, Wokal Distance, who I know from Twitter. But do you have another platform that you hang out on other than Twitter?
I have a Substack, which I sometimes write for.
Okay.
Kind of sporadically and intermittently. When I have something long form that I'd like to write about, I will pop up on Substack. But I'm a creature of Twitter for the most part. That's where I that's the medium which I think works best with my method of explanation. I also like YouTube, but I don't like my own channel. I prefer to talk to other people in their world.
No, this is great. Look, we've got perfect backgrounds. We match here. I feel an artist's soul in you, Wokal. This is great. Look, my first question for you. Look, I love your Twitter and I'm a giant fan. But I noticed that you have a blue check mark and you're still doing long threads. What's up with that? What's up? There's no character limit now. I want you to do a thread that's like 25 threads long, and in each thread it's like 10,000 words.
A self-contained essay?
Yes,
originally
exactly.
When my Twitter
a novel
Originally, when my Twitter started, the idea was that each of the threads would link to the relevant, somewhere in each thread, I would link to a previous thread, and that thread in itself would link to other threads, so that all the threads were kind of intermittently linked, kind of neurally. But I decided against doing that because that idea, although very intriguing, would have made my Twitter almost unusable. Right? So I was going to make it a completely interconnected web, but I realized if I did that, it would have to be self-contained and there wouldn't be room for growth. So I thought that'd be interesting, but I didn't do it. Anyway, well,
why don't, for the people who don't know who you are, who haven't followed your Twitter, seen your wonderful YouTube appearances, why don't you tell everyone who you are and what you're all about?
So I go by the Twitter handle Wokal Distance. My name is Michael Young, but I go by the Twitter handle Wokal Distance. And my kind of little slice of Twitter, I am in the, where would I position myself? I'm kind of in dissident liberal world, where so liberals, right-leaning liberals, and some left-leaning liberals as well, who have sort of rebelled against the woke and woke adjacent status quo in our institutions, and have been ringing the alarm about difficulties that have been going on in the universities, in government, et cetera, et cetera. So I hang out with James Lindsay, Helen Parkrose, Peter Boghossian, Christopher Rufo, Colin Wright, Barry Weiss, like that kind of area. Also, I would mention Russ Vaught from the Center for Renewing America. I work there as well with him, Wade Miller, and some others. So I'm on the right side of sort of dissident liberalism.
Would you call yourself a right winger?
Well, yeah, I'm on the right. I'm a liberal, but I'm pretty. I would say that I'm pretty firmly on the right side of liberalism.
It's hard. Look, my take on this is if you spend any time on the left or you grow up on the left, you know that the left uses right wing as a euphemism for racist. So a lot of time it's very difficult to say, if you know that about people, it's very difficult to say, well, yeah, I'm a right winger because, well, basically half the population thinks that means racist. So
Yeah.
I
They've
get
coded right as racist, sexist, bigoted, closed-minded, homophobe who's not very bright and is reactionary and whatever.
Yeah,
That's
you've nailed
that's
it.
how they've coded that term. That's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say and they've also somehow managed to take the term moderate and mean anybody who is not on the right, who is also not actively engaged in communist atrocities, is a moderate. So, they've
So true.
they've expanded the scope of that term. They are, in some sense, linguistic magicians.
Yes.
They really are. They engage in what my friend Mike Nana has called discourse engineering, where they engineer their concepts and their ideas into the discourse very, very effectively.
Yeah. They want the Overton window to be about this big, right around communism. It's like, that's all you can talk about.
Yeah, everything. How can I say it? The only valid area to be in is the kind of just behind the edge that's moving left.
Yeah. So how do you define woke? I'm constantly using Helen Pluckrose's definition.
Oh, how did she? Which definition of hers are you using? Like, how did you make it pithy?
I didn't. It's like two or three paragraphs long. I usually make Sitch write it out for me or read it out for me. So,
okay, I will.
Look, if you want to try to make it pithy, you can.
We're just gonna pull up.
Do you have a?
I have. Let me just pull something up here. That's quite pithy from the woke literature itself.
Oh, nice.
Let's see if we can get it here.
I'm constantly posting Pluckrose's definition on Twitter when people ask what woke means.
I don't even remember what her definition is, Adam. So
I know, I can't find it.
Yeah.
Remember when I told you, oh, look, define woke? I finally found it in my 47 pages of notes.
Yeah.
Remember when I told you my notes problem, Sitch?
Mm-hmm.
Wokeism is the belief system which holds that all of society is permeated by systems of power and privilege like white supremacy, patriarchy, imperialism, heterosis normativity, fat phobia, and ableism. But that most people cannot see these systems. Ooh, they're invisible.
Mm-hmm.
This is a belief system that insists that that we are all unavoidably socialized into holding racist, sexist, homophobic, etc. beliefs as unconscious bias. It asserts that we need to be trained out of them, affirm our own complicity in them, and commit to dismantling them using the methods of people calling themselves social justice activists or diversity, equity, and inclusion trainers. It does not generally focus much. Okay, I'm done.
See, that's one.
Okay,
Yeah, it's too long.
I like this.
On and on.
From the International Journal of Multicultural Education, we define wokeness as critical consciousness to intersecting systems of oppression. Specifically, to be a woke person is to hold an unretractable embodied consciousness and a political identity acknowledging the oppression that exists in the individual and collective experiences. That's the definition that they use.
See, but here's the problem. I think Helen's definition and that definition, they're correct. But you tell it to someone, they're not going to know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, that's part of the problem.
That's why Sitch simplifies it to communism.
James Lindsay once said that part of the problem with this, in an academic article he wrote, he said part of the problem is that woke people only ever spit back their ideas to us in bastardized versions of our own terminology.
Mm-hmm.
So it can always be read two ways.
Right.
Which makes it naturally blurry and opens them up to be able to have sleights of hands and Mott and Bailey's.
Mm-hmm.
That's a serious problem.
No, it's very true. I mean, it's kind of, we saw that with defund the police doesn't mean defund the police. Racism doesn't mean racism. Whiteness doesn't mean whiteness. Now we're seeing this with from the river to the sea doesn't mean what it means. That's kind of what their number one gambit is, to just play these vague word games.
Yeah, and to oscillate between the center and the fringe of the terminology, and to move back and forth. Nicholas Shackle in the wrote an article years ago called the vacuity of postmodern methodology. That was where the term Motte and Bailey was coined, and he talked about how they would make some outlandish, outrageous, ridiculous claim. Defund the police. And says, well, we get rid of the police. They start doing it and immediately goes back. And they say, well, by defund the police, we're just talking about trimming the funding from around the edges of programs that don't work and redirecting those to social services. It's like, well, no, that's not what you meant.
Right.
You were talking about police abolitionism. That's what you were doing. But the Bailey, so for those people that don't know, a Motte and Bailey, a Motte is a little stone castle, and the Bailey is the nice agricultural land around it. And the idea is that you do all your farming in the Bailey, and then when someone attacks you, you retreat to the Motte, and you hang out in your little fortress for a while. And then when the attack is over, you go out of your fortress and you go back into your old concepts, right? So the Bailey is, abolish the police, get rid of the police force entirely, give all the money to woke people. And then when they attack, they retreat into the Motte, which is the idea, well, we're just talking about, reappropriating funds and getting rid of waste and trimming the fat and blah, blah, blah. Then when the attack is over, are those conservatives gone? Okay. Oh, they're gone. Okay. Back out into defund the police, get rid of the police are evil, right? That's the game that's being played.
Thanks to actual justice warrior Sean, he's coined the term mop and bucketing for that. We actually have a mop and bucket emoji specifically for this concept.
Yeah. It's exactly what's going. It's the discourse engineering. It's the playing around in meaning, and that's a fruit of the postmodernism that lies at the heart of it, of their worldview, that everything is socially constructed and created by language and is a product of how we idealize and how we interpret and how we conceptualize and how we see and think about and break apart and understand the world. That the objective world can't be broken apart in ways which are not utterly subjective and loaded with interests and values. That every attempt to describe the world carries with it the political aspirations, the goals, the hidden agendas, and the interests of the person doing it. And because of that central idea, whenever they engage in any kind of discourse, they're always blurring the lines of terminology. They're always engaging in this sort of dialectical redefinition of terms. And you can see that right now with from the river to the sea. I mean, that's from the Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea, I think is what it is. It's the whole area. Just take the whole thing out, man, is what they're doing. And it's like, no, we shouldn't be doing that. Like that's bad.
It's
like don't do that.
Like, when CRT was kind of the thing that everyone was having a conversation about. I remember I'd have these conversations with family members, with friends, with people on YouTube where, they'd be, they might be a little woke or they might be liberal, but they're not like, completely drinking the Kool-Aid. And they just read some horrible garbage Washington Post or New York Times article about how CRT is actually like this totally not a big deal thing. And I'd be like, no, CRT believes that, liberalism can't produce equality and liberalism must be completely destroyed, and that any system created by white people is inherently racist, and therefore America is inherently racist, and it's not fixable under our current system whatsoever. And, I go on and on about all like the CRT things. And they would always have the same argument where they'd say, well, I don't agree with any of that stuff. But, that's not what most people mean when they say CRT. They just mean, all this blah, blah, blah liberal stuff. And I'd be like, well, then why are they like, yeah, there's a lot of people out there who are stupid and are ignorant, and they'll just regurgitate an article that they read that was a lie about CRT. But you understand that by using the label, the frame of CRT, and kind of like softening it up, you're carrying water for the extremists to smuggle in these horrible
Yeah.
ideas into academia, into the school, into society. And it's so frustrating because people, I guess, because they just made up their mind, they just won't accept it. And it always comes down to me saying, well, why, if the term means this thing, why use it? And they refuse to acknowledge it. And it's kind of like the exact same argument with From the River to the Sea that we're seeing now, which is that very obviously, just a literal understanding of the term is from the river to the sea, Palestine, not Palestinians, but Palestine, the country, okay, will be free, which obviously means the entire country, entire region would be Palestine. And that's
Mm-hmm.
obviously that's what it means literally. That was the origin of the term, was that.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, well, who cares if the origin meant that? I just mean it to mean that, there should be, equality for Palestinians. And it's like, well, then don't use this term. Don't use these extremist terms. Why are you carrying water for these pieces of shit
Mm-hmm.
by doing this?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a real problem. People have a hard time. I had a friend who once said that part of the thing that we need to be doing is you can't actually start off with the actual beliefs of the CRT people because they're so out there and extreme that everyone believes that you have to be taking them the wrong way. You couldn't possibly be, they couldn't possibly mean that.
Yeah.
They couldn't possibly mean, from the river to the sea couldn't possibly mean genocide. Well, look at some of the letters that these people sign in English, and you have this, it'll say like one half of the letter, or they'll have the letter and then they'll have a thing underneath that says Free Palestine in English, and then there's an Arabic script.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times that Arabic script will not say Free Palestine. It will say Palestine belongs to the Arabs.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Wow.
But in English, it says Free Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
And people, well, I couldn't believe they would say that. I put out a thread the other day, just a little one, showing places where people from Hamas, like spokespeople for Hamas, were saying that Jews put the blood of children in their matzah crackers during Passover and eat them.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And that was just being spread, like just casually spreading that and saying, I'm not making a joke. He even says, I'm not making a joke. This is literal history. You can go look it up in all of our resources. And people, well, they couldn't possibly mean that. So this is part of the discursive engineering that's gone on, where it's possible to believe that anyone on the right could be Hitler, but it's impossible that anyone on the left might actually turn out to be Stalin.
Right. Right. Yeah, and I guess it's because, in America, first of all, we had the hot war with Germany. So it was like very easy for them to be demonized. And, we had our own problems with racism and slavery and segregation. And all those concepts kind of fall more on the shoulders of the right, or at least are conceptualized as falling on the shoulders of the right, whether that's appropriate or not. And so there's kind of like a fear of racism and like race-based fascism, because we had that in our past, where in America, at least, we never had, the communist revolution take over a country, and then we had to fight off the communists. So for a lot of people, that's still like a faraway thing in their mind now that the Cold War is over.
That's true. But I even during the height of the Soviet Union, there was still a good deal of academics who were defending the Soviet Union right up until it happened.
Yeah, that's true.
A well-known left wing, I would call him a leftist activist as much as he's a scholar, Victor Villanueva, in 1991 was writing about how he said, many of you have seen, the fall of the Soviet Union, but still realize that this shouldn't be an indictment of all of, Marxist socialism. Right? Like right off the hop.
Right.
When October 7th happened, I thought they're going to waste no time. Like they have no problem immediately getting to work on the narrative. Like reconfiguring the facts, reconfiguring all of that. Like there was going to be no time wasted. When I watched that happen, I said, Israel has sympathy now. Before they fire a shot, these leftists will flip the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Because they will engage in discourse engineering. There will people who will grift off it, like Jackson Hinkle is a huge grifter.
Mm-hmm.
He'll grift off it. And there are people who will play around with it for clicks to be in the discourse. But there are leftists who sit down And they will literally spend their lives trying to flip the script on this because that's what they're dedicated to. That are going to try to, and they did this with the Soviet Union with communism. They're always trying to they'll never admit that it was just pure evil. They'll always make some
do you
sort
have
of
the goods on
excuse.
Jackson Hinkle? Like, I love to expose that guy. You say he's a grifter so casually. Look, I agree, but I don't look. I don't. I'm not sure I have the receipts, as the kids say these days.
If you watch how Hinkle operates,
Mm-hmm.
and you look at the fact that he'll just pump stuff out, and it's either made by AI or it's sourced to the wrong country.
Right.
All of this is meant to hijack the algorithm.
Didn't he get like an all expense paid trip to Moscow or something? I swear he's got a bunch of pictures of him like in Moscow on his timeline, but maybe they're just AI pictures.
I don't know him personally. I haven't done a deep dive, but
Oh,
you can
okay.
watch how someone plays in the discourse, and you can see how. I mean, he calls himself an American patriot, says he's pro MAGA, and then calls himself a Marxist Leninist.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
He codes
it's
very
meant
conservative.
but he's also a Marxist Leninist. So what's that supposed to
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, exactly. I'm like, I thought he was a conservative. He's always on Jimmy Dore's show, and then I saw him on Tim Pool talking about being a an American socialist, and I thought, okay, this is just insane. What's going on here? I
Wait,
think he's
didn't he
He's
22, so
didn't he
he's
start
weaving.
as like a right winger on like in the platform for a while? I thought he was like really far right for a while, and then all of a
yeah,
sudden he
that's
just
what I
pops up and
thought.
he's like Marxist Leninist, and I was like, wait, what's going on here?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
So I think what's happening is that there's a certain group of people that is trying to wed together the dissident left and the dissident right.
Yes. Yeah.
Trying to push
And
that horseshoe.
they're
Kiss it, kiss it.
yeah, they're trying to stand in the gap of the horseshoe,
Right.
right?
Yes.
And they want to pull from both sides.
That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
Because
it's weird because we saw, we covered the other day. I don't know if you saw when Dave Smith was on Tim Pool, and they were talking about the Osama bin Laden letter that was kind of like blowing up on TikTok. And it's so weird to see, Dave Smith and other people who are like libertarians, and they're basically regurgitating socialist talking points about American foreign policy and saying, well, Osama bin Laden had some legitimate grievances and stuff. It's just like, what the hell's going on?
okay, so we need to talk about that because I did a thread on that. I don't know if you
okay.
guys saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, Sitch, do you want to go through the thread I shared with you today, his October 7th thread? It's pretty interesting.
Well, we can at some point, but let's stay with Osama bin Laden.
Look, I also want, we can talk about whatever you guys want. I would like to cover post-liberalism at some point. And
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, we will talk about post-liberalism or what. Let's go like this. Okay, so I said, so Yasher posted that, and I said, the writer adopts a brilliant strategy using the ideas of American moralists, both left and right, to attack America's moral authority. He uses the language of moralists on the right to attack American social morality. So he attacks gambling, homosexuality, sexual morality generally. So he talks about Clinton. Who can forget your President Clinton's immoral acts committed in the Oval Office? You're a nation that permits gambling. We call you to be a people of manners, honor, and purity, to reject immoral acts of fornication and homosexuality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then he goes, the writer uses language of the moralists of the American left to attack America on left-wing grounds. So accuses America of poisoning nature, stealing oil, harming the poor. Appealing to both the left and the right creates the appearance of being positioned above the fray and judging in a nonpartisan way. And it's a clever trick to attack America from all angles and from the inside on the basis of American hypocrisy. Having appealed to the left and the right and having subverted American moral authority, he then suggests a scapegoat, a common enemy, and that is the Jews. So he says, Your law is the law of the rich and the wealthy who hold sway over political parties and fund their election campaigns with their gifts. Behind them stand the Jews who control your politics, money, and economy. Or sorry, who control your policies, money, and economy. That's a quote. The author is clearly claiming moral authority, and he uses his religion as the basis for that. All of this is propaganda. The author's not arguing honestly. He's trying to push the buttons of Americans in order to demoralize them and get them to turn on their own nation. As an example, the letter attributed to bin Laden decries the American sex industry, while bin Laden himself has a compound filled with enormous amounts of porn. Right? I don't know if you guys remember, but when bin Laden got busted, they found a whole pile of porn in his area. The goal of this letter is to use the internal complaints of Americans as a way to undermine American moral authority and then demoralize America, propagandizing against Jews and then blaming them for everything. The letter is now having its desired effect on people. So I did a video of Bezmenov talking about propaganda and subversion. I said the goal of the letter is to turn Americans against their own nation by causing them to lose faith in their own country and civilization. This will lead them to become demoralized and not know what is true. Forces in our culture have been attacking American confidence as unwarranted and just disguised power games and all the rest. As such, Americans are not used to seeing moral strength. They're used to woke, whining, or apologetic tail between the legs conservatism. So Ishmael Royer on Twitter posted this sometime after. I don't think he was responding to me, but he said bin Laden's letter resonates with a segment of young people because it was most likely ghostwritten by Adam Gadon, a Californian child of hippies who converted to Islam, beat up the imam of his mosque, and then made his way to Al-Qaeda, where he became a high-level propagandist. Gadon had obviously binged on Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn, so nearly all his videos for Al-Qaeda have this people's history content delivered in his shrill, haranguing, unhinged style. I say he most likely wrote or co-wrote bin Laden's letter because it ticks off all the constant themes of Gadon's videos and writings and shares his writing style with its left-leaning foundational outlook interlaced with the moral concerns associated with social conservatism. And subject matter that is at times totally irrelevant to the concerns of someone like bin Laden, the Kyoto. And he's talking about the Kyoto Protocol. Right. But that's extremely salient to someone like Gadon, a Western convert with a leftist background. If Gadon didn't have first pen, he certainly was involved in drafting. It's trivially true and not handing it to bin Laden to note that this letter makes some good or at least arguable points. So do those who shaped his worldview, Chomsky, Zinn, Marx, etc. So it's pretty understandable and natural that this letter would resonate with lots of young people because it was written in whole or in part by someone whose worldview has gone through cultural processes from being somewhat fringe to more mainstream, right? Like his leftism, which he's married to Islam, that leftist impulse is still there in the letter, and you can see it. It's interesting to note that although the standard material on Islamic belief is included in the letter's overall framework of history and politics is fundamentally leftist. It's not the sort of letter that Saladin Ayyabi would have written, for example. And then he has a postscript, not really relevant, but the Islamic News and Analysis website I edited and co-founded with Amr Butler ran an interview with Howard Zinn back in 2002. So that letter was written by a guy who had leftist sympathies, who was very explicitly using the moralist concerns of the far ends of the horseshoe on the left and the right to wed together something that both of those groups could have to flip them against America. What he wants that the center left and center right, the sort of liberal left and the liberal right, he wants to collapse that and expand that far right and expand that far left, knowing that that's a horseshoe. And he thinks if he can get that to become big enough, it can tip over the balance of power to the authoritarian side, so that you have authoritarian politics comes to dominate and liberal politics becomes kind of rump of American politics, moves to the background. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It was interesting because I think I didn't know that that Adam Gadon had been involved with writing that letter. Though it makes sense. Wasn't he one of the people that got taken out by the drone strike? That a lot of people were mad that, when they say like, oh, Obama took out a U.S. citizen with a drone strike, weren't they? Isn't like he one of the people that got taken out?
Oh, I think I'm just gonna check that. I think that's right.
What's his name?
Adam
Gadon.
Gadon. You know, it's really weird because I just Googled him, and I'm actually writing a feedback to Google right now. For some reason, Google lists him as an American private investigator, which is not an accurate depict or description of him.
Yeah. CIA drone strike in Pakistan in 2015.
So there you go.
Yep.
So this is a guy people were crying about that America took out without a trial. This guy who was working with Osama bin Laden and, you know,
this is that guy. Oh wow, I've heard a lot of hand wringing over this guy.
Yep. So
interesting.
I mean, but that is, yeah, and what you're saying is very fascinating because I didn't thought about it that way. Like, you know, obviously anything that bin Laden or any terrorist puts out for public consumption is a piece of propaganda that should be interpreted through that lens. And so it makes perfect sense that they're like, okay, we want to just like sow division in the country. So we're going to both pull up intentionally things that will get like far left people and things that will get far right people like upset. And we're going to put them both in the letter just to kind of get everyone riled up. And then the extremists on those sides will read the letter. And since they just kind of like their guiding principle is hating America or the West or liberalism, they'll ignore the parts of the letter that would piss them off. Like obviously all the far left people should not like the anti-homosexuality stuff, the anti-women's rights stuff, but they just ignore that and just prop up like oh, it's all about, you know, foreign policy intervention. I mean, we saw Glenn Greenwald like basically pushing this lie about, you know, well, primarily it was about foreign policy intervention, which is, you know, a lie.
Yeah. You can also see that this is part of what my thread was about. Remember that thread that you wanted me to pull up, Adam?
The October 7th thread. Yeah.
Yeah. People are sitting there being like, well, this is well-calculated blowback. And I'm like, no, they just have a fundamentally different outlook and different worldview than we do. We tend to think of it as being about, well, this is about money, or this is about land, or this is about foreign policy, or this is about, and we tend to forget that's a Western worldview and a Western lens that we're looking through. These people are thinking through the lens of things like passion, honor, power, glory, triumph, victory, defeat, shame. Like those are the fundamental political, those are the values that are coded into the politics there. I'm not, and I don't want to claim to be a Middle Eastern scholar. I am not an expert on Middle Eastern policies. I do know, however, that the Middle Eastern world is not a liberal democracy. So trying to read them as though, if this behavior was being done by liberals, what would their reasoning be, is the wrong way to approach this. You have to understand this through the lens of pre or maybe post-liberal Islamists, who have been very clear about what they're doing and why they're doing it. To them, this is a civilizational level struggle against the liberal West. It's not merely for our freedom. It's for the power of our ideas and the strength of the ideas. It's not that they don't want to colonize. They absolutely do. I watched an interview with a guy who said that he wanted to hang the crescent and the star from the flagpole at the White House. These people would absolutely love to colonize anywhere and everywhere. So the people who are saying we're siding with them in the name of decolonization have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, they're morons. Yeah, no, that's what I really like about this thread, because you just lay it out. It really is just a complete miscalculation on the Western side to believe that they're operating under the same moral framework as we are. And a lot of people are just really unable to even understand their moral framework. They perceive their moral framework, this raw power framework, like it's good to subjugate people. That's kind of where they're coming from, as immoral. Like,
I had a friend who said that basically what has happened on the left is, maybe I could find it here, Christianity is their dad and Islam is the exotic foreigner, and that's how they read the entire world, through just that. And so because they don't like their dad. Their dad's the overbearing father figure, so they rebel against that. And then Islam is the exotic foreigner, which they like, so they read that in the most charitable light. So they stare at the liberal, and every little thing that the liberal says, they nitpick and say, oh, so what you're really saying is this. I see what you're really doing. Oh, that's just, I see what's behind that hidden mask. And whereas the Islamists will come out and say, we'd like to destroy the Jews. And people will say, well, obviously you're very upset about your economic circumstances. That's what's really motivating this. You wouldn't be like this if not for American intervention in power. So we will, how can I say it? They view the Western liberal as being fundamentally evil and only tangentially good. And every good thing that they do by accident, and they do for cynical reasons. Every bad thing they do is an expression of the authentic self, their authentic white Christian male selves. And then they turn around and they think when the Islamist does something bad, that's the cry of the oppressed reaching out and attacking because it's oppressed. But all the good things that they do, that's their real heart. And it's sort of this bizarro world ideology that reads everybody who codes as non-white, non-straight, non-male, and non-liberal gets the absolute benefit of the doubt beyond what would be even remotely rational. And anybody who's a straight, white, cisgendered, heterosexual male is read in the most cynical light possible.
Yeah, this is part of the toxic element of that, the oppression lens that the left intuitively seems to grab for, because it's like, oh, the Western liberals, they're all in, good material conditions, they're rich countries, and the people live fine lives, so therefore they have, free will and responsibility for their actions, where people who grow up or exist in bad material conditions, bad environments, they have this massive bigotry of low expectations. They don't have free will. They get all the moral hand waving away possible. I mean, we saw this we're seeing it with Hamas right now. We saw it during the BLM riots, where it's just like, oh, because they're black and poor, you just allow them to basically burn shit down and loot and riot, and it's fine. Who cares about, all the people that's businesses and lives are being destroyed by this action?
The thing that bugs me about this, though, is I feel the morality. Well, no, I believe the evidence is on the side of this. It's not just my gut intuition. The morality of this might makes right system creates the poverty, creates the bad economic conditions. What do you think of that, Wokal?
I have a friend who says that every poor person on earth is poor, or how can I say this? Every destitute region on earth is destitute because someone decided they would be. There's enough resources where people live that they could create wealth if they wanted to. A lot of these areas are being pillaged. And in the Middle East, a lot of those regions are not under the kind of Western style democracy with the kind of Western style norms that people would accept. I'll give you an example of the sort of thing I'm talking about. If you talk to your typical American, giving a policeman $50 to get out of a car ticket is probably something they've never done.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Probably never.
They wouldn't even think to do it.
No. In the Middle East, or in many places in the Middle East, in many places in Africa, and many places in Asia, that's an expected cultural norm.
Yep.
Like my friend, when he would go, he's like, I'm going to this place, and this country. Okay. I was like, in this country, I need blah, blah, blah. And he would just put it into, like, bribing officials was just a line item in his budget. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, yeah. He's like, why do we need to bribe officials? He's like, I'm white. They know they're going to assume I have money. And they will assume that because I've been here before, that I understand how this works. And it will be assumed that I will give them a bribe. And they will ask me for it and then deny that they did so. So he said, I just have to have enough money to be able to say, here's what it is. And I was like, won't that get you caught for bribery? He's like, no. He's like, that's not how this works. This is an accepted cultural norm. It is kind of like in the 90s when, like, famous people or musicians or artists would, like, smoke weed at festivals, and the cops there would just turn a blind eye because we're not going to deal with that. It was just expected that the cops were going to ignore the weed, right? That was a cultural thing, right? The cops have so much they can look at. There's an enormous festival. They're not going to start arresting hundreds of people when they're badly outnumbered, right? So they would just say, if they smelled weed, cops would just ignore it. They weren't going to line everybody up and say, all right, whose is it? Right? You're not going to go to Woodstock and say, all right, whose weed is it? Like, that's just not going to happen. It's the same thing here. Because bribery is so common, there's not really an effort made to fight it. And this happens in Eastern Europe as well. So
it serves a purpose too, though, that a lot of people don't really think about, because all of these bribes are technically illegal. So if these cops, and I do agree with you, like it's cultural, it's a cultural norm to pay bribes to officers, but they can also, the state has something on all of these officers that they can arrest them for at any given time. So it does serve a purpose for the hierarchy as well, which is
and also the people who pay those bribes.
Yes, yes,
right?
yes.
So
this is how
this
is how Putin always gets rid of the oligarchs or anyone that he needs. He's like, look, you're bribing officials here. Yep.
They're like, wait, you're the
Bribe
official
an
that
official.
told me to bribe. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
No. You have to bribe an official to be in the game.
You do,
That
yes.
That's because you bribed an official, we can kick you out.
The level of corruption that people have to deal with in these states, look, people in the United States are completely unaware of. I hear people talking about
it's a high trust society in the United States.
Yes.
And social justice wokery is attempting to erode that, and they don't understand what they're eroding. Like these people have no idea how this actually works in other places. Like even the idea that like the United States is the most racist country on earth. Go to literally anywhere else for 5 minutes and see how the local minorities there treat each other.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go to like, I don't know, pick any other nation on earth, there'll be places where you have open markets where they just flagrantly charge particular races more because they don't like them. And this is just openly done and accepted. Right? Like that's not unusual to have, or to have the local price and the tourist price. This is also not unusual. None of this stuff is unusual. So they're attacking because they don't understand how difficult it is to create a high trust society where everybody just follows the norms and gets along.
Yeah.
And they think we need to make a structural shift. And they're always thinking we're going to make a structural change, making a structural change. And they think that the problems for everything are structural. And they don't realize that those structures exist because they're load bearing and they solve much, much, much larger problems. And when you undo, like abolishing the police, when you undo that structure, the problems that rear up their head really, really quickly are unbelievable. I'm reminded of Occupy Wall Street when Occupy Wall Street took over and said, "I'm not letting any cops in here." And within a couple of days, they had to make like a safety zone for the women, right? They had to make a new tent. And I'm like, yeah. So now you have a safety. You've restricted the movement of women within your camp because you kicked out the police. Yeah. Are you figuring it out now? Like, are you starting to get it? Because very few people actually walk within the lines of, how can I say it? A lot more human behavior is restrained by the law than we would like to admit.
Yes. People, unfortunately, they just walk around and whatever they're experiencing, they assume that's the natural state of nature. And, a lot of people who grow up in America or Canada or some other, Western liberal democracy, they have this foolish notion that this is the norm of human behavior. When obviously this is the exception of human behavior, and it took many years and a lot of work to cultivate this culture, and so it's worth protecting. Obviously, it has issues that could be changed without tearing it down. But since they're so privileged, they're so incredibly privileged, they don't see that at all, and they are willing to just tear it down and lead us down this pathway to chaos and destruction.
That's part of Konstantin Kissin's point all the time in Love Letter to the West. He's like, I grew up in the Soviet Union. You don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Like you really don't. this is also part of radical chic.
Mm-hmm.
You guys know what that is?
No.
There's always been this sort of tolerated edginess to communist claims. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can fly a communist flag, and because people will kind of like look at it and they're kind of, or like you can have your radical phase in college where you hang up a Che Guevara poster and smoke a lot of pot, and then you come out of it and people are like, oh, okay. You could never have like a Hitler phase. Right? Like you could never have, well, that was my goose stepping swastika phase. Like you could never, and then get a job in a major corporation and have that be fine. Like that would never be allowed. But there's all kinds of people who engage in like this sort of radical chic, and everyone after goes, well, kids try crazy things in college, but that effort only goes one direction. That's part of the ratchet that's been engineered into the social discourse. And part of the problem is that it incentivizes experimentation and movement towards that stuff. And people don't realize that, I mean, this has been a problem for a long time, but in their book, The Rebel Cell, Andrew Potter and Joseph Heath talk about this, how these people were always criticizing the market and there was a flood of books. And one of the jokes they make is that the market did a really great job of providing anti-capitalist literature to people who hate capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always been this sort of demand for it. Like Rage Against the Machine. The guy's got a degree, the guitar player has a degree from Harvard.
Really?
Right? Like these
Wow.
are all, yeah. Like I want to double check that, but I think Tom Morello went to Harvard.
That's okay. Look, we're not going to hold you to it. There's no test at the end of this live stream. So
Yeah, he attended Harvard and earned a Bachelor of Arts degree from the Committee on Degrees and Social Attitudes.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch is always gassing up our audience anyway, telling them all kinds of stuff.
What?
Yeah, but you think about it, like they're always adopting all of these people who are doing this, like the real movers and shakers tend to be, what would you call them? Overproduced elites.
Oh yeah. I know that elite overproduction. I know exactly. Turchin.
Yeah, and it's overproduced elites and moral entrepreneurs.
Yes, I call them
Right,
conflict entrepreneurs.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, lots of people do that. I mean, it's common, and I'm not even necessarily saying moral entrepreneurship is always bad. Sometimes you got to pick up a cause, and some causes are worth picking up. But there are people whose thing is to just pick up causes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. They're like a venture capitalist. The product that he doesn't care what product is. What he wants to know is what it'll sell, and then he'll make his money selling whatever that product is and investing it and bringing it to market. That's the same with these people. They're moral and social venture capitalists.
We have a cause.
They're looking, but they're not glued to it. I mean, if the pendulum shifted, when the pendulum shifts to the right, they will be on the forefront of it. That's just how this works. So, these are people who in many cases are not themselves living in squalor or having a really, really rough time. A lot of times these are just people who grew up with a lot of wealth, who grew up in very, very good circumstances,
Hassan.
who have bought in. Yeah, Hassan
Totally.
Piker. Hassan Piker.
Are you
is the perfect
referencing Turchin here? Have you read Turchin? This is the elite overproduction argument that he makes.
I haven't read.
Okay.
I read him on elite overproduction, no, but I'm familiar with adjacent work to him, which has used his work.
Okay.
A lot of people who have taken his elite overproduction thesis, which, as I understand it, is that once you get a certain number of elites who can't find jobs, those elites have the kind of skills that are necessary to foment a revolution, right?
Perfectly articulated, yes, and will do so because they can't find their place in the upper echelons of the hierarchy.
So they need to find their place somewhere, and so that they find their place in we have
counter-revolutionaries is what they become.
Yeah. And a lot of them, John Searle, who is my favorite author.
Oh, really?
He is a philosopher. who is most famous, we're going to just do, there's some Searle.
Mm-hmm.
All of you read your Searle. Okay. He was a philosopher who was the first member of the Berkeley faculty in 1958 to join the free speech movement. He was the first professor. He made it big talking in, well, he did a bunch of stuff that was really important, but he wrote a book called Speech Acts, which analyzed language as actions rather than analyzing it in terms of verbs and structures and formal syntactical elements of language. He took a philosophical take on it, which analyzed it as a series of acts. So I say, hello, how are you? That's an act of greeting you, right? And he does his. So that book in philosophy was considered to be very excellent. His analysis of how language is used in action, or how certain acts are done in language and with language, and how language makes those things possible, was very well received. And then in I believe it was 1979, 1980, he wrote Mind, Brains, and Computers, which was a paper with an infamous thought experiment called the Chinese Room.
That's where I know him from.
Yep, it was him. He did the Chinese Room. And the Chinese Room thought experiment, very briefly, is if I have a room and there's two slots on either side, and someone slides into one side, you could slide Chinese symbols, and I'm in the room. And I take the symbols that are slid into the room, and I've got a little book that tells me, I have a little book that has the English symbols on it. So you slide in a Chinese symbol, I look through my book, it tells me the English symbol, I go get the English symbol, I slide the English symbol out the other side, right? It looks like the room translates Chinese, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But I'm in the room. I don't speak a lick of Chinese, do I?
Nope.
No. And what does that prove? It proves that the rules, a rules-based system by itself, does not have semantic content and doesn't have understanding. Just because I have a set of rules that allow me to set up and to translate the Chinese doesn't mean I actually understand it myself. And what that is supposed to prove is that you cannot get meaning from syntax. You cannot get semantics from formal rules. And what Searle says it proves is that the missing ingredient is consciousness. And so the idea is that a purely formal rule-governed system cannot, on the basis of rules alone, have understanding, awareness, and consciousness. Is that clear?
Yeah,
it's
totally.
A knockout. Yeah. It's a knockout of a view called computer functionalism, which basically said that the human brain is just a computer, and that if you have enough computing power, eventually you get consciousness, or something like that. There's various forms of it. I'm oversimplifying, and I'm even oversimplifying on the Chinese Room's point about semantics and syntax. As Searle describes it, he was sitting on a train when he thought it up, and he thought, look, I can put myself in the room. I've got this book of rules. I get a symbol, it comes in. I look through my book, I find the English symbol, I spit it out. It's like I'm translating the Chinese. I don't speak a lick of Chinese. What does that prove? It proves that having the rules doesn't imply understanding. The room doesn't understand Chinese at all. It's just a set of rules that exists. The person who wrote the rule book understands Chinese, but I don't. The room doesn't understand Chinese. So having a rule-governed syntactical system isn't enough to guarantee understanding, right?
Yeah.
I
think I encountered this. I think I encountered this guy through Donald Hoffman, who has this idea that we're not going to be able to find out how consciousness works through the material. He thinks we have a radical misunderstanding of the world, where consciousness is actually fundamental and materialism isn't fundamental, which is kind of bizarre. I don't know if you've looked at his work. His book is amazing. It's called The Case Against Reality, which, I mean, that's just a badass title, right? Like, who makes an argument against reality? Well, Donald Hoffman does. And it's actually kind of an amazing argument. So a lot of people misinterpret it, I think, to think that to basically argue that we live in a simulation, but I don't think that's actually what he means by it. Yeah.
When Searle did that argument, by the way, that blew up.
Mm-hmm. Oh
because
yeah, it made him
forms of computer
famous.
functionalism. But what happened is, as he was doing that, so that's what made him famous in philosophy. But he was also paying attention to what was going on in education and in the other areas of the humanities. And
Mm-hmm.
in 1971, I don't have the book sitting here with me. He wrote a book called The Campus in Crisis, a sympathetic look at the university in agony,
Mm-hmm.
where he talked about how all the tumultuity that was going on throughout the 60s and how the free speech movement had come to be perverted and had come to be sort of this hostile leftist activist force on campus that was corrupting universities and what might be done about that. This is 1971 he's writing this. By the time 1993 rolls around, he's very aware of what's going on in the postmodern world, and he is attacking the main underlying concept of wokeness in 1993 in an article called "Is There a Crisis in American Education?" and another one, I believe, in 94, which came out called "Reality and Realism: What's at Stake?"
Mm-hmm.
And he just, all the stuff that you're seeing in like cynical theories from Pluckrose and James Lindsay, and all the stuff that you see on my Twitter account, and all the stuff you see from Chris Rufo and Colin Wright and Yasha Monk and all these guys. Searle's doing this in 93. And he does this really interesting thing because he's in this book here in
How does the Chinese room relate to wokeness though?
Mind, Language, and Society. Oh, that's the book that made him famous. Right? And so what happened is that everyone, when they thought of Searle, they looked at his language and they looked at his theory of mind, and all this other stuff he was writing about education got completely ignored.
Right. Oh,
Nobody's ever read.
So he was writing on things like freedom of speech, but that got overlooked because of the Chinese room thing everyone lobbed.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's just like his book, The Campus Crisis. Nobody has that. I have it around here somewhere.
So he's still kicking. He's still around then.
He's in his 90s. He got Me Too'd in about 2018,
did?
2019. Yeah, unfortunately. So
he insists on his 90s?
Yeah, but he's still around. But in Mind, Language, and Society, his last book,
what
his
was the
Theory
Me
of
Too?
Perception,
how hot was she?
Came out in 19. Oh, it was a series of claims that he had behaved inappropriately in the classroom and toward teaching assistants over a number
Did
of
he
years.
masturbate into a potted plant?
No, I don't believe that was amongst.
Okay.
So his Theory of Perception came out in 2017. He's been writing,
so it
but
have been
in
that
Mind,
bad.
well, in Mind, Language, I don't remember offhand what the actual thing, but in Mind, Language, and Society, he has this wonderful piece, and he says he does a delineation of what he thinks driving it, and he talks about how he thinks that a lot of this is not. They didn't come to these theories of postmodernism and subjectivism because they were really convinced by them. They did it for political reasons.
Yeah,
and
obviously.
he writes about how. But he then does something really interesting, which he says, but arguments for these positions have been stated, and they therefore require us to refute them. Okay. So he does twofold. First, he exposes what's going on, and he does so beautifully. But then he goes on and he just hammers their arguments into the ground and why they're completely ridiculous to begin with. Because a lot of time, if you try to expose what they're doing, they'll say, well, deal with my argument, deal with my argument, deal with my argument. And then when you try to deal with their argument, they'll start attacking you on political grounds, and they do this ever shifting back and forth. And Searle has this wonderful way where he handles their political stuff and exposes that for what it is and says, now that we've exposed your political machinations, let's hammer your arguments too. And it's done just beautifully, and it's done rigorously, and it's done clearly.
So he's arguing against the woke positions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's doing so rigorously and beautifully. The problem is that he was so famous for other stuff that a lot of this got ignored.
Mm-hmm. All these postmodern positions all seem like complete nonsense to me. So it seems very easy to argue against them. Well, I guess the whole paradox of tolerance is not really that easy to argue against.
It's not easy because so much of it relies on, like, as we were talking about, the Mott and Bailey, and kind of using these linguistical word games to basically trick people that subscribe to liberalism into accidentally adopting positions that actually violate liberal principles. They just don't realize it because it's like under like 10 pounds of muck you have to shift through to get to like what they're really advocating for.
Yeah. And another thing that they do is they'll marry the truth to a lie. So they'll take some example and say like, well, words change meaning, right? You sit and kind of think, yeah, okay. So we can label the world how we want. Okay. And we can break up the world with whatever way we want. Sure. And we have reasons for that. Okay. All the categories of science break up the world according to the worldview and ideology of white, straight Western males and have done so in order to oppress bisexuals, homosexuals, transgendered people, and people of color.
Wait
and you
a
go,
second.
Whoa, slow down. Wait,
Let's not break it up that way.
You see what they're doing? They take a few things that are kind of arguable, and then from that they come to a series of conclusions that grease the skids for them.
Mm-hmm.
And you can if you kind of squint, you can I see I see how you can get there. There is no truth. What do you mean there's no truth? Well, all you have is your own perspective. Well, yeah, but I can still see the world. Have you ever gotten it wrong? Have you ever had a hallucination? Have you ever had a dream? Have you ever misjudged something? Well, sure. So you can't really trust your perceptions, can you? And your perceptions are constructed and filtered through your language and filtered through your ideology and filtered by your interests and your bias and your cultural chauvinism. And you're kind of like, okay, so you're not really objective, are you? What? Nobody is objective. And of course,
not as an individual. Yeah.
Well, hold on.
I know the answer to this one. You need institutional disconfirmation to achieve objectivity.
Yeah, that's one part, but the other
part
part of
science.
It is, yeah, but the other question that we might ask a postmodernist is your assessment that nobody's objectively true? Because that sounds like an objective
that's a
claim.
good one. That's
Right.
a good one.
That sounds like you're making an objective claim. It sounds like everybody else's meta level story about the world is raw is merely the interest of power. Except your description of postmodernism is because you're telling a story about language, rationality, truth, politics, society, power that covers everyone for all time. Sounds like a meta narrative. Mm-hmm. Sounds like an overarching story. But wait, I thought nobody was objective. Why should we accept your story as being objectively true? You see that? Like all of this is lying at the bottom of it. It's they want to apply their criticism to everybody else, but they want to exempt themselves from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like the label. And this is part of the problem too, because it's all this like linguistical deconstruction that goes on here. It's very difficult for a person to conceptualize something without a word to describe it. And so like someone could say something like everything is a social construct. And it's like intuitively people go like, that's not true. Like they know intuitively, they know there's something there that doesn't make sense, but they can't necessarily put it to words. And so it allows like this kind of woke deconstruction to go forward. And I think the way that you put it as like marrying a truth to a lie is the perfect label for this, because like this whole idea about everything being a social construct is that exact thing, because it's like, well, it's true that our decision, and I always like to use planets as an example, because Pluto was a planet and then we decided it wasn't a planet. And so, while it's true that like we decide what, makes up a category on some level, it's also true what they always lie about, what they always don't talk about, is that we've decided that the category should be based on some sort of physical observational metric in the first place. And so we're really checking to see if the thing matches the criteria that's based on the real world.
That's right. So this is there's two places I want to go with this. I want to talk about ontological versus I want to talk about the difference between epistemology and ontology, but I also want to touch on something you also said, where they can't use a word to describe something. This is why they always try to tell you there's no such thing as woke.
Yes.
Because exactly. If you it's like this. if you guys ever seen a zebra, you guys all know what a zebra is, right?
Hell
You've
yeah.
seen zebras. Have you ever
Recently.
noticed that their camouflage doesn't look anything like the environment in which they live?
Looks like the other zebras.
Yeah. The zebras mix in with each other. That's
Yep.
their form of camouflage. That way, when a lion wants to hunt a zebra, the mass of zebras, they can't pick one out and target just one because lions have to hunt as a group, right? So
Yep.
they can't pick one out, target it. If it's a zebra gets separated out from the herd, the lions can target it and they can attack it. But they don't know what to focus on. It just looks like a kind of a meld of zebras. The story goes that some scientists had this same problem. They couldn't keep track of the zebras either, and they were trying to figure out, which ones live the longest or which ones are the highest in the category or in the hierarchy of zebras, or which zebras are the leaders. So they decided to paint one of the zebra's legs red, right? So that they could tell it apart from the other zebras. And what happened? The lions killed it.
Got it. Yeah.
Right. The woke are playing a little bit of a game like this. They don't want us to be able to put a label onto their ideology and worldview, because once we can label it, that means we can pull it out from the herd, lift it up, and examine it.
Yeah,
that's why
metaphor. Yeah.
If you guys know Freddie DeBoer, he wrote an article called "Just Tell Me What You Want Me to Call the System." What did it call? Hold on, it was
who knows? Who cares?
Oh,
you're looking it up now.
Just fucking tell me what term I'm allowed to use.
Yeah. Please just tell me what fucking term I am allowed to use for the sweeping social and political changes that you demand. That's exactly correct. The level of frustration right there. That is the perfect article. And he kind of touches on it perfectly, where what they want to do is engage in all of this political advocacy, but not allow you to give it a name or a label, because then you can't attack it. Once you give it a label, then you can stick a label on it. You can start analyzing the concepts that are in that sort of ideological and social constellation. We can start looking at critical race theory and critical pedagogy and queer theory and post-colonial theory and decolonization. And once we can get all those things together, we can look at the commonplace terms and ideas that are floating around in that little constellation, right? And what they want to do is prevent us from doing that. So they want to, no matter what term we use, they're going to have a problem with it. Woke, that's stolen from Black culture. Critical social justice, you're just making that up. Gender ideology, nobody calls it that in the literature. You see how that works? So yeah, that's the first.
It's because I've had, we've had this problem a lot. We talked to a lot of people on the left, and we talk about wokeness, and they always try to do the gotcha, like, well, what is wokeness? I don't even know what that means. And I'll give my definition, which is usually something like the idea that liberalism can't bring about equality, so we have to go, use a system that's further to the left, usually something socialist related. But then, though, you still don't like that. So I found that I always ask them this question, that kind of fumbles the ball for this technique, where I say, well, have you noticed personally a shift in the left, starting in 2014, 2016 from what it was before? Have you noticed any difference in how the left behaves? And that's kind of like forces them to acknowledge, like, well, they have seen a shift. Everyone's seen a shift. Everyone knows there's a shift there. And so it kind of forces them to kind of out of the realm of just hiding behind the zebra camouflage.
That's right.
That's your red dot?
That's the red dot, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's an excellent way to do it. Because what you're doing is, rather than trying to, because they're saying, well, lay out a set of necessary and sufficient conditions. It's kind of like trying to define the boundaries of a swarm of bees. Like where does the swarm end and begin? I don't know, but I've been stung 7,300 times, so I'm pretty sure there's a swarm of bees.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the game they're playing. Where is the swarm? How big is it? What does it weigh? I don't know. But those bees.
I know it's there. It's a great example. I don't know how many bees are this exact swarm, but I know there are bees and they will sting you.
Right? That and then all the stinging. Yeah. And the honey that you can't quite get to, that's it. It's or a swarm of flies or a blizzard, right? It's not like so that's the first thing. So I'm glad you touched on that, because that's exactly what they do. They try to prevent us from being able to name, describe, and otherwise define it. They want to keep their view kind of vague and foggy so that it can't be attacked. That way it's like a ghost or like a mist. You can't grab it. Like try to grab smoke. Like,
It's so annoying because like I remember a while ago, it was like Thaddeus Russell was on Joe Rogan, and he basically did this sort of linguistic deconstruction gobbledygook about like what it means to be a man or a woman. And I feel like so much of this is just, humans, they get that little dopamine rush when like someone says something and they can trick them, they can trap them in some kind of linguistic game. And so they just kind of like get off on it. You can see a little twinkle in their eye. They get off on it when they talk to some person, and the person's like, "Oh, well, man is this or woman is this," or whatever they're talking about. And they're like, "Oh, but really? Like, what if you deconstruct this? What if you do this?" And then the person goes, "I don't know, maybe you're right." And they're like, "Aha, I got you, I win." And that's like what's motivating this behavior.
yeah. Searle took that out in Speech Acts in 1969, actually. He talks about this. That guy was so far ahead of his time. It's just unreal. So let me see if I can find it.
Sitch, want to read a super chat?
Sure. Yeah, do a super chat while I'm looking. Yeah.
Oh my God. Toff for $20. Thank you, Toff. Says Wokal. I'm a huge fan of your Substack and your appearances on Ben Boyce's YouTube. Your most recent appearance with Dave the Tributist made me curious. What do you think the neo-reactionaries get right and get wrong in the discourse?
Oh, that's a good question. Everything. That's the answer, but look, what's your answer?
Oh
wait, they get everything wrong, nothing right.
Right.
Let me adjust my.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna read. Well, what did they get right? Let's read the Searle first.
Okay. We'll get back to that. What did Searle say?
Let's see if I.
Is it the Speech Act Theory and Pragmatics book that you're talking? Brick Nose for $20 says, "This is why Trump pisses me off so much. I see him as neck deep in the swamp, all while pointing fingers. There are likely many corrupt politicians, and they should be addressed, but Trump's corruption is party endorsed." And then Brick Nose for another $20 says, "And before someone whataboutisms on the Biden crime family, I'm all for investigating corruption, but while Hunter may be absolutely corrupt, there's no evidence Joe Biden is, nor does he strike me as a criminal mastermind." Interesting. Well, maybe we'll talk about that after, but
the corruption of the Biden family, the big guy.
Sure, and how or the corruption of Trump and Biden, and how that all plays into everything. Did you find what you're looking for?
Yeah. So basically, what Searle does is this. I just read it and I'm just like, this is not going to go over well on YouTube because he's using a bunch of jargon that people aren't probably going to get. So his point is this. Searle basically is talking about an essay in which somebody played that kind of a same game between two concepts and tried to show that the boundary was unclear.
Yeah.
Okay. And the person opted for a very similar set of strategies. So you say a man, there's men and there's women, and they come along and say, okay, well, what about a hermaphrodite? Or what about somebody with Klinefelter syndrome? Or what about somebody where the SRY gene has come off of the Y chromosome, and so they're double X, but they still have an SRY gene, so they have male genitalia? Or what about somebody who, for whatever reasons, has testosterone insensitivity to the point where they form female genitalia, even though they're XY? What about all those cases, all these borderline cases, right? These edge cases. And Searle's point is, he makes the exact claim goes as follows. The fact that you can ask about cases that are on the line between two concepts proves you know where the line is.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
The very fact that you keep asking about edge cases and borderline cases shows that you know where the edge and where the borders of the concept are. All concepts, as it turns out, have fuzzy edges. If you push any concept toward the edge, there'll be some borderline cases no matter what you do. You can construct a borderline case. That doesn't mean that there aren't any clear-cut cases. The existence of, how shall we put it? The existence of anomalous cases does not turn poles into spectrums. So,
yeah, I mean, that's what the whole the exceptions prove the rule concept.
yeah. Is this a stack of books? What about this?
That is.
Okay.
You did it.
Okay. What about now?
Yes.
Does the fact that I don't know the precise number of books that I need in order to have a stack mean I don't know what a stack of books are? No. Is 1 leaf a pile? Is 2 leaves a pile? Is 3 leaves a pile? Is 4 leaves a pile? What is the precise number of leaves I have to have a pile? And if I subtract 1 leaf, does it stop being a pile? No. This is a fallacy. It used to be called the fallacy of a heap fallacy. It's to say that because you can't draw an exact and precise line, that means that there isn't a line. I have a little bit of 5 o'clock shadow. Exactly how long do these hairs on my chin need to be, and what's the precise number of them I need to have before I start calling whatever this is a beard? Does that mean I don't know what a beard is? No, it just means that there's a little bit of fuzziness in the line. We know exactly what male and female are and exactly what they're supposed to do. The existence of anomalous cases does not disrupt that. It just proves that there are sometimes edge cases that we don't know how to categorize. It doesn't mean the categories are invalid. And that's Searle's whole point. He talks about how
is this one of your most popular threads? Because I remember bookmarking this thread a long time ago. This was one of the first threads that I saw you post. So
Which
I
was
said
what?
that like about the edge cases proving you know where the line is.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I
where
brought
I'm
it up
this.
on
I'm
the
getting
show
this
for like
exactly from Searle.
a month. I kept going back to this thread.
Yeah.
Because it is such a
exactly
devastating pushback on the people that want to bring out edge cases all the time. It's like, oh, yeah, well, look, you know where the line is, obviously. Look, you're trying to get as close to it as humanly possible. I admire that. Yes.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that it dissolves.
Just because that is the example he has chosen as a borderline case. It is a borderline case because, for example, some people claim that there are such things as The example has its effect precisely because it is a borderline case. But a recognition of it as a puzzling case does not show we don't have an adequate notion. It shows precisely the reverse. We could not recognize a borderline case of a concept as borderline if we did not grasp the concept to begin with.
Where do you draw the line on collectivism? What is your definition of collectivism?
Can we talk a bit about now, because we got that out of my brain. I had to state it as Searle did. Let's talk about what the reactionaries get right.
Okay. Yes. Hold on. What is that what they get wrong? They get wrong on the edge cases? Is that? Okay.
No, they tend to not know how to deal with that a lot of the time. They tend to deal with it intuitively a little bit. But they tend not to do that kind of the reactionaries don't tend to do this sort of analytic philosophy. It's not because they can't or because they don't want to. It's just that it's not relevant to their political philosophy. The reactionaries are defined by political philosophy, not by this sort of linguistic analytic philosophy. So they tend to not they just tend. It's like for the same reason that you like reactionaries also don't, as a group, tend to study, the history of Australia. Like they don't.
That edge case thing didn't have anything to do with the reactionaries.
No. The reactionaries was the super chat. We're going back
so let's go to let's move on to that. What did they get right and wrong?
Just the Searle thing was just to pick up on what Sitch talked about the blurring of boundaries. What the reactionaries get right and wrong is that the reactionaries tend to have a fairly intuitive understanding of a lot of what the woke are trying to do, because they don't. A lot of the left-leaning liberals try to look at read wokeness through a liberal lens.
Yes,
and
true.
then see the woke as behaving as liberals.
Yes,
the reactionaries don't do that, so they can sometimes have a very good analysis of woke realpolitik. They do. They tend to do that.
What is
an
real
analysis
politic?
of the actual power moves, not the stuff that's being claimed. Like sometimes a politician will take a position as a bargaining chip. And then like when you go into to go for a car, you might offer the guy $5,000 for the car. You know he's not going to take it, but you're starting a bargaining process, right? You're lowballing him to see if he'll move. Politicians will do that. The real goal is to meet in the middle at say $8,000 or whatever. The reactionaries can be very, very good at looking and seeing where woke people are bluffing and where they're engaging in their real, actual interest-based, interest-driven power maneuvering.
Realpolitik is kind of a practical level of politics.
Pragmatic.
Yeah, exactly.
The pragmatic stuff.
That makes
they
sense.
can do a decent job of analysis of how discourse engineering work.
Now, they understand where the woke are doing this. The reactionaries do. They look. I don't see the woke people as practical in any way, shape, or form, but I guess maybe they are.
No. How the woke practically take power.
Right.
How the woke actually invade institutions, for example. They do a good job of that. How the woke tend to take over things, how they engage in censorship, what they're actually doing and why.
Right.
So a lot of times the woke will say,
a lot of people on the left ignore that because it serves their political interests. Like they don't want to be conscious of the fact that their side is taking over a lot of these institutions by force.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so the reactionaries can do a sometimes a fairly good analysis of the way of how the woke constellation of institutions and interests actually aligns. So sometimes they'll talk about and they do this actually really nicely through memes. For example, they talk about like when Kendi got his anti-racism center at BU, somebody said this is a patronage appointment.
Yeah, it is, obviously.
Like the old feudal system, right? Liberals would have struggled to say, why is he getting this? Like, is his work really justify this much money? Does it meet this criteria? How is this happening? Like, what's going? And the Woker was like, it's a patronage appointment. This is ideological, right? Like they can cut through that, and they do a fairly good job of that.
Right.
But part of the reason that they do a fairly good job of that is that they share a lot of the same underlying assumptions as of woke people. This is where the woke are more correct than the mainstream comes in.
What's that mean?
That everything's just power games.
Yeah, they'll see a lot of times they'll say the woke are more correct than the mainstream. So there was someone was talking about how it was really terrible that Leonardo
Who's
DiCaprio.
They in that? Who says that? Who's the they?
A lot of dissident. If you look on Twitter and say the woke are more correct than the mainstream, if you look for that, or woke more correct, or woke are more correct, you'll find a lot of their Twitter accounts will say the woke are more correct than the mainstream, and they'll point to something like, what would a good example
those reactionaries?
The dissident right reactionaries, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thanks.
We'll say that the woke is more correct than the mainstream because they'll say that the woke.
What does that mean?
Viewing everything. It means that because the woke are looking at everything through the lens of power, that they have a more honest view of the world than liberals.
Okay, so they're basically signaling that they're authoritarian and they like that. They also want to be authoritarian, but just they want their tribe to win the power struggle instead of the woke.
Yeah, they think that the woke that it's always been power games,
right? That
everything else is kind of a gloss over top of that. So
and people on the left don't want to acknowledge that there's any authoritarians on their side at all.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's correct. So the woke the reactionaries tend to have a good understanding of that. Their concept of the cathedral is a nice way to conceptualize what I like to call their cathedral is like sort of the academic journalist NGO industrial complex. Right, the laptop class industrial complex, like grasping that the decentralized organ, the decentralized sort of swarm, or the decentralized constellation of these institutions and activists, which had taken the culture, calling that the cathedral and holding it up and then being able to criticize it and how it operates. That was reasonable. That was a reasonable way to do it. They do a good job, or sometimes they do a good job of assessing power dynamics.
Well, it's always easier to point out problems than to find solutions for problems. So I'm really just like, yeah, who cares? Like you see the problem. Big fucking deal. Anyone can see the problem.
Yeah.
Like, show me something that's unique and useful. That's where they always fall down. They never have anything.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Their answer is always, we want to exercise power. And I always say, so I recently said that one of the reasons that wokeness wants to censor people is because their view will crumble upon the slightest bit of academic scrutiny. And
woke will, yes, definitely.
The woke worldview and one of the accounts who I don't know if I would quite call him a reactionary, but he certainly leans that way, said, wokeness has been criticized forever. It's because they own the institutions. Right to the real politic. They own the institutions. That's why they're winning. Whoever has the institutions wins, which is, of course, at root a nihilistic view, because it means that having the truth doesn't matter. It's whoever has the institutions. Truth is, forget about it. Right? There is no marketplace of ideas, right? Whoever owns the marketplace of ideas decides the winner. That's the view. And so there could be no authentic marketplace of ideas, because whichever ideas come to the rise at the top of the marketplace just tells you who owns the marketplace. Right? You can see that in his analysis. And now there's something too. The ideas that spread through society certainly are going to be part of or are going to flow from a lot of the institutions. That's a proper analysis. But that doesn't mean that marketplaces of ideas can't exist or don't. And it certainly isn't the case that wokeness has been thoroughly criticized before it got into positions of power, because let me tell you, Searle screamed about the postmodernism in the 90s and got completely ignored as the humanities was cannibalized by woke ideology, and nobody paid attention. And it wasn't until now. I mean, now we're seeing a lot of this, but outside of him, outside of Searle, and I would actually add to that J.P. Moreland, William Lane Craig, Alvin Plantinga did some good work on this. Brendan Sweetnam was very good. Donald Davidson wrote good essays about conceptual relativity. There were some other guys who did it, but it was all in formal philosophy, and they got ignored. Right? Like, they just got completely ignored. So the reactionaries do some very good work in the area of power dynamics and understanding how what looks like they do a good job of catching the cynical ploys of the woke as the woke seek to take power and seek to grasp onto power and take things over. They do a good job of that. But as you said, the place where they always falter is when they try to propose something, the only thing they can propose is, well, give us power.
Right.
And let us take over.
Yeah,
and that's all that they have.
I was listening to I didn't finish it, but I was listening to your conversation with Oren, I forget his last name.
McIntyre,
yeah. And I've heard this argument. I mean, we've talked to Sargon about this. He's made similar arguments. We've talked to a lot of, I think, distributors made this argument to us too. I mean, I hear it's kind of like a same argument I hear again and again, which is this idea that the reason liberalism sucks or is bad or needs to be replaced is because liberalism is too permissive, and that's what allows socialism or wokeness to kind of come in and dissolve it and corrupt it. And the thing that I think that they miss is that when we look at the history of countries that really underwent socialist revolutions, most of them were not liberal Western democracies. Most of them were countries that had monarchies or authoritarian governments, or all this like rapid instability already existed, or the people were already like under the boot of someone else. And that's kind of what pushed people in the direction of advocating for like the radical revolution. And while like the flaw that they point out, the permissiveness of liberalism, like I think they're getting it completely backwards. The permissiveness of liberalism, while it can lead us down, pathways we don't want to be down temporarily, I think that's the protection of liberalism, because like liberalism is a system. It's kind of like a soft metal. It can bend. When there's pressure being placed on it, it can bend and it can bend and it can bend, and it can bend back over time. Where these sort of like right-wing reactionary positions of having the elites control everything, or a monarch, or some kind of like more strong, strict, ruthless, authoritarian regime rule everything, like that's like glass. Like, yeah, you can see through it. You can see where the power is emanating from very clearly, but there's no give, there's no bend. It will just break and shatter. And when it
Oh,
does, you can
yes.
never put it back together again.
Yeah. That's exactly correct. They're trying to build something that's very, very strong and has no bend. They're a little bit like, I've used a similar analogy, Stitch. You and I are aiming at kind of the same thing. I say that these people are always saying like liberalism or the car of America went off the road.
Mm-hmm.
And well, the liberal fence, they say, well, conservatism is like fences. We just have to make the fences bigger and stronger. And the fence is bigger and stronger, and the fence is bigger and stronger. And I go, okay. But the question you should be asking yourself is, why did the car slide off the road to begin with? And that's the thing. I think they get that analysis wrong. And so because they don't know why the car slid off, they want to build this huge, unflinching wall against which it goes no further. And once that wall cracks and it breaks, it can't recover. Whereas liberalism can absorb the blow without being completely obliterated. I think that's right.
Yeah, it's interesting because they kind of have the same worldview, I think, to like a lot of the leftists or progressives we talk to, who have this idea that like you can just educate people to have the like right idea or something. Like if everyone was just better educated, everyone would be a progressive liberal. And I think what the reactionaries miss is that they believe, I mean, and there's obviously, the more permissive a society is for certain ideas, that will definitely allow the ideas to spread. There's truth to that. But I think what they're missing is that in all societies, it doesn't matter if they're permissive, doesn't matter if they're very ruthless. There's always ideological pressures from all directions that are always pushing on the population, always pushing on the society at all times. It's just that the right environment has to occur to allow one group to basically take hold. And with liberalism, with that bend in the wall or that bend in the metal, it allows a group to kind of to bend something in a direction without completely destroying the system or consuming it the way that I think a lot of these right-wing systems, because there is no bend, as soon as a group grabs hold, as soon as the conditions are right, it's over. Everything's just lost.
Yeah. Once your wall gets broken, it's done.
Yeah.
Once the dam gets cracked and it bursts, the water flows through, right?
Right.
Whereas liberalism is more of a system of locks and dams where we can open things up to alleviate the pressure without the whole thing being wiped out. We have to talk about two books. This one, Cooperation and Social Justice by Joseph Heath, which is excellent. He's a liberal and he takes on a lot of the kind of sacred cows that have come from wokeness and shows how we have liberal solutions to a lot of these things. Like they say, well, how can a liberal limit immigration? And Joseph Heath's like, there's lots of arguments for limiting immigration that have nothing to do with racism that fit perfectly at home with liberalism.
That
for
we did
example,
for hundreds of years.
Yeah. And he talks about this. He's like, look, we are not at all and liberal arguments for assimilation. And he says we can ground it in the interests of the immigrants. So the immigrants, he says, look, Western liberal democracies are enormous systems of cooperation. If you're going to come in, we are allowed to require you to cooperate because you're wanting to join. You're not just entering a geographic location, you're joining a society. And you're joining a society that is fundamentally based on trust and cooperation. That requires you to join the system of cooperation. And if you do things that cause you to, if you refuse to do things that allow you to join the system of cooperation, we don't have to allow you into the geographical region, right?
Right.
We're allowed to say, no, you can't. Or stigmatization. He takes this on too. So I think a lot of what has happened, Searle pinpoints with his customary clarity and talks about, how a lot of the academics in universities were just spineless. And he talks about how that was one of the problems. He talks about the issue of how does he describe it? Well, I can't remember the exact terms he uses for it, but he talks about how the narrative milieu and how the stage gets set when you have a group of students picking up some cause and then protesting. As soon as that happens, the sort of what would you call it? The narrative stage is set, and the young people look like the idealistic protesters, and the university administration looks like the crass, cynical bureaucrats. And these professors, wanting always to appear on the side, will make some philosophical argument or some academic argument or blah 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 to give as much credit as they can to the idealisms of the students, and don't realize that they're gutting the authority of the administration to handle things like students taking over entire buildings for weeks at a time.
Right, exactly.
And so because of this, there was all kinds of stuff that was going on in the universities, which allowed these illiberal attacks to continue to persist, because people weren't willing to exercise rightful liberal authority to say, you're not actually allowed to take over a university building in order to get your way. That's illiberal. That's not allowed. And so we are allowed to use force to stop that. We don't have to, how can I say, debate is not our only option.
Yeah.
If you refuse to participate in the marketplace of ideas, we are allowed to use force to prevent you from, absconding with the textbooks, or stealing all of the newspapers, or vandalizing the quad, or breaking all the windows, or whatever it is that you're doing. And so because they were unwilling to do that, because they always wanted to be seen as being on the sides of the protesters, what you end up with is a situation where the students always appear to have the moral authority. And because they always have the appearance of moral authority, they can't ever be stopped. And because it's coming from the students, which is the least educated group, that's why they're at the university, because they're supposed to be taught. And because that's what sets the moral paradigm, you end up going off the rails. And this empowers the most radical elements in the universities. But he was writing this back in 1971. I mean, the reactionaries, there's a very common tweet that you'll see among the reactionaries where they'll say, every once in a while, liberals will reconstitute conservative morality and act like they've discovered Atlantis. And they say this all the time, but I kind of want to say, look, every once in a while, the reactionaries will stumble across something that Searle talked about in 1993 and act like they've discovered Atlantis.
Yeah, everyone does that, unfortunately. But
hey, we got another guy coming on here soon, Sitch. Your friend.
Yeah, PF. I was going to ask. I mean, Wokal can stick around if he wants. But
sure.
Who's PF? Do I know PF?
I don't know. Do you, PF Young? PF Young. He's another enlightened centrist. He wants to talk to us about Israel, because I think we have some disagreements about the Israel-Palestine situation.
You don't seem afraid to talk about Israel-Palestine, Wokal. I see you tweeting about it.
Yes, I mean, you're welcome to stick around if you want to talk to him about it, or you can.
Is there anything else that you'd like, so we can wrap it up? Because I don't want to take up his time. Is there anything else that you guys want to take and discuss before we go?
I mean, sure there is, but I feel like we could talk to you for like 4 hours. So we'll just have to talk again at some point.
Yeah, I did want to talk about like the post-liberalism thing, like what your take on that is. What do you think they're getting at there? I mean, nobody really ever articulates a position. Do you think there's any merit to the post-liberalism, or is it just bullshit?
Well, since I told PF to come on at 6, I mean, he can come on and like be part of this conversation before we talk about Israel. So
okay,
I'll send him the link now, and then you can answer Adam's question about that, because I think.
And also, I want to ask you about generations theory. Do you know about generations theory, Cleodynamics? I mean, you knew about the overproduction of elites, which kind of plays into that a bit.
That isn't really my, how do I put it? That's not really my area of expertise. I stick more to the philosophy and then the culture of it. Those things I kind of take in as they come.
Yeah,
when I see something that a concept that's useful, I will appropriate it, but I'm not too clear on generations theory. Maybe you could, if you give me a brief rundown of it, I might be able to call back to mind something that's been floating around in the discourse for a while, and maybe that'll help me locate it. And
Well, I recently read the book, so I've just come across generations theory for the first time. I don't know if it's bunk or if it's gold. I can't tell. So I asked people about it because they might know more about it than me. But if you read The Fourth Turning is Here, it's this idea that there is a 4-generation cycle that continues to repeat throughout history, where each generation has a certain kind of personality to it, let's say, and it culminates in a fourth turning that's kind of like a climax to the seculum, is what they call it, the cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly we're living in the fourth seculum, and that's why there's so much turmoil going on around us. Other fourth seculums are like the Civil War, like World War II, the American Revolution. Like there are all these times in history that are very focal. Like all of the remembered most famous presidents all took place in a fourth seculum. The George Washington, Lincoln, FDR. So the postulation is that if we're living in the fourth seculum, we should see an FDR type president appear in the next 10 years. So that's why it's so interesting to me, because it's like, holy cow, if this is true, like if it's bullshit, we'll find out in the next 10 years, right? If it's true, it's kind of fascinating to be living in that time. So
it's basically I'm sure you've heard the short version of it is, the strong men create good times create weak men create bad times create strong men cycle, right? Is that fair, Adam?
Yeah.
I think it does play somewhat into that. Like he says in a generation, and this plays into like the October 7th stuff. I was thinking when October 7th was happening, and especially your tweet thread, Wokal, he says that the generation that lives in the fourth seculum, when they're in their 20s, like they've never experienced war. They've only heard stories of war from their grandfathers, and they romanticize it in a way that makes them want to engage in it. Well, their sons have to live through it, and they're so turned off by it that they would never, like they want to lock down the hatches and produce a world that war is impossible, which is kind of where we were at after World War II. So it's a super interesting theory. Yeah. Go ahead, Wokal.
I just wanted to say the dramatic categories is the term Searle uses to describe all of this. And he says, La Rochefoucauld says somewhere that a few people would fall in love if they'd ever read about it. Part of what he means by that is that the possession of the dramatic category, falling in love, makes possible certain sorts of experience which would not be possible or would be different without that category. And what he means by that is that the kind of categories that we've created around activism and the uplifting of, say, Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X and the lionization of those people creates these sort of dramatic categories which kind of get acted out all over the place and allows for students who are taking over universities to always claim the moral authority and the moral high ground, even though they're the least educated people that there are. Right?
Yeah.
So now, with respect to what you just said about generations theory, I think it is interesting. I think that lessons that are forgotten have to be relearned again in very difficult ways.
Totally. And
I don't know if that's part of the seculum or if that structures it or not. But I do think that a lot of lessons have sort of been forgotten or cast aside, that people did not learn them whole. With respect to how both of those things tie into liberalism, I think liberalism needs to be reconfigured. There are elements of liberalism where liberals have taken a sort of a view of liberalism in which they have thought that liberals may not exercise power. And because liberals may not exercise power, the anti-liberals must be given free rein to launch attack on attack on attack on attack, and the only posture that liberals are allowed to adopt is the defensive posture of the academic writing technical journals. And that's not true. Liberals are allowed to exercise power in the name of liberalism. And we are allowed to even, I would say, exercise power for something like a recognized common good. We
True.
can say it is a good thing for all people to be able to read. So we're going to legislate that that's a part of our schooling. Liberals legislate for things that are good all the time, and we select some goods rather than others, and we're allowed to do this. The marketplace of ideas is where you want to challenge it, and you have to win in the marketplace of ideas. The moment you bring power to the marketplace of ideas and start marches and revolts, etc., that's out of bounds. The dialectical blending of the concept of free speech and free speech expression on the one hand, with how a university marketplace of ideas is run on the other, has been a poison, because it allows students to use tactics and pressure tactics and social tactics against professors under the guise of free expression. Certainly, marches are absolutely allowed under free political expression, but in a marketplace of ideas, we have standards of rigors, which you described earlier, of disconfirmation. We create structures in which it allows the truth to emerge. And mobbing a professor in his office and screaming at him that he's a racist might be legal as political expression, but it has no role to play in the marketplace of ideas as such. And for that reason, I think liberals have kind of adopted a meek posture. I also think that a lot of the academic liberals mistook their temperament for an ultimate truth, whereas because they are being non-political because they are not standing up for liberalism, but only making technical arguments for liberalism, they can avoid having to actually take a stand and tell students they're wrong, to stand and say you're dramatic, to throw off the shackles of the dramatic categories and say, just because you are an idealistic student does not mean you are right. And just because I'm pushing against you doesn't mean I'm a crass, self-interested bureaucrat. I am defending this institution because it is doing the disconfirmatory work and allowing for ideas which are bad to be falsified. And I think the fact that liberals have not done that and have been utterly, as Searle says, spineless and unwilling to defend themselves is part of the problem. I don't think that the reactionaries are right in saying that liberalism doesn't have the resources to defend itself. I think that it is correct to say that they haven't been willing to use those resources to defend themselves. There is another question about whether or not, as Ayaan Hirsi Ali has said at the ARC Forum, that Western civilization is a cut flower that's been snipped off from its roots in Christianity. I think that's a discussion that needs to happen as well. But I don't think that the reactionary claim that liberalism can't defend itself is correct. I think that's wrong. I think liberalism does
100%
have it.
I love everything that you're saying. What are the resources? What is the principle that liberalism can enact?
Wait, before.
Well, no.
Wait. First, thank you for joining us, PF Young.
Hey guys,
thank you for coming.
I've been listening to the conversation, so
Okay.
I'm enjoying it.
Okay, Adam.
Welcome, PF. I vaguely recognize the name. What's your main platform?
YouTube. Well, you might recognize
Okay.
Carl Jung, whose name I stole and then attached to PF Chang's to hijack that neuron in everyone's brain.
Oh, okay, very
But
clever.
yes, I am also on the Council of Enlightened Centrists, along with Adam and Sitch, and they've actually sent me to bring them back to the center because they've been straying as of late. But
Whoa.
We can
So
get to that
you made a centrist chart, a centrist
tier list.
tier list. And the fact that you didn't put us at the tippy top makes me think, okay, I don't know what's going on here. It's a problem.
Well, look, we can get into that.
Yeah.
You guys doubted me and my ability to convert Vosh back to the center, which has happened successfully. He's going after the far left Palestinian or the Hamas supporters as much as anyone right now.
And so you're saying it only took October 7th because we were right after your conversation. We were 100% right. Or Adam was 100% right about your ability to be on the
Watching
center.
Ethan Klein
Yeah.
look around in horror and realize that Jordan Peterson kind of told him what was going to happen has been a very interesting thing, I think, for a lot of YouTubers to watch.
Yes. Definitely.
Yes, I think that divide is reflective of what's going on in a lot of people's personal relationships. I have several progressive friends who are struggling to pick the right side in this, if there is one.
Let's
and
go back to the
yeah,
resources
yeah.
thing just before we get too far astray here.
I also have
So
a question
look,
for
you made
Wokal before
great
he goes.
points.
ask.
You made
let
great
Adam go.
points, Wokal. Look, I want to look. This is what we need. We're finally getting to it. Right? We need to know what the resources are, what the principles are that liberals can use. Look, liberals often feel uncomfortable exercising authority because it cuts against individual freedom, which is what they're all about. So, what are these resources that we can say as liberals? You shut the fuck up, get out of the quad, go home.
So I think there's a few things. I do think that it's that, but I also think that a lot of the people who were liberals or were being principled liberals saw themselves as were, to use Searle's term of dramatic categories, adopted the dramatic category of sort of like the liberal rebel rebelling against the oppressive society.
Mm-hmm.
And so then to turn around and try to exercise authority puts them into the dramatic category.
Man.
It turns them into the pastor from the movie Flashdance that says no dancing allowed.
Yes.
They don't want to be that guy.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
They don't want to be that guy.
That's why we need, what's the principle? What's the resource?
So I think
Charisma.
we have, charisma. You got to have Riz. So there's something interesting that you said about cycles.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's been a certain sort of Aristotelianism that continues to show up. So after Plato, when Plato raised all of his questions about what is justice, what is goodness, Aristotle came forward and attempted to answer those questions. Then they get raised again, and then you have somebody like Aquinas that shows up. Then they kind of get raised again, and you see a lot of the liberals, Locke, Mill, all talking about Aristotle. If you look at the people that I'm quoting, a lot of them are quoting from Aristotle, including Donald Davidson, who I quote a lot in my writing, is quoting from Aristotle. I mean, in his theory of action, he says he's bringing back an Aristotelian principle about reasons being causes. Searle uses the term intentionality. That's to talk about meaning, and that's a term he's pulling from Aristotle. I think that one of the things that we have to do is get back to our logos,
Mm-hmm.
our central meaning and purpose. And we have to go back, as Razib Khan says sometimes, or was it Wilfred Riley? Aristotle was the first of us. Western civilization, as we understand it, is in large part the fruit of a lot of the Greek philosophy, which culminates at its high peak in Aristotle. And so getting back to the logos, the idea that there really is a principle of intelligibility in the universe, that there are principles in the universe which make it intelligible to us and which give it its form and order, and that we can dig down to the epistemological and metaphysical bedrock in order to graft our ideas and lay them on a solid philosophical foundation so that we can create a good society. That's something that we need to do. So that's the first thing, is we need to bring the logos back. Postmodernism was very explicitly an attack on the logos. And in fact, Judith Butler warns us against trying to pillage the logos for additional resources. When she was writing her books on queer theory, warned the queer theorists not to try and pillage the dead body of the logos, to leave it behind in the past as deconstructed. And I want to say, no, I want to bring the logos back. So that's the first thing. The second thing
what is the principle of the logos? Because I've heard different, like that. Oh, I'm thinking of the telos. What do you mean by logos?
Logos is the principle, or the divine principle, which provides the order of the universe and gives it order, intelligibility in the universe, and gives it meaning.
Okay. So meaning.
That's it. Yeah. So we have to assert that there's a logos, and then we have to try and begin to set that up as our North Star and start aiming for that.
Love it.
And then our epistemology and our teleology and our purpose and meaning, we can start look there. The second thing that I think we need to do is remember that as much as they want to seek power, the leftists have also sort of pathologized it. I mean, they're always wanting to
good
exercise
point.
power, but they're always pathologizing the use of it.
Yep.
It's at what we liberals have to start saying is that no, our use of, I don't have to try and argue with a punch in the face.
Yes, good.
Once you're using power to try and win the debate, I'm allowed to use power over and against your power to offset it and leave the debate intact. And then we'll have our debate. So if you try to clip the cord to my microphone or unplug the microphone that I'm using or whatever else, we're justified in using force to say, no, you may not unplug the things. You may not steal the power generators. You may not do that. And then if you'd like to have a debate, we'll have a debate. You're not allowed to pull the fire alarm in the university whenever you don't get your way. You're not allowed to storm into board meetings and put social pressure on people or stalk them to their homes or use cancel culture to try and get them threatened or gin up digital mobs in order to get your way.
Yeah.
That's not how we do things. And we are allowed to exercise power. And this is where my friend David DeCosimo was very, very helpful. David DeCosimo went on Twitter and did a wonderful thread about the parsing between the pathological and self-interested use of power and the just and right use of power. And we can use our logos and our telos to figure out what are the justifiable uses of power and in which cases we are allowed to use power to protect the liberal order. If somebody wants to try and firebomb our debate, we're justified in using power to arrest them and stop them. And liberals have to realize that you are allowed to say no. If students say we're going to invade and we're going to just keep invading your classrooms and your offices and we're going to harass the administrators until we get what we want, we're allowed to say, in that case, you're no longer a student here.
Nice.
Well, what are you doing that to me? That's not arguing with me. You weren't arguing with me. You were taking over the administration building and threatening the people. That's not an argument either.
I think the short answer to your question, Adam, is when illiberal people use illiberal methods is when a complete justification for liberals to use force to shut that down.
Yeah, drawing the line, I think, is going to be the difficult part. And it is, everyone wants to rally around those edge cases. Like, is yelling in the middle of your performance, is that force? Or is that speech? So, but I like this kind of reciprocal power proposition that you're putting forward, Wokal. So I do think it's interesting and obviously useful.
I'm allowed to use justified power to cancel out whatever gains you would get through your unjustified use of force.
Right. Yeah. We just need to be better at like pointing it out. That's, I think, the problem is they're always developing methods to kind of do things that are in this blurry area. Like, is this free speech or is this actually force? Yeah.
Oh, it's have you ever played a game? Have you seen little kids in the back seat and they do like put their hand like right?
Oh yes,
I'm not touching you.
Yes,
I'm not.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, they do that. So it's like, well, what about heckling at a comedy show?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, sure, but my lecture on particle physics isn't a comedy show, and you're not allowed to come in and heckle about Palestine. Like, no, like that happened at MIT.
I mean, heck, you're not supposed to heckle at a comedy show. They just allow it because, usually the person on stage can shut it down without having to use force. Doesn't mean like they're totally within their right to just kick you out. 100%.
Yeah, and if you push the heckling is considered to be allowable because it's a part of crowd work, but you're not allowed to push it too far. Like if I just said, I'm just going to stand up and keep screaming until the comedy show is ruined, they would throw me out. If I'm heckling and the comedian is giving it back to me and the crowd's having a laugh, they'll let it go all night. Like they don't care because everyone realizes that the comedian's job is to be a quick-witted guy who's making fun. But there's a certain point where like even the comedians will be like, that's enough.
Right.
But I mean, at some comedians, like, have you seen Bill Burr in Philadelphia when he just gives it to the crowd and flips them over? It's like we accept a little bit of that in the comedy world. We don't accept that at physics lectures at Boston College.
Right.
Like that's not what we're doing here. PF, you had a question, and I want to get
Yeah,
that to you.
what is
Then I
it?
want to,
Yeah,
and then
well,
I want to hand the baton.
Well, this is we might open up a large can of worms, but I was just going to ask, maybe a couple for your summary of, have you read Alexander Dugin's work on fourth political theory and all that, and integrated that in any way to
I
your
have not.
meta philosophy?
Okay. No.
Are you familiar with his claim on fourth political theory?
Only secondarily.
Okay, same. I watched like a couple interviews, but the idea that, like, when I hear post-liberalism, it's like, well, is it need to be a categorical shift into a new political theory, something that's centered around meaning and connection rather than freedom? Like, my fundamental critique of Western civilization is it's like obsessed with freedom without acknowledging the other side of the coin, which is responsibility and meaning and whatnot. And I don't know if, is it post-liberal to, I don't know, reorient our institutions and political sensibilities around meaning as the fundamental value rather than freedom, which is what it is now? I don't know.
No. I think that's a part of it. That's part of logos, right? The fundamental intelligibility which orients the world, and from which allows us to create our categories of good and evil, right and wrong, et cetera, because those are in philosophy. What is good is considered to be a fruit of the logos in some sense. So, no, I think integrating meaning and truth and goodness is a good idea. I think the mistake that was made in the early part of liberalism was to think that there was a mistake made about rationality, which saw rationality as being purely about syntax and instrumentality. That is to say that it was treated as though rationality was something like a mathematical equation where you just put in the
inputs. That's what you're talking about with Searle, right? And the rules.
Yeah. And Searle says, no, Searle actually does a very simple critique. He says, look, if that were true, then there has to be some situation in which I would bet my life for a quarter. There has to be some odds at which I would do that. He says, but I would never do that. And I'm not irrational for not doing that. So I think you're absolutely correct. I think bringing meaning in and bringing truth and beauty and goodness into the political realm as legitimate values around which can be legislated is actually necessary. And I think that's a good move. Is what you're saying. But I don't think it's post-liberal.
I'm also a complete moron who throws around words that are more sophisticated than I can manage. But Gödel's incompleteness theorem, does that align with Searle at all? The rules-based system, any rules-based system you cannot derive the fundamental rules from within the rules that are set up. The system can't understand itself. All I know is this is what Roger Penrose and Jordan Peterson talked about when they were talking about quantum physics, which is, like I said, far beyond my intellectual capacity.
I don't know, because I haven't watched that conversation enough to be completely clear on that. But I don't think that you can't determine the way that liberal problem-solving systems work, the disconfirmatory systems. You can't derive from those systems themselves the moral values that you're trying to derive using those systems.
Yes, you have to take axioms for granted. You have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps to some degree.
Right. And what I'm saying is that the thing that we need to do is start having a question about the logos. And yes, our disputes and our theorizing about the logos happens within a liberal framework, but the logos isn't derived from the liberal framework.
Are you a maps of meaning adherent like I am? Not a Jordan Peterson fan, because those are two different things nowadays. Right? Maps of meaning adherent, not Jordan Peterson fan. Have you been influenced by maps of meaning a good amount?
No.
No,
I haven't read
because what you're saying is straight out of maps of meaning.
Well, it's very close. Well, I'm influenced by P.F. Strawson, Gareth Evans, Donald Davidson, John Searle, William Lane Craig, Alan Plantinga, Douglas Groothuis.
William Lane Craig, really?
Yeah, that's like Christian apologist, right? Frank Turek too. No, I'm just kidding.
That's interesting. That's super interesting.
William Lane Craig is known on the internet for his YouTube for his public apologetics, but his actual work is in analytic philosophy.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, he's an analytic philosopher. He teaches at Biola.
Have you encountered anything with? I mean, obviously some stuff with Jordan Peterson, but have you looked into his lectures at all with any
Oh yes,
Some
yes.
level of depth?
I've
Okay.
met Jordan a couple of times. I did three podcasts with Tammy.
Okay.
And so his wife and
That's
I
right.
did a number of podcasts where I
Okay.
do explanations of wokeness. So I'm quite familiar with his work.
Got it.
I have both of his books sitting over on my shelf right now. 12 Rules, 12 More Rules for Life are both sitting on my shelf. I love his work. He's fantastic. Oh, you're pointing at them. Good.
Yeah, one of
Good,
them's
good,
there
good.
and one of them's on my nightstand.
You also have a Guild guitar in the background?
I don't actually know what it is. I'm not good enough to play a couple chords.
Okay.
John Pike Bridges came over and we hung out for a few days. And
okay,
when he plays his instrument,
so
I'm just
so
like,
I'm
I can't
influenced.
play at all.
My background mostly comes out of analytic philosophy, and by that I mean a lot of Paul Grice, a lot of P.F. Strawson. Again, I'm just Joseph Heath, although he might be more. He was trained under Jürgen Habermas. This book again, he was trained under Jürgen Habermas. So I mean, you'd think that his training would be squarely continental, but he has a more of an analytic temperament to him. I think. I don't know how he would describe himself, and he would be a left liberal. So I don't know if he'd like me appropriating his work in the way that I have for my milquetoast sort of right centristism, which is, I don't have.
It's a clean version of enlightened centrism.
Yeah. I kind of like. In Canada, I would be considered very right-wing. In the United States, I don't know that I could win a statewide Republican primary in a place like Texas.
Look, I didn't know you'd even call yourself right-wing, and I've listened to like dozens of your videos.
Yeah. In Canada, I'm on the political right. In the United States, there'd be questions like people wonder whether I'm a right-winger. I'm a Christian, and so I am. So the reason that I say I would code as pro-right is because I'm pro-life.
Mm-hmm.
And
you believe that life begins at the moment of conception? Listen, hold on. We could take this wherever you guys want to go. This is your guys' show.
No, but
I come here to talk Israel. We can drop that right now.
I'm saying I'm a pro-lifer. I don't know if I'd legislate from the. Well, yeah, I think there's exceptions to the rule of how that would have to function, but I think ideally we allow the development of the fetus from the moment of conception, and we my mentor, P.G. Campbell, says that the idea to us of personhood radiates backwards and forwards to cover both, like the sunset illuminating the world, it radiates back and forwards to cover both life's inception and its decline.
Right. Continuum fallacy is not fallacy.
Are you a Christian?
Continuum
Wokal?
problem.
Yeah. So in the same reason that we don't kill the elderly because they have degraded away from their peak cognitive capacities and their peak personhood expression, we don't also that same protection extends through the entire period of the life of the person. But that doesn't mean that there aren't overriding cases in which we are justified in the removal of the fetus from the woman, even if the fetus dies.
Right.
I can think of a few.
I would say that our intuitions about whether or not a fertilized egg is a human being is actually valid. Meaning, if we were to say that the moment a sperm fertilizes an egg, that's a human life, then that means that terminating that life consciously would be premeditated murder, which would be first-degree murder, which would mean that a doctor or a teenage girl who undergoes or who takes a abortion pill would have committed a worse crime than someone who committed second-degree murder, which is like shooting someone at the bar out of anger. And that dissonance in my intuition is an indication that there is more epistemological content than I can articulate propositionally, but I have to trust that.
What you're talking about is that there's the background, what Searle calls the background. So the network is the intentional network. So that is things like propositions, phrases, words, ideas, concepts, etc. The background is the set of background capacities and general know-how that's required in order for you to have meaning at all.
Proposition.
Right. And so it goes all the way down, some cases into the biology, like you have eyes and you can see, but it also includes things like understanding the ability to speak English, being able to know that the past will generally be like the future, et cetera, right? Mm-hmm. So one thing Searle talks about is he says when he read the Gulag or he read something by, I think it was Dostoevsky. He read a book by Dostoevsky, and he said he had a much more clear and sharper opposition to communism after that. But he said, I didn't learn anything about communism that I didn't already know. So what changed? Well, what changed is the background. And I was just about to say, as you were talking about that the reason that our moral intuitions have a hard time or kind of split apart socially and fragment when we talk about the date of conception or the first 10 days after conception or zygotes or things like this is because our background is mostly conditioned by our experiences with other human beings, which we can talk to and speak to and look like us. And we can imagine ourselves with crystal pristine clarity what would happen if someone was murdered. But when it comes to zygotes, which can't speak to us and which we can't speak to and which we can't interact with, our background is a lot less clear. And so our interpretive capacity in meaning is significantly degraded at that level. And so a lot of times when you push the intuition pumps that people come up with, what you end up with is people having vastly different interpretations, and so it comes apart. And that's part of the reason why we have such difficulty and why those cases are so fraught. My own intuition on this, if I was to spell it out, is that there are three sets of intuitions. One is that people say, well, that zygote is just so different from me that it couldn't possibly be a person. It couldn't possibly count.
That's how I feel.
The second is that the person says, well, hold on a second. It's your genetic blueprint. It developed, that's the same organism as you. So it's what if it's not a person, if it's not a human being, what is it? It certainly is.
Right? To that, I say your hair color, eye color, skin color, genetic, like all that's encoded genetically upon fertilization, but none of that's relevant to who you are none of that's relevant to your divine value, so to speak.
What is relevant to my divine value? Does the divine value rest in the organism? Right. So you see that? You see? So we're touching on the thing that splits everyone apart. So what I tend to do on this politically is this. And this is where I think the pro-life movement makes a mistake. Because what people say is, well, the pro-lifers will bite the bullet on what you just say and say, yeah, well, we should jail women who get abortions and treat them like first-degree murderers. Because they will be winning the debate with a lot of people right up until they get to that point, and then people are like, no, we're not doing that.
I'm aware.
We're not doing that.
That's why I like to start with that point on the discussion.
Yeah, because it doesn't allow them to get their druthers. So this is what I think. I think what we're doing in politics is we're trying to cash out everybody's moral intuitions into a law that makes sense. And so the way I do it is I cash out the pro-life intuitions by saying that we're having a prohibition on abortion, except in cases of rape, incest, or the life of the mother. Because while people say, well, you can't kill the fetus is innocent. You can't kill the fetus just because, there's a case of rape. And to which I respond, the fetus has a right to life, yes. But when somebody else attaches that fetus to me, it doesn't have a right to my body. In cases where the sex is consensual, you're consenting to the act that places the fetus in your body. It's a different case. So I can give principled exceptions in rape, incest, on the life of the mother. Okay?
That you accept as principled, but your hardcore
well,
Christian
no, they would
counterparts,
disagree.
Right.
They might not, but I'm saying you don't. Well, they don't accept my principles, but they will accept that there is a principle there there is a legitimate principle there, whether they agree with it or not. It's not arbitrary. It's not random. And so what I do is I cash that out, and then I say, okay, with that on the table, the abortions that we're banning are elective. which, by the way, is like 96% of them. Okay. And then people say, well, what if a woman goes out and gets an abortion? Here's how I account for my pro-life institutions by banning it. And then I account for the institutions of leftists by saying that we go after the abortion provider and not the woman.
That makes sense on principle.
Right? That's what I'm going to do. And people say, well, that's not, you have two sets of principles there. I say, yes. At the level of what should be legal, I accept the critique of my Christian friends and I accept my own intuitions. At the level of punishment, we're going to cash out our friends' liberal intuitions. And what I'm doing there is I'm saying, because it's at least possible that I am wrong about this, I am not going to impose a lifetime sentence on a woman who has a morning after pill. Well, not a morning after pill, because those aren't really abortion methods.
Yes,
or a woman who has
corrected on that.
Are you 486 pills, which are the abortion pills, right?
Pills.
That's when you know you're
right.
Right. And or on a woman who has a first trimester abortion or a back alley abortion or whatever it is, we're going to charge the abortionist. And the reason we're going to exempt the woman is because what we are going to do is to account for the intuitions of our liberal friends at the political level. I am not saying that morally I accept what she did, but I'm saying that because politics is about creating situations in which you can get the votes for what people agree with, I'm willing to make a political concession to my liberal friends by saying we're not going to jail women for this. Yes. Does that make sense?
Totally. And I also agree that the fundamental conversation is upstream. My absolute fucking boy, Vivek Ramaswamy, brought it up on the Republican debate where he talked about sexual responsibility for men. It's like, hey, this is not just like it is like a men's issue as well, because it takes two to get pregnant. So, and that's sort of Jordan Peterson's position as well. There's a slippery slope of like, well, you can just kill, fertilized egg anytime. It's like, well, you should probably treat that very seriously. Like, I would regard it as borderline, if not straight up satanic. The women who like, well, my third abortion this, a year or whatever. Yeah. It's like, okay, which that to me is, it's a lot of the Satanist stuff too, is like, they're just adopting a identity in opposition of something they don't like because of personal experience or whatnot, which is a problem I think a lot of people have. But I absolutely agree that from the political perspective, it's about what can people vote on and what needs to be done sort of at the compromise of principle in the service of pragmatics, which is totally how I view the Israel-Palestine situation.
I'm trying to, I want to end the practice of abortion, but I want to do it in a way which accounts. I think that our liberal friends, the intuitions of our liberal friends, are telling us something important, and we have to cash that out somehow, because you can't just toss it away. Like, the reason why we say feel differently, like if some guy beats an old lady to death with a baseball bat and steals her purse, we feel very differently about that than when a 15-year-old says, yeah, I went and had an abortion pill because I got pregnant. Like, we feel very differently about those two things.
Rightfully so, I'd say.
And it's not just because we're being misled by empathy necessarily. It's because those are two deeply different situations, and there is something about the fact that when people say it's my body, my choice, that on a fundamental level gets something very wrong. To not make special account of the fact that her body is literally having another human being growing inside it, to not discuss that,
that's wild.
Act like that doesn't matter, is also wild. So we have to account for all of this. And I think that the way that I want to account for it is to, and I have a child out of wedlock. Okay. So I am a Christian, but I am an absolute hypocrite on this issue. And that's why I am hesitant to talk about it, because it's like,
we are all hypocrites and sinners.
I failed grievously. That's right. I failed grievously here. So, but I would want to say, Well, I can say this. I have 50-50 with my son. As a man, it is you do not get to splice off, at the very least, you don't get to splice off sex from responsibility. By choosing to have sex, you have to say, I am accepting the responsibility. And my son is the joy of my life, and I love him, and I raise him, and I take that responsibility very seriously. So I think bringing that responsibility back in to politics rather than just the freedom side, as you said, all of this is connected. And I think once we bring that responsibility back in, that will do kind of what reading Dostoevsky did for Searle. That will sharpen our background and allow our interpretation of this issue to come a lot closer together. And then we won't have to choose between, on the one hand, jailing rape victims who have desperate abortions when they're 14 and giving them 25 to life on the one hand, and then on the other hand, abortion on demand without apology, paid for by the state up to a minute before birth. Like we don't need to pick that.
Yes.
We don't
lies
need to
somewhere in the enlightened golden Aristotelian mean.
Yes, you're bringing back Aristotle, which is what I talked about before. That's why I have Davidson and Searle.
What my friend who studied philosophy in college told me, one time he said, basically all of philosophy is just footnotes to Aristotle. And then you just said this, and I'm like,
yeah,
Eric knows what he's fucking talking about.
Aristotle is kind. I mean, yeah, Davidson's favorite philosopher was Aristotle. Now, Davidson got a lot wrong. And a lot of the people who now are doing what they call analytic philosophy haven't read him and don't really understand what was going on with a lot of those early analytic philosophers. Like they haven't read A.J. Ayer or Carnap or Grice or Austin. They're not really familiar with that sort of tough-minded, symbolically logic-centered, sort of hard-nosed, terse analytic philosophy. But I also think that
neither am I, for the record. I don't know anyone that you just said.
Yes, but I also think that a lot of those philosophers got a lot wrong by focusing too much on the formal and syntactical elements of language and how things work, and less on the semantics and the meaning aspect of it. And so I think bringing the meaning and the experience and the things back together is part of what's happening. And I think that Jordan Peterson is the guy who's been doing it the best in the public sphere right now. And why I bring up William Lane Craig is because, yes, he does apologetics, but he also does the philosophy thing. And he's been, on the Christian side, has been trying to do something like that. But he's been, how can I say it? Craig showed up at a different moment in time. Like he showed up when the rage was, Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris and all of that, right?
Yes.
Like that hard-nosed atheism. And so
the cringe atheists.
That's where William Lane Craig popped forward, right? In that apologetics. Peterson's now operating at a very different moment. And so there's a whole different conversation that's occurring around him, which is very, very different.
Yes,
and actually, there was
the synthesis. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say Peterson and Bill Craig had a conversation with Rebecca Goldstein. And if you watch that conversation, because Rebecca Goldstein would be sort of in with the new atheists, but not really. She wasn't as hard-nosed as them, but she's married to, or she was married, or she was dating, or she's affiliated in some way with Steven Pinker. So she's kind of in that mold. And you can just see that the conversation has moved away from Rebecca and her kind of area of philosophy. Not that she's not good at philosophers, like full professor, well published. Her work has been well received. It's very good. It's solid philosophical work. But just the interest in the conversation where the energy is moving is the kind of dialectic between what Peterson and Craig are doing and about meaning. And that conversation was very, very interesting in how it worked and how it functioned. And I think it's that's kind of where I am. My apologetic interests and my Petersonian interests are kind of, my analytic philosophy interests are all kind of swirling at the moment.
Yep.
I'll say, if
go ahead, Sitch.
people had, if in terms of the abortion conversation, I think if the pro-life side was able to, have the conversation the way that you were having at Wokal, I think the country would be in a much better place. And I think they would be more persuasive to a lot of people on the left. So I really like what you're having to say, even though I disagree with parts of it. But let's move away from the philosophy nerds stuff.
Yes, I was going to say
into
anti-intellectualism
the
is
realm.
based. This is what this is. Just real quick, the synthesis
right.
of the syntactical and the background and the meaning. I think the forefront of that nowadays is JREG.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, let's
Of
move away.
pure intellectual,
True.
the acknowledgement of pure rational analytics, and then grounding it in embodiment. I think JREG
Right.
does that. Is on the forefront of that.
Did
I
you
think
see?
he's
Yeah,
Who's Jay
we
Wright?
talked JREG.
he's the greatest political satirist of the 21st century.
He's a YouTube channel. He's pretty funny. We talked not that long ago.
Funny?
But you could check him out on YouTube, JREG. He's hilarious,
Okay.
obviously. He's hilarious.
Anti-intellectualism is based.
I'm interested in what's your background, PF Young? Because I'm interested now in where you come from.
Yeah, well, I'm white.
You've got me
number
hooked.
one.
Okay.
Locate
Yeah.
your positionality.
Yes, I'm a cis white male. I am in Dallas, so I didn't do my land acknowledgement, so this does belong to the Choctaw, Habanero, and
Thank you.
Jalapeno tribes.
Wow, that was very.
What's my background? That's a great question. It's sort of like asking, who am I?
How it plays into your philosophy. So like,
yes,
I don't need to know your shoe size or something.
that's fair. I am fundamentally concerned about political polarization. I grew up in a very chaotic household between parents who fought quite viciously, and so I'm wired to be sensitive to conflict between two sides, and I'm very aware of the degree to which, in virtually every conflict, both sides have a responsibility to play. So my fundamental concern has been political polarization, and I make the joke that I am an enlightened centrist, and it's a half joke, as all things are. Politically non-binary, I think, is my new arc. But I do think we need. I do think we need a Aristotelian mean kind of perspective on virtually all issues. Like literally, if you pick any issue, there is a reasonable conservative position. There's a reasonable progressive position, because it's all basically cost benefit, cost trade-off, or trade-off issues in some degree. And there's always a reasonable position somewhere in the middle, not exactly in the middle, although given horseshoe theory and the extremes always being as wacky as they are on either side on virtually every issue, oftentimes it is somewhere in the middle, or exactly in the middle sometimes. But yeah, I'm trying to make radical centrism great again, or enlightened centrism great again.
Mhm.
That's my project. So yeah, and I was going to say I have a minor in gender studies, for what it's worth, which you might find interesting.
You actually?
I actually have a minor in gender studies, 100%.
So why do you hate Jews then?
Listen, let me be perfectly clear. Nobody loves Jews more than I do. Okay?
Look, your best friend's Jewish?
Well, and I do want to say for the record that you don't need to have a minor in gender studies to hate Jews. I just want to acknowledge that.
That is true. That's true. That
does help.
goes
But it
across
helps.
many
It's
fields.
a comedy
It
channel.
helps these days.
But it helps.
This is
There
a
you
comedy
go.
channel.
True.
I agree with your political polarization, and I work with, so it's amazing to me because two of the guys I work with, one is Russ Vought, who's a Republican legislator, not legislator. He's a Republican, I would say, strategist, thinker, works with CRA on right-wing political issues. And I also work with Chris Rufo. And whenever people talk to me, they think, well, you must be like this
Right-wing conservative.
Like that you have to be like this and I'm like, no. And if you talk to like if people ever actually sat down and asked Chris what his end goal for what his project is,
Theocracy.
it looks a whole. It's like, yeah, people
That's
think
not
like, you want
Walsh.
an Islamic you want a Christian
Sitch-
white nationalist theocracy. Chris is like, no, I want like a classical education in where we're centering thinkers like Aristotle and Locke and Aquinas and Mill, and that we're moving into new political philosophies. We're not cut from our roots, and people are just like, like stuff which would 5 minutes ago or like in the 80s, that was the kind of program which minted blue chip prospects for all kinds of companies. Like that would have been treated like it's wonderful. And now if you say, well, I'm interested in, like Stoic Greek philosophy, and people would be like, oh, so you're obviously a nutty right winger. And so I share your concerns around political polarization. The reason why I think that the people on the right picked me up and the people on the left have not is because I think that in the institutional fight and in the spaces of cultural creation and production, wokeness has, or critical social justice, if you will, has taken that, and they make it their goal to polarize anyone who is not in agreement with them. And because of that, anyone who doesn't hold to woke or woke adjacent views gets coded as right.
Mm-hmm.
This is how
you're
you
not a progressive fundamentalist. You are a heretic.
Look, yeah, I gotta ask you, Wokal, just because like Christopher Rufo has come up on the show before, and he has given some talks that seem very theocratic. It's a little scary just from someone who is maybe not as religious as you guys are.
Well, which talks did he give that you said sound theocratic? Because I think if you actually listen to what he's saying, he's talking about classical Western education is what he wants. Like they just had New College of Florida and they had Stanley Fish, who is as progressive as they get, almost radical, I would say, in his orientation.
I think Chris kids should be taught the Bible, but it's Sitch is actually the one that thought it was a little too far. Sitch,
I don't think people should be taught the Bible. I'm trying. I don't remember what it was. I remember like when Christopher Rufo first came on the scene, because I like a lot of what he's saying. I like a lot of what he's doing in terms of fighting back against wokeness. But I don't remember what it was. There was some speech or some tweet or there's something that to me was like, he said something about like the end goal was, to put religion back in school or something. I believe it was something to that effect. And I was kind of like,
I bring the Logos back to school because we are founded on Abrahamic values.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I don't think that he's talking about, no, Chris, I don't think I could have a look. I've never seen him give a speech like that. And he would never want to teach. He would never want to make schools into places where there were public schools into places of religious conversion. That would never be his goal. But I do think that he would talk about Judeo-Christian values. And that would be part of the whole idea of the cut flower of Western civilization, where you can't have an education without some form of values. And so you'd have to have something that's in the value set. And he would say that those values should be drawn from the Judeo-Christian tradition, which is anchoring Western civilization. But I don't think he would say that we ought to be converting people or using the public school system to, say, teach Christian theology in 5th grade or something like that. Like that's not what he's on about. Chris is not in any sense a theocrat of any stripe.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And I can say that from knowing him, that he's not, Chris is not a theocrat at all.
Maybe you can give him a call on the show sometime and Sitch can.
I have to go find out. I don't remember what the
Sitch can grill him.
I have to go.
Chris is.
Why'd you take my J away, Adam?
In 1990, Chris would have been like a centrist Democrat. But now, because he recognizes the problem with wokeness, and here's the other thing, Chris wants to do something about it. He's not just wanting to sit and criticize because he wants to do something about it.
Yes.
They code him as fascist.
100%.
Because he's doing something about it. right? That's how they think of him. So there's a lot of academics, because you could, in the academy, if all you do is criticize wokeness but don't lift a finger, they'll say you're a racist, sexist, bigoted, homophobe, but you're just a racist, sexist, bigoted, homophobe, conservative. But the moment you're like, well, I'm going to actually do something about this, now you're a fascist. So that's how he codes. But I mean, he would be, everything that Chris says, like every political position I've ever heard from him would have fit right at home in the center of American political opinion in, say, like 2004. Right? Like, this is, that he is on the right is a product of, or that they consider him part of the extreme right, that they consider him like this wildly extreme right-wing figure, is a product of how far the institutions have moved in one direction.
Wokal, how do you feel about the absolute prawns who resort to humor and covering up people with cats and joint imagery to disparage one's point?
What?
Well, it's always hilarious, and I live by the motto. I live by the motto that if it's funnier than it is wrong, you can get away with it.
It's true.
Whoa.
If it's funnier than it's wrong, it's true.
You just wrote my gravestone, Wokal. I want to die with that written
Comedians
over my head for life.
Comedians are the most important cultural movers who've seized the means of cultural production.
Yeah.
Anti-intellectualism is based. This is why listen.
The immune system for society.
Literally.
Yes, correct.
Literally.
The archetype of the jester.
Yep.
Because he's beneath contempt, he can say the things about the king that no one else will say.
We always
Right.
laugh at Sitch's moderating skills. They're what's most laughable on this show.
What?
What?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
When am I ever moderating a conversation? Wait. Don't tell me I have to moderate a conversation.
Ooh.
Is when you fly off the handle, okay, and I have to be like the elephant wrangler. I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, you have done some excellent moderation
Yeah,
skill.
see, there you
Some
go.
excellent moderating in the past.
Look at that.
I will give you credit for that.
Okay. Anyways, let's
Where do you want to take this
talk about
conversation?
Israel.
Let's
That's
talk
what
about
Palestine-
abortion for another
So
2
no.
hours.
let's
What
talk
do you
about-
guys?
So I don't know. Wokal can stick around if he wants to talk about Israel, or he could take off. He doesn't want to talk about Israel. Whatever he wants to do. It's up to you. You're a free will. This is a liberal society. This is a liberal stream. Okay.
You may or may not have free will, but you can certainly act as if you do. as
That's
Peterson
true.
would say.
That's true. But
Cyril actually talks about how you can't help but act that as if you do, because you can never go into a restaurant and sit down and say, "What do you order?" Say, "Well, I'll see." You know,
There
it's
you
like the
go.
old the Calvinist joke about predestination. What did the Calvinist say when he fell down the stairs?
That's
Thank God,
lit-
thank God that's over, right? Like you just, or the rabbi, do you believe in free will? I have no choice, right?
Right.
Like there's all these paradoxes. You can't help but accept it.
we have
And-
to act
and,
as if there is. Yes, sure.
That's
Cyril's-
but literally
one of
when I
Cyril's-
walk into a restaurant, though. That's literally what I say every time.
Yeah, but you can't just watch yourself order and be surprised by what you're doing. You have
I
to
do
actually
watch
have-
my-
He does.
Myself
He
order.
says, honey, order for me. I'm gonna sit back.
This is how I
Yeah.
order.
Peter Vandenwagen did excellent work on free will. And he kind of brought it back from the grave. And Cyril made the point that actually our understanding of
Okay,
the
let's
world
throw
is
away.
over
Let's
at all
throw
times.
away free will here. That was just,
Okay, we'll stop
then.
then. And
This
let's
was all just a
let's-
prelude into. Do you want to stay on for Israel Palestine?
Right.
Well,
First off,
enjoy being
actually,
in any conversation that's fraught with cancellation and the ability to get me fired. So let's do it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well,
Okay.
first
Yeah,
off,
nice. Yes.
Perfect.
I've made two
A
mistakes so
true
far.
artist.
Yes.
I did not start off with my land acknowledgement, and I did not ask Wokal if you condemn Hamas.
Look, Wokal's a nice guy. I'm sure he can.
My life is
You don't have
lived
to answer
as
that
a
question.
condemnation of Hamas.
That's true.
My mere I should add that I'm ethnically Jewish. So even if I didn't condemn Hamas has already condemned me. So
Right.
So wait, you're ethnically Jewish, but you're
Yes.
Christian?
I'm a
right
converted
now?
Christian. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you converted
So,
to Christianity. Interesting.
I'm a religious Christian, but I am
Wow.
I'm a halakhic Jew.
See, there's hope for you
Look at
still,
that.
Sitch.
So it's
Look, you could be a Jew for Jesus.
I don't think he's a Jew for Jesus. I think he's just
I am
Messiah
also,
already
like,
returned.
I went to a Protestant charismatic Pentecostal church.
Mm-hmm.
And so
the
I always
best.
used to joke that
Look, you're warming my heart here.
it's like the worst of all possible worlds. Like it's all like the outliers of society have like wound up in my brain. I'm like, hi, I'm here.
That's funny.
I'm from the
Yeah,
internet.
but it's
and I'm
all
here to help.
hellfire and brimstone, though. I love that stuff. Oh,
No,
so
no,
good.
the Pentecostals are the opposite. They're cheap grace, man.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, that's my church is. I always tell it's like the brownie church. It gets sweet, but it's full of nuts.
Well, I thought they were closer to Baptist. Baptists are all about the
Oh no, that's
fire
the
and
Calvinists.
brimstone.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
The
love
law.
that.
all
You
right.
hang up a
PF
picture in the church, you're going to hell.
So you're
Proof
okay.
Young,
So you're
I'm
ethically
going to throw the
Jewish,
ball to.
so we can
Yes.
disregard everything you say. So PF Young,
That's right.
That's
the
disgusting that you would say that,
I
Sitch. You're a
know.
fucking monster. That's
As
so
a Jew, I
anti-Semitic.
can say that as a
Oh,
chosen
yes.
people. Okay.
That's
Whoops.
right.
Ben Lion.
Okay.
Okay.
So
This is a
PF
yarmulke
Young,
with a hole
what
in it.
is? I sense that you're like very sympathetic to Hamas. So what is your position here that you want to talk about?
Okay. Well, I do condemn Hamas.
Thank you.
I think I believe the video of the truck going through Gaza. I think it was the day of October 7th, and all people were spitting on it and all that shit. It's like
Right.
that. When Jordan Peterson talks about like everyone has the capacity to cause great terror and harm to other people, it's like, well, when people are spitting on the dead body of a girl through the streets, that's like, okay, I could see why the darkest parts of humanity manifest themselves. I guess I've saw some stuff on Twitter of I think I have an idea of where you guys lean. I guess my fundamental concern is I don't think any solution to this issue can be presented without holding someone in power on the Israeli side accountable. So if we all agree, as we should, that the BLM Chicago folks are a little not invited to the conversation, let's say, then we need to oust Hamas, of course, and Hamas and people in Hamas need to be put on trial. I think what needs to happen is you need to have an international commission, a truth and reconciliation type commission, where an internationally, what would you say, assembled oversight board made up of Arab nations and the West, so Saudi Arabia, Egypt, United States, whoever, oversees trials of both Palestinians who committed terror and Israelis who committed terror. Because what I feel like is lacking in certain parts of the internet is the acknowledgement of the degree to which the Jewish supremacist terrorists have gone off the fucking rails, because they absolutely have. And I believe, I believe you guys would
Who
agree
are the
that what's
Jewish
going on.
supremacist terrorists?
Well, so I think the obvious one is Ben Gvir. You guys are familiar with Ben Gvir? Itamar Ben Gvir.
Why don't you remind us about
Is
Ben
he?
Gvir?
Okay.
He's-
So the fact that you're not is this is part of the problem. This is, in my opinion, this is like a leftist arguing about Hamas without knowing that in Hamas's charter it says we have no we make no, what would you say?
You're talking about the current
Session for the
Minister of
destruction
National
of Israel.
Security, Ben
Yeah.
Gvir? Okay.
The one who had a picture of Baruch Goldstein in his living room. Baruch Goldstein was the mass shooter in 1994 who shot up it's like the People's Cave Mosque or something, who shot up a mosque filled with Palestinians, killed 29 people. And the current Minister of National Security had a picture of him in his living room. That's like if the head of the DHS or some other department had a picture of Dylan Roof.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Definitely.
So when I'm I'll put myself in the average Palestinian shoes, not Hamas, and I see the Minister of National Security in Israel, who is in coalition government with the current reigning government, literally praised a mass shooter who killed Palestinians and supports all of the ongoing annexation in the West Bank and that nonsense. I don't think you can ever resolve the conflict without saying to the Palestinians, hey, look, some of your fucking grievances are valid. And if we're going to hold the Hamas terrorists accountable for saying, well, obviously the ones who fucking did the killing should be burned alive. But for the people who supported it and planned it and all that, it's like, I think that an international commission needs to come in and try Palestinians who supported Hamas and the Israeli settlers who kill Palestinians, who illegally annex land, and who support someone who praised, had a picture of a mass fucking shooter in his living room. That's fucked up. I do not believe that enough people are willing to acknowledge that just like radical Islam is a real fucking problem, and radical Islam is fundamentally different from, let's say, mainstream Islam, radical Judaism is a real fucking problem. And it's fundamentally different from certainly Jewish people ethnically, because that the whole religious component is arguably not even there. And there are also Orthodox religious Jews who are on the complete opposite side of this, who are on the pro-Palestine side, who don't believe Israel should even exist because they think it's a blasphemy. But until everyone agrees that radical Judaism is a fucking problem, the Jewish power party should not exist. We should not say that we have an unrelenting, ironclad commitment to Israel no matter what, if they happen to be led by a member of the Jewish power party who praised a mass shooter. Right. I think, you know what, at that point, you are now a Jewish theocracy, a Jewish supremacist theocracy, and I want no business supporting that.
So I guess
does that make sense?
Yeah, no. I mean, everything you're saying, I agree with completely. Well, I don't agree with the International Tribune, but I agree with the sentiment behind.
We can talk about that.
I understand. Like, if you usually when I'm on Twitter, I'm like reacting to something I'm seeing, and so I'm sure that my takes on a lot of issues are like, not the full scope of what my belief is. Because as I said on stream, my position is I'm completely against the settlements. And I would actually, even though I know it would be like really disruptive, I wouldn't actually have a problem with the forced removal of 500,000 people from those settlements as part of some peace agreement. I actually was having a conversation with my father about this the other day, and he brought up a good point to me where he was saying, like, listen, if the Israeli military expects, the millions of people from Gaza to basically displace themselves to move south to Hamas, how can you not turn around and say, well, how can you not displace, the 500,000 Israeli settlers from the West Bank, which isn't even their country? And I think that's a completely fair point. And I said this in the beginning of the conflict that, the only option to me that makes sense after this attack would be for the IDF to basically say that, we're going to work in conjunction with the PA, which I don't know if PA would be willing to do this, but we have to work in conjunction with the PA to basically take over Gaza, force the PA to be the government in charge of Gaza, and the Israeli military would have to be sort of the police force or the military backing the PA, because I don't think the PA has the military ability to fight Hamas at this time, and that would be the only solution. And probably some part of that would have to be some agreement on the situation in resolving a lot of the West Bank stuff. Because one of the fundamental things that bothers me, that angers me, is when people they incentivize bad behavior and they disincentivize good behavior. And Bibi and the far-right political actors of Israel for the last 20-ish years or so, or maybe a little less than 20-ish years, have been incentivizing Hamas. And they've been doing that because you have, the people in the West Bank who, there's violence and everything, obviously, but it's nowhere comparable to what's going on in Gaza with Hamas. And instead of incentivizing, some level of peaceful coexistence, it's being like, we're going to slowly push you out with the settlers. So they're basically disincentivizing people to not be terrorists, and they're continually incentivizing Hamas to be terrorists, because then Hamas can just point to the West Bank and say, look, they're trying to, peacefully coexist, and they're just getting pushed out. And so I think
right.
there is
Netanyahu should Netanyahu, if not resign, should be tried. I think that would be part of the commitment. There's no other way. I mean, Netanyahu funded Hamas as a means of keeping the division between the Palestinian, the PA and Gaza.
So I've heard that claim a lot, and I've seen it sourced to one statement that, to me, I think everyone misinterprets. So I don't know enough about that.
He allowed funding. He unfroze funding from Qatar to go to Hamas in suitcases full of cash.
There's some article about there was funding that was unfrozen, and he made a comment about, like, we need to keep Hamas and the PA kind of separate. But what he actually says, at least the article that I read, when you look at the source, was that he was saying Israel should be the one basically doling out the money in Gaza, not Hamas, because then Israel could control to make sure it doesn't go to terrorism. And then I feel like it's a misinterpretation. But anyway, that's not important. I agree. Bibi sucks. I think
so how about this
he'll be out of here. I don't, the Israelis don't, they do blame him for the attack, and I think he'll be gone after this. I am worried that he could intentionally prolong the conflict as long as possible in order to maintain his power. I think that's definitely a fear that could materialize, or maybe is materializing right now.
So let's talk practicality. And I will say, just overall, as I'm sure we all would agree, none of us are experts. You can't be an expert on this. It's too complicated. My concern with this issue is because, as Americans, we have to have, some of us are Americans, right? Wokal, Canadian, right?
Dirty Canadian.
You sort of have to make a decision of, like, if you're going to vote for a politician, you need to know what their policies are, and you need to have some perspective on this issue, at least what America should do. And if we're talking about, like, practicalities here, I say we cut off aid to Israel until they censor the Jewish Power Party. The precursor to the Jewish Power Party is a U.S. designated terrorist organization. The Koch Party, or the Kahane Party. Aristocracy brought it up the last time you had her on.
Mm-hmm.
So the current Israeli Minister of National Security is a U.S. designated terrorist group sympathizer. So if we're going to give them money, we say, hey, get rid of this guy. The Israelis passed a law. They're the ones that outlawed that party. So they should do the same with the Jewish Power Party. Now, if the question is, well, what if they can't, because 30 to 40% of Israelis are hardcore Orthodox Jews or something? I think the polls are like 30 to 50% of Israelis support settlements in the West Bank. That's a problem. And I don't know how to address that problem any more than I know how to address whatever percentage of Palestinians support Hamas.
But see, that's important to what you're saying about America pressuring here, is because, my understanding is that the majority of Jewish Israelis are not religious, and that they're pretty secular for the most part. And then there's like a minority I'm just saying what my understanding is. And there's a minority that is super religious, and that a lot of the secular Jews, because it's Israel and because of other things, they kind of, do a lot of deference to, a lot of the very religious Jews in the region. And my understanding, and the way that my interpretation of what's going on here with the Jews supporting the settlements, even the secular Jews, is that there's this idea that, like, we've tried to do peace for 70 years and it keeps blowing up on our face, and, that's never going to work. We can't trust the Palestinians anymore, so just kind of like push them out. Because I've heard the retort to my argument about the settlements is that, which I don't agree with, they say, oh, well, the only reason the West Bank isn't a problem is because of the settlements, because those people aren't allowed to mobilize and collectivize and blah, 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 blah. So that would be my guess as to why there's so much support in Israel for the settlements in the first place.
Sure, it's
more than like a religious
security. That's a security argument. It's like, okay, well, that's what the Palestinians say about wiping out Israel. We're not safe until they're not here.
Well, the problem with that argument is that that's not, for like the last 60 years.
It's wrong.
It's never been true. They only really have the argument recently with the West Bank stuff now. That's never been true for them, and they've been offered
what's
peace.
Not been true?
That it's their security requires them to wipe out Israel. Israel's the one that's been, going to the table again and again and again to offer the two-state solution.
I don't.
and they
Yeah.
keep
See,
saying
so this is an
no.
example. So this is where there are. Uh, I hear so many conflicting
Mhm.
perspectives from people that I regard as intelligent and decent. Like, there's what you just said is, yeah, the Israelis are the one constantly going for peace. Then I hear, you guys might dispute these people, but Gabor Mate and Mearsheimer, who say no, it's been bad. Netanyahu sabotaged the prime minister who pushed for peace. What was his name? Rabin or something, was assassinated.
Zach Rabin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
was assassinated for
So,
trying to make as much
right.
peace.
The answer to the question
Now, is all that true? It's like, again, this is the
the
problem.
answer is
of
yes. No.
us.
I have the answer. The answer is that we're both true, because there are times when Israel's pushing for peace, and there are times where Israel's sabotaging peace, depending on who's in charge of the government. And so,
Right,
like,
and right now it is a far
I
right
agree. Right now,
theocratic government.
yes, right now, Bibi Netanyahu and the coalition that he's using to maintain power, because it doesn't work the same way it works in America, is not a party that cares about peace or wants peace. They're a party that believes in a one-state solution
Right.
where everything is Israel. I
So
agree.
the current
But
government
what-
of Israel is at
right.
odds with American interests, and we should stop
Yes.
supporting
So,
the current government of Israel.
So what I'm referring to in terms of is like, how did people go to support the current government of Israel as it stands? Because I believe
Sure.
that it's more security based and not ideologically based.
On
Where I believe that
what,
the history
why?
for the Palestinian people is an ideological basis. And that's why when I was talking about coming to peace, I was talking about, obviously in 2000, with Bill Clinton, the last really big, chance of peace, it was Israel was willing to give up 98% of the demands that they wanted. I think one of the few sticking points was just Jerusalem. And it was very clear that Yasser Arafat was just kind of fucking with them. And I think the way that me and Adam look at this is that we have a bias in favor of democratic liberal institutions, or institutions that at least can manifest democratic liberal institutions, where the Palestinians, unfortunately, don't have that. So, for example, like,
neither do the Israelis.
They do
in the current right-wing government.
Yeah,
that's not the case.
No. They're still okay. The current right-wing government of Israel.
Wait, hold on. Wait, stop for a second. The Israelis still have the tools and the capability to have a liberal democracy.
And the United States should pressure them to act on those tools and say, we're cutting off aid unless you do it.
Yeah, but
I would add that, hold on, but I would add something else. I think the Ben-Gvir thing is an interesting thing. If you read about him, and I've been sitting here reading about him, a lot of what you say is true, but I don't think that Ben-Gvir, if you remove him tomorrow, Israel's actions in this matter don't change at all. And so I think,
yeah, obviously the actions they've already taken don't change. I'm saying
I'm saying they would have acted exactly as they are acting now, regardless of Ben-Gvir. It would have made no difference. Israel.
Well, that's okay. Go ahead.
That is simply because Israel used to have a policy of mowing the lawn, right?
Yeah,
pulling the weeds. When the terrorists would show up, but an incursion of the sort that happened on October 6th is an existential threat. It made the prospect of really taking out Israel a real thing. And so now Israel's in the situation of they can take on Hamas. They might be able to take on Hamas and Hezbollah. But if the Iranians get involved or other large nations get involved, all of the sudden we begin looking at, like, Israel start having to look around and ask questions about its nuclear arsenal.
Right.
And
which
that
I'm
is
fundamentally concerned about.
Right. And that is a very serious problem. So for Israel, they're going to say right now, we are willing to take the hit on absolutely destroying Hamas, and people can hate us all they want. But that says to all those little terrorist groups around us that the policy here has changed, and you had better not attack. If you're, or how does it say it? If you come at the king, you best not miss. And I think that is the move that's happened. And I think that happens regardless of Ben Gvir. I also think that a lot of this analysis, although it's not wrong, it's too thin in that it isn't accounting for the fundamental fact that at the end of the day, you have the problem, as I see it, is that you have two groups that both want claim to the land, and neither one of them is willing to live under the governance of the other. And since they both want the land and neither one is willing to live in the governance of the other, the situation that is required is a two-state solution where they're separate.
Right.
But
yes, Israel should, I think
but
Shank
Israel
actually
has
had a good idea
offered,
in terms of
has
ending.
offered,
Go ahead.
so,
Sorry,
Israel
you're not
has
camera.
offered
It's
on
hard to read.
on oh sorry Israel has offered on several occasions very large amounts of land to the Palestinians to form a state, and they have refused. Bill Clinton actually talked about this dealing with Yasser Arafat, saying, I tried, and Arafat
fucked it up.
Yes, but at the end of the day, the Palestinians will never accept a Jewish presence in the region, or the Arabs will never accept a Jewish presence in the region. It's just fundamentally not going to happen. And for that
I
reason,
have a question.
That needs to be dealt with. That needs to be part of the conversation. And so what do? Are you going to say to the Jews, because this is the question I always ask the leftists and the Palestinians, to where are the Jews indigenous?
Why is that relevant? This is, hold on. There's several.
Right. Well, the reason that's relevant is because
here.
whenever I ask, well, I'll tell you why it's relevant. The reason why it's relevant is because I always say, if the Jews can't form a state in Israel and they can't live there because they will be driven out, where do they go?
Yeah.
United States of America, baby. Where half of them are here already, and we're the best country. See, there's a lot of Jews who believe that Israel is like the Holy Land.
Heavy sigh from Sitch.
And the fact is, people think Israel, we're God's chosen people. This is it's like, no. America is God's chosen country. So get your asses over here.
This is
true.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, as like I said at the beginning, nobody loves Jews more than I do. If I were God Emperor, I would say today or tomorrow we will grant every Israeli secular, liberal, Democrat loving, whatever, not Democrat, capital D, Democratic institution, small d, free citizenship to America. If the Gazans can move 1 million people in 24 hours, we will give every Israeli who wants to be safe to come to America, the greatest country in the world. You get a year or something like that.
Look, it's a nice sentiment, but when they're marching on the quad in Harvard to get rid of the Jews, it could flip at any minute.
Well, hold on. Okay. So,
I would say they're much safer here than in Israel.
I agree. Yeah.
Oh, safer than a place where they control their entire government?
Please stop. Okay. The question of, where should the Jews go? Like that only matters in terms of the ideology of, whether peace can be achieved between the two groups of people. It doesn't actually matter pragmatically now because, even personally, I don't think it was the greatest idea in the world for Israel to, come into being, in 1948, right? But guess what? It fucking did. And it's not going anywhere. And the people aren't going to leave.
Not.
So it's to me, it's like a complete waste of time to even focus on should every Jew in Israel move to America? Of course not. And that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So I just want to move away from this conversation of where should the Jews go? Okay, they're going to stay in Israel and the Palestinians are going to stay in Palestine. So let's try to deal with what we're working with right now.
Yes,
I agree, but
a
lot of people say that the Palestinians should just be wiped out and removed.
Right, and those people are horrible monsters, and none of those people are in this conversation. Right.
No, that's. I think maybe my question was misconstrued. My point was this: when I say where do the Jews go, well, they have nowhere to go because no one will accept them. Someone says Europe, I'm like, we tried that once, didn't go so well.
US of A.
So hold on. The Americans will never accept the transplanting of 1 million Jews. It'll just never happen. Nobody will. So, or 2.5 million Jews. So here's the thing. They're both going to be trapped in the land. the Jews aren't going to live as dhimmis, and the Palestinians aren't going to live under a democracy. And because the Jews are willing to allow, or the Israelis and the Jewish Israelis are willing to allow for a Palestinian state, but the Palestinians are not willing to allow for a Jewish presence. And so at the end of the day, everything that needs to... There's also a lot of incentives that are structured where a peace process ends the grift for a lot of people. So I just feel like all of that needs to be taken into account. I don't want to toss away anything that P.F. Young said here. I just don't. But I just want to bring that the larger fundamental conflict of there's a piece of land. There's two groups that both want to live there. Both of them have a claim to that land. And both of those groups can't have everything they want, because if the Palestinians wanted everything they want, they'd have all the land for them. If the Jews had everything they want, they'd take all the land for them, if given their perfect world.
Right.
And since neither of them want their perfect world, or neither of them can have their perfect world, there's a conflict there, and it's seemingly intractable in important ways. And I just want to make sure that we don't lose within the things that P.F. Young is getting into, because those are not wrong, but I just don't know that those things, if you got rid of, say, Ben Gvir and some of those other things, I don't think it gets to the fundamental intractability of the problem. And so I guess I would say is where do you start to deal with the fundamental intractability of the problem?
The fundamental problem at root of this is theological, 100%. It is the radical Islamism.
I completely disagree, but go ahead.
What do you... Okay, it's the radical Islamism and the radical Judaism that says we are God's chosen people. Our rights matter more than the Arabs. This is our land. It was granted to us by God. We are God's chosen people. So therefore, we are entitled to this land based on an axiomatic prescription in our magical book, which is what and then the radical Islamists say, well, what is the line behind every tree a Jew will hide and you kill them, or something like that? It's like, the problem is fundamentally, the problem is fundamentally theological. So the question is, how do you solve theological disputes? It's like, that's an incredibly fucking difficult question. But I would say it's to create the conditions to facilitate dialogue where possible, interfaith dialogue. Now, pie in the sky, I suppose, but if the alternative is just, well, let one group wipe out the other or let them wipe out each other, no. I think we should be striving for dialogue. And I think you need a catalyzing event. And I'm curious to hear, well, both of your disagreements, apparently, Sitch and Adam. I think you need a Nuremberg trial or a Rwandan Genocide Truth and Reconciliation Committee type event to catalyze the peace process, to say each side has grievances here. The Palestinians have been abused. There are psychopathic Jewish supremacists who have killed you, and vice versa. The psychopathic Hamas terrorists have killed innocent Jews. So an international commission of the Arab world and the West will come together, and we will, however long it takes, go through, and we will try individuals, so that you need a scapegoat. I don't know if you're familiar with Rene Girard, Wokal.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
I think you absolutely need a psychological catalyst on both sides to say, yes, my grievance has been acknowledged, and there needs to be a scapegoat. And I don't mean that in the cynical sense. I mean that, well, in the Girardian sense, but I mean, you need to hold people on both sides accountable. And then you can differentiate. When you separate the Jewish extremist supremacists from the secular Israelis, you've now separated those two. And when you separate the Hamas terrorists from the innocent Palestinians, you separate those two. You say, well, try the extremists in an effort to bring about peace in between.
No.
Mm-hmm. So I just brought up
my answer to that is a whole lot of much easier said than done.
Yes.
And because the other thing is amongst the once you separate out those Israelis, so you take out the terrorist Israelis and you take out the Hamas supporters, you have like 50 other groups that are all battling, Zoroastrians, and you have different members of the various strands of Israeli politics and the various strands of Palestinian politics. Yeah. You have the external pressures from the rest of the Middle East. So, but I think that the thing that you touched on of the scapegoat is fundamental. I think you can kind of see it in the decolonization. If you take the extremists on the political left in America, you'll have all these groups who are saying we need to decolonize America, and they're very, very, very woke. And it's all these different indigenous tribes will say, I am from this tribe, and we're all in solidarity. You say, 100 years ago, you guys hated each other and were fighting to the death over this land. But now you see yourselves as having a common enemy of white people who have built a structure called America on your land.
Yes, the Apache wiped out the Comanche, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, and so it's all of a sudden it's like, oh, that'll unify you pretty quick. An external force.
Yeah.
And then you have to have somewhere for all of the problems to go, and that's your scapegoat. Right?
Which is a psychological mechanism, right? That has to be acknowledged and accounted for.
What needs to happen is there has to be a way for both sides to be able to do this without either side. It's an honor culture, and they have to be able to do it while saving face. That's another thing that people forget.
Let both sides get justice on the side, the portion of the side that committed legitimate things worthy of grievance against them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is the counter argument to that?
Well, okay. Well, before I get into the scapegoat thing, regarding the religious thing, so I just looked it up in 2022 self-polling for Israel. The largest group of the population, 45%, identifies as secular. The second largest group, 33%, identifies as somewhere between secular and religious.
You have
very broadly. Okay.
We can have two. Hold on. We can, because there's two ways to split it. Just so you understand where I'm coming from. The self-description of secular, I take the Jordan Peterson approach on this, is like that doesn't mean anything if all of your morals and axioms are based on religious precepts. And so if you're a secular Israeli who talks about we were here 3,000 years ago, from my perspective, that's a religious argument.
Okay, so you understand that, like, in these conversations, people will profit forward like arguments that have nothing to do with like their values, that are just NPC talking points that they just regurgitate. Okay, so
I'm aware people
I don't
do
know
that.
about a hypothetical person who identifies as a secular Jew saying, well, we have a right to be here because we were here 3,000 years ago, because, you know, first of all, that's not even a religious argument. That's an argument that all peoples make, which I think are stupid arguments, by the way, don't get me wrong, about that their bloodline has some tie to the land or whatever.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's archetypal, mythological type.
Yes,
this is our collective identity.
Which is,
that's what I'm saying is a religious
but
argument.
that's divorced from the religious question. Okay, because
I disagree.
Well, I'll explain why in a second. So let me just go over this poll. Okay, so 45% secular, 33% are somewhere in the middle of secular and religious, 10% are the ultra-Orthodox, and 12% are some other flavor of ultra-Orthodox, or not ultra-Orthodox, but like very religious. Okay, so according to the polling, majority of people in America, secular or moderate on the religious part of everything. So my problem with sort of you saying that this is a religious conflict is that I think it is an ideological religious conflict from the Palestinian side. I think from the Jewish Israeli side, even though those elements definitely exist and may even control the Israeli government right now, I think historically it's been mostly a security conflict for them, as opposed to a religious, we should have all of this area. Because if that was the guiding principle, the guiding principle from the beginning was we should control this area, they would have just done it. They would have done it in the 40s or 50s or 60s, and everyone would have just had to deal with it at that point.
Let me. I also go ahead.
Well, but when you say that, like, there's a grand mythology that everyone kind of operates under, and that's religion. To me, like, okay, that's everyone. Everyone has some grand ideology that the world's operating under. That's fine. When we're talking about like the religious dispute here, we're talking about organized religions and how that's affecting the conflict at the moment.
Okay.
Well,
go ahead, Wokal. One thing I want to say. I can feel myself getting upset, and I apologize for that because
No, let go.
No. I want to push back on something just a little bit that Stitch said. There is like a 30%
It's Sitch.
chunk
It's Sitch,
of the
Wokal. Come on.
Sitch,
Come on,
Sitch,
Wokal.
sorry,
Sitch.
I said Stitch instead of Sitch.
It's like situational awareness.
There
go.
is a 30% of the Jewish population in Israel, which is pretty consistently very religious and believes in a religious entitlement to the land. When a third of your country believes that, there's the religious element, the religious impulse is kind of baked in. And I also think, I don't think it's hocus pocus to say we were here. Because if you say, look, I'm here because I was born here. My parents were here. This is my home. I think that's the thing when people say, well, it was my home too. We were here for your people stole it from my people. And it's like both what's being argued over is who has a right to this area of land and to call it home. Because nobody wants to be nomadic and homeless, right? Nobody wants to be placeless. It would be like if I had a this is now it may not even make sense at a certain level, because you could go back, to when the Romans owned the area and displaced a bunch of people and put their own people in. And then you could have Romans saying, well, look, we've been here for 2,000 years.
Yep.
I mean, how far back does it go? Yeah. Like how far back does it go? So I agree that it's not necessarily useful to say, well, who was here first when it goes back at the 3,000-year-old question. And the answer is lost in many cases in the mists of history, but it's not a stupid question. I don't think it's irrelevant. And so I think those questions are on the table. And I think P.F. Young, I want to, although I don't come down with him on him, I do think he is right that there is this sort of mythical and historical and religious part that is baked into it by the fact that a third of your people are saying, God gave it to us. That you can't just toss that out. That becomes part of the political milieu. And you can't just eject it. There's enough of it there that it's a consideration.
Right. So I definitely agree with that. And, very often a extreme or a minority group that has a very extreme ideology can definitely pull countries or organizations in various directions, even if the majority doesn't agree with it. So I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with the notion of the religious aspects of Israel are baked into the mythology of the country, even if the majority of the population is secular and not really practicing. Okay, so I agree with all that, and that's all completely fair points.
Straight out of Mapsamini.
But what I'm getting at here is what I was trying to get at earlier in terms of, who is the side that we can influence. And I think it's, as you said, Wokal, which I agree with completely, is that even though Israel right now might have a government we don't like, everyone in this conversation doesn't like, or whoever doesn't like, in terms of it being too right-wing or too religious or too ultra-nationalistic or whatever, is that it is still a democracy, still a liberal democracy, and it still has the tools to change that through elections and through various electoral processes. And the problem is that with the Palestinians, I'm not blaming them personally, but the problem is they don't have those tools available to them at the moment. And they haven't really ever had those tools available to them. Sure. And so that's where a lot of these modern conflicts all stem from, is that you have a country that has a democracy that we can influence and do things with, in conflict with a country that we can't really influence through the normal channels of power that we would be interacting.
No soft power at all, only hard power. That's all I understand.
So I would say, so maybe we can all agree, if we were to pick a policy, is that the U.S. should pressure Israel to excise, to censure, to whatever, imprison or try the extremists in their government that we all regard as terrorists, because that's what the U.S. designated the precursor group to.
So
is that
No, I don't agree. So I agree that America should be using its foreign policy. I don't like the American foreign policy of kind of like letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants. And we kind of talked about this. We covered the Abraham Accords and how it's interesting because those basically came about because Trump was sympathetic to the Palestinians and he didn't want Bibi to annex the West Bank. And apparently, and I didn't even know this, that's the Abraham Accords were to prevent Netanyahu from annexing parts of the West Bank in the first place. But Trump completely fucked up by basically granting them Jerusalem, or America's acknowledgement of Jerusalem, without getting anything for it. The conflict, and that kind of sabotaged Trump's relationship with the Palestinians, which had been actually pretty positive until that moment. But so I'm totally in favor of America using its power to try to pressure Israel to stopping the settlers, stopping the settlements, and pulling people out of the settlements and all that stuff. I'm totally on board with that.
Okay.
But what you're suggesting, well, I understand the psychological need for a scapegoat and how that would be beneficial and helpful. If you start to say that a foreign country is going to start pressuring another country to take its heads of state and put them in jail, that's like those heads of states are
That's
never
preferable to what's happening now.
No. But what you're suggesting is going to make it so that the soft power doesn't exist. Something that Adam brings up a lot is like a lot of dictatorships begin because the people in power know that the second they leave power, they get arrested. And this is actually part of Bibi's fear, is that he has all these corruption charges,
right,
and
so
he's afraid that when he gets out of power, he'll get arrested. So if you're going to have America come in and say, we want you, the people in charge right now, we want you to arrest them. Well, then we don't have any soft power, because soft power only works when we can get those people in power to kind of go along with what we want.
And if we can't, and they continue to kill thousands of Palestinians, what's the alternative?
Yeah, but we've never, to my understanding, America's never tried to use its soft power to force Israel to end the settlements in the first place.
Well, now it might be a good time to do that.
Well, we did try with the Abraham Accords. I mean, that's the whole purpose of it.
We were talking from annexing. We weren't stopping them from settlements. But
Hold on a second here.
Look, incremental steps, Sitch.
I agree.
Hold on a second here. Pressuring Israel to say, well, arrest your heads of state. If that were to work,
which, by the way, is a very reductive. I'm not suggesting we say, all right, go in and arrest Netanyahu as is. I do think there needs to be international investigations at that level. And it needs to be there obviously needs to be in partnership with the opposition party and whatnot. You can't just go in and arrest.
But everyone will say, but there will
But that's how it will be presented optically.
But I don't think that's how you'll get. It will look inorganic, and it will look forced, and the people on the inside will not accept it.
Right.
I think what needs to actually happen is something like this. I think the catalyzing event occurs when Palestinians realize, when the dissonance between the Palestinians, between watching the Hamas strategy get their area totally obliterated, while the Hamas leadership lives in opulent wealth in Qatar
and London.
When that begins to hit home and they lose their niche, right? When that happens and they get left behind by the regular Palestinian society, and when the incentives are structured away from courtship of extremists, that opens up the possibility to create something that's stable enough to bring about peace. One of the things that I think is overlooked is one of the reasons why, and you're beginning to see this right now happening in the United States, the kind of backlash to woke, because woke got indulged during the summer of 2020 and 2021, and it literally just burned cities and destroyed businesses. And people are like, whoa, we don't want this. Because when you have nice, clean streets and nice, clean cities and you lose them, most people backlash against that hard. The reason why this hasn't happened in blue cities and places like San Francisco is because a huge portion of the population lives in gated communities. They commute in and they commute out, and it's not their day-to-day problem. At some point, if I wanted to help create a situation in which the Palestinians were incentivized away from Hamas, part of how I would do it is I would send in something like the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and I would engage in a decade-long building project of schools and infrastructure. And then as Hamas engages in terrorist activities to either destroy it, they become villains, or they have to accept the legitimacy of it, at which point they lose their credibility. You have to give the people, the Palestinian people, something to look at. Because right now, the thing that they have to look at, to dream of, is a world without Jews, right? You've got to give them a vision that competes with that. And I don't know what a catalyzing event for that is, but I think that needs to occur. I think if you give them something to aim at, that would be extraordinarily helpful. And
yes, economic development, I do think, is
not
key.
even economic development, but like give them a vision for a world.
Yes.
A vision for the future. Sure.
Yeah. That's why I always said that's where Israel's primary fuck up for the last 20 years has been, is to not make West Bank that model, that vision.
What is Sitch/Adam? What is your current solution, if you had to offer one?
To this current crisis, or like the broader?
To the current Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
It's what I said before, which is that Israel needs to reach an agreement with the PA to, whatever it takes, whether, means pulling all the people out of the West Bank or not, to basically have the PA is going to govern Gaza, and Israel will be the occupying military force to back up the PA's, rulership of Gaza until they can root out Hamas, or until the PA can handle on them
right there.
on their own.
So do we all agree that there is no possibility, or likely no possibility, for peace in Israel unless the settlers in the West Bank are forcibly evicted?
I'm giving you what I think they should do. There is a possibility of peace. I don't know if it'll look good. So I wouldn't use that language. But
okay, but we all agree that the settlers in the West Bank should be forcibly evicted.
that would be my idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it depends.
That's
I would say it depends.
You're coming back to the road of
land
enlightened
swaps.
centrism.
Well, it depends how you do it. You could do it with land swaps, but at some point, what I would say needs to happen is I think if Israel really wanted to do something important, if they really wanted to, if I was an Israeli and I wanted to take a kind of Hail Mary shot, I would say we're going to go all in on building you desalinization technology. I'm just going to give it to you so that you can have water. And we're going to help you build infrastructure for running water. And I think if you just did that, we're going to give you an enormous amount of running water. If you did that, that would salve a lot of wounds very, very quickly.
Yeah, maybe.
I think
stuff like that matters.
I think
stuff like that opens up an attitude a lot more than West Bank settlements, because that's just going to get into a discussion of land swaps. But if you do something like we're going to give
Wokal,
you the desalinization technology,
let me push back on this.
But just 1 second. I think if you say, I'm giving you the desalinization technology and this is free, we're just going to do this for you.
Right. Okay.
We're just going to do it. You get it for free. Something like that. Then you can begin a discussion about what happens in the West Bank and land swaps and all stuff like that, with a sense of goodwill. And I think that that's far more effective than just starting with the land swaps. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. But you're thinking of it. Go back to your post. Okay. You're thinking about it from a Western democracy perspective. Sure. Okay. Look, Hamas is in power right now. There's probably a power structure of maybe 50 guys. Okay. They do whatever they want. They have sex with whatever woman they want. They stay out and, they basically run like the mafia. They control the population. Okay. As soon as the population's standard of living starts getting better, their power wanes. So those 50 guys do not want Israel to build desalinization there. They don't want the population to have fresh water. They want the population to be angry and be mad at Israel. They want to make Israel the scapegoat, because that keeps those 50 guys in power. And you have to get rid of those 50 guys. And the challenge is there's 50 guys beneath them who want to do the same thing because it's a cultural thing. There's 50 guys beneath them. It's just like the mafia. So they're going in and they're killing the 50 guys, but there's underlings underneath them that are used to doing this. It's the pattern of life that they have. They go around to the restaurant and they shake them down for money, just like we talked about the bribes thing. They lord over this population. So this is the problem. I don't look, and you can't solve it from a Western perspective of we're going to build a desalinization plant.
No. But I'm not suggesting that. What I am suggesting is that what Israel is doing right now, what Israel's goal in the way they're handling Hamas right now, Israel's goal is to make it so that nobody wants to replace those 50 guys.
Yes, I know that's the challenge.
Well, that's what Israel is doing. Israel wants it to be so brutal that nobody wants the throne that Hamas occupied, and they just say we're not touching that.
So
if that works, then you can begin building goodwill with the Palestinian people once you've extracted the Hamas element from them. And then you can start building infrastructure and structuring the incentives away from violence and revolution. That's the point. I'm not saying that building desalinization plants is the end be all and end all. No. What I am saying is that even if you have that kind of Bronze Age-esque mindset, even if that is your worldview, making someone's life materially better and then strongly disincentivizing violence does do a lot to help you. A lot of
in the right context, I agree. I totally agree with you 100%.
But that is dependent upon the absolute destruction and removal of Hamas from the situation in its entirety.
Yeah. No. So I agree exactly with what you're saying. And I think the way it would have to work is, even, people say the PA sucks and they're corrupt and they're incompetent, and that could all be true. So it doesn't matter. All you need is basically Israel just to literally have a puppet that has a Palestinian face on it they can control, that just have that organization or those people working with Israel, building what you're talking about, building desalinization, building infrastructure, doing all these things in Gaza. And I think that is more important than West Bank settlement issues. But building infrastructure in Gaza that people can look at and see an alternative. And yes, Hamas is going to come in and they're going to try to blow up the desalinization
yes, of course
facility.
They are.
They will try to blow up the
because they want their jobs back.
Because they want to keep their jobs. And they will say, listen, the PA is a puppet of Israel, and the desalinization is really going to poison the water. But they're going to, create all sorts of lies and do us all this stuff. And I think the only solution is it just doesn't matter. You just have to say, oh, you're going to blow it up. We're going to build another one. And we're going to use international funds to build another one. And we're just going to keep doing this and doing this and doing this and fighting this war so that eventually the people who live there are like, wait a minute. I mean, they are building desalinization plants. They are building schools. What the fuck are you doing for me? And I think that's really the only long-term way to sort of
what I want to do is I want to break Hamas apart and then engage in the kinds of things that make people say, Hamas, you're nothing but a cancer. I want them to become a cultural pariah. That is the goal. And that fits in well with the Bronze Age mindset. That's not a liberal necessarily a thing, although liberals could do that. My point is that if you can extract Hamas and you can degrade their capability and degrade their power and degrade their influence in the region, you go after them and break them apart like the mob, and then give people a reason to be incentivized away from that. At that point, the mob begins to lose its shine. It's kind of like what's happening in New York now. Like the 5 families of New York crime do not run things the way they used to. Why? Because they had their capabilities significantly degraded, and then economic development gave everybody who wanted to make money way better ways to do it that didn't involve shooting people or getting shot.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a great comparison.
Yes.
But but I also think how do I say this? One of PF's points, which I do think is right, I do think that part of it's solving the problem also will require the Israelis to cease to engage in the sort of cynical playing of the Palestinian groups off of each other.
Mm-hmm.
This is my fundamental concern with the entire conversation, is you cannot just focus on Hamas. There's no possibility for peace whatsoever unless the Israeli extremists, the minority of them, are held accountable. You cannot have a conversation about, well, if we just cripple Hamas and we cause people to turn against them. It's like the reason Palestinians support Hamas is almost entirely due to their hatred of the extremists on the other side, not because they think Hamas will produce the proper infrastructure for them. And if Hamas was not producing the proper infrastructure, the Palestinians would still be fueled by hate for the genuine extremist terrorists on the Israeli side.
I don't think to me, the word isn't holding accountability isn't the issue. It's getting these people out of power. That's the issue. And that's the primary
That's
thing
fair.
that
We are approaching it from a fundamentally different psychological perspective.
Yes, because I know you're very focused on like that the Palestinian people need to see these people go to jail. I'm not convinced that that would have the profound psychological effect on the Palestinian people that you think it would have.
Well, I don't know if many of my family members were buried beneath rubble.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would ever be okay without knowing that the perpetrator.
Yeah, but would you? I don't know if most people would be like, "Oh, well, I'm going to hold Bibi Netanyahu personally responsible for that. He's in jail, so now I'm going to totally work with Israel." Like, I don't know if that.
Yeah, I think the conversation got lost earlier where. I'm not suggesting like just arresting Netanyahu. I believe there needs to be extended multi-year commissions and investigations to the the settlers in the West Bank.
I've heard this argument before, and just look, I laid out the kind of the power architecture of it. Look, if you're living in Gaza, okay, and you're being subjugated by this mafia-esque Hamas. And, you know, they lord over you. They do whatever they want. They shoot rockets. They make things dangerous for you. And all of a sudden, they do this attack on October 7th, which brings hellfire and brimstone down from Israel. Are you blaming Israel? I would have very mixed feelings about that.
Yeah, I don't think most Palestinians supported that.
You see, so a lot of people... They act, and this serves a lot of people politically. They act as though the population supports Hamas 100%.
Which they don't.
They point to polling numbers that say, look, everyone's in favor of Hamas. But look, if the mob is coming around to my local restaurant once a week to basically take from the till, and they give me a poll and ask me how I feel about the mob, who I know can disappear me in the middle of the night. You know what how I'm gonna answer that poll? I'm gonna say, I love the mob. They're great. They're giving me security for my restaurant.
Well, the counter to that, first of all, I agree with you. But the counter to that is, they see the video of, that what you were talking about, where they have the person in the back of the truck and all these people are cheering and spitting at them. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're supporting Hamas, or just people that are upset and they're supporting something. Right.
Sure.
Some sort of violent action.
These LA gangs make people shoot at each other.
Right.
Yeah. And you've all seen the videos of the Israelis chanting death to Arabs.
Of course. And I want to go back to that for a second, but I want to just go to the international tribunals that you're talking about. Because we have to remember that whatever we're talking about, like, to me, why I say ideally I would like all the settlers to be pulled out is because that's like a huge ask. That'd be a huge thing to come into fruition, to get that to actually materialize. And
sure.
I think that would be difficult enough, if not maybe impossible, but that'd be very difficult to have these sort of international tribunals that you're talking about. I don't even see how that's even like a possibility that the Israeli, because whatever we do, or whatever we suggest, the Israeli government has to be on board with it.
I agree. That's a practical reality. That's
sure.
But
I mean, we can separate that. We can just talk about like the ideal situation versus like reality, and that's fine. I mean, sure, the ideal situation may be every person is.
The ideal situation is all the Jews come to the greatest country in the world, which is the United States of America.
Well, that's not my ideal situation.
All the Orthodox
every Jew leaves Israel.
Demand they remain in the land of their book. That's fine. They can.
My ideal situation would be everyone
come here.
My ideal situation would be everyone learns to be a good Westerner who can live in a Western democracy, and they all say, "Listen, we can all live under a secular government and be fine together." Okay, but I know that that's not.
I don't know.
Realistic.
You say Israel has to be on board with it. It's like, again, it's it's a linguistic trap to say Israel as if there's not two completely diametrically opposed sides within Israel.
Yeah, but no. But even the people that hate Bibi Netanyahu, and even the people that are secular, even the people that don't like the settlers, there's a big difference between like, we're willing to try to get this guy out of office to make peace and maybe even pull settlers back to like, we're going to hand over like hundreds of thousands of our citizens to some international tribunal to lock them away, right? Like that's a very different ask, in my opinion. So
most
I'm just
of
saying
the
that
secular
seems to
Israelis are
me to be
against
a
the
little
settlements. That would be in line with their perspectives.
I don't think it would be. People don't like it. It's
Well-
kind of like when we're American, so not Wokal, but the three of us Americans here, we can sit here and we can criticize America and problems we have with America, right? But when some dirty foreigner comes over and starts complaining about America, when some Canadian comes over and starts saying how America sucks, we all get super ultra defensive. And so I don't see like having some international tribunal basically pass judgment on a bunch of Israelis. I don't think that the majority of the population would ever be in favor of that.
Yeah, that's taking soft power and just flushing it down the toilet.
I don't.
The alternative is we continue to let the conflict continue as it is.
No, I'm saying that we can pull those people out without like putting them in jail.
How? Okay, how do you? Okay, let's say 30 to 50% of the Israelis support the settlements without exercising soft power. How do you evict those settlers?
No, wait. We would exercise soft power. I'm making to you a distinction between like you're very focused on the retribution aspect for the psychological comfort it would give to the Palestinian people. And I'm saying we can have the removal of people be settlers. We can do all these other things without having like a retributive justice. Psychological.
How do you get
That's
Israel
the only
to
thing
evict
I'm saying.
the settlers?
How would America get them to pull out the settlers?
You just said it's important to have soft power. How do we? Yes. This is a perfect instance where we need to exercise soft power on Israel to evict the settlers. How do we do that?
We would just have to start attaching funding and agreements and other things to the idea that you need to start pulling out settlers.
Right. Cut off aid to Israel until they make.
And even this is a fantasy because America will never do this.
That sounds suspiciously like hard.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, we have political pressures going on here, such that are probably in favor of those.
That's why I understand. I know what I'm saying because a big chunk of
the Israel lobby is very powerful. That's for sure.
But it's not just
be happy with us.
The Israeli lobby is very powerful, but so is all the evangelicals who are really big.
I agree
in favor of this existence.
Right, P.F. Jung wants to make them even more powerful. He wants to move them all over here.
Yeah,
but here's the fundamental problem is that it's American interest being diverted towards another country in the Middle East. If this was the Jewish homeland, which it is, because the Jewish homeland is the best homeland and America is the best country, then there wouldn't be a lobby to divert resources towards another country, or as strong of a lobby. Obviously, I'm aware that's not a practical reality. I'm telling you, I'm at least illustrating. Like, and just to be clear, it is important to distinguish between an Israel lobby and a Jewish lobby, because there is the Christian Zionist aspect, and I'm taking that for granted here. But
I think what PF is trying to hit on is
what he's trying to hit on. Tell us.
Is that if you're going what he's aiming toward is that with the retributive thing is that because a huge portion of the Middle Eastern populace is driven by such things as honor, shame, ethnicity, and all the rest of that, in order for them to feel like the issue has been laid to rest, they can't have allowed the people who shamed us to have gotten away with it. We cannot allow the injustice to go unpunished.
Oh man, this is so good.
Right? And so for that reason, when he says there needs to be an international tribunal, it's so that instinct or that want towards we cannot allow them to get away with what they did.
Yep, that intuition.
It's to assuage that.
Yes.
And that's what he's talking about. That's why I say you can't just allow the Israelis to get away with it. You have to do something. You have to have a tribunal because he wants that dealt with. And that is, I think he has a point about that, which is quite strong.
No, he doesn't have a point. No, Wokal. Look,
okay, I'm listening.
This is why
Adam betrayed Jordan
Christianity.
Peterson in meaning.
This is why you know that Christianity is the better philosophy, because we have forgiveness. Forgiveness allows you to let go of that. We
Amen.
have to get it right. We have to get even. We have to do to them what they did to us. Look,
But the point is that they're not Christians.
Right.
Yes,
Force
yes,
them to
yes.
be Christians.
Look,
that's the new
yes,
solution.
but look,
Christianize Israel.
Hold on. Let me
is the answer.
Crusades. There you go.
let me finish here. I'm not saying
Adam's solution.
Look,
Deus Vult.
Can I speak here, please?
Go ahead. Sorry, it's harder when you're not on camera. It's harder to see the body language. So I don't know when you're talking.
I forgot I turned my camera off for you guys. Anyway, the point still stands, Wokal. The idea of forgiveness, and we've often criticized the woke, ideology because it doesn't have the concept of forgiveness either. Like, I don't know if forgiveness can come through Islam. I don't know if there's something in the book that some imam can turn to and say, look, we need forgiveness here. I don't know if they can go through some kind of reformation in the same way that Christians did, because I know Christians for a long time ran across the globe, subjugating people and saying convert or die as well. But somebody found something about forgiveness in the book and turned that ship around.
I think that the thing that they found about it was like the central teaching of Jesus.
But hold on, Adam, to that point, because people, I mean, I think that's a real possibility that obviously Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are different religions, and their pathologies manifest in different ways. And I think what you just said is accurate. But isn't the fact that, for example, the Abraham Accords were put in place, that we've normalized relationships with Saudi Arabia, evidence that there's reason to believe that those theological imperfections can be overcome or at least influenced?
Look, I don't think that my understanding of the situation and all of these situations is that people become less religious when they become more economically stable. Like, religion is the kind of thing that people turn to when they are in a very unstable situation. So if you're living in Gaza Strip in a very unstable situation, like they're going to be very religious. If you're in a stable place where you have universal health care and nice colleges and stuff like that, people are going to be less religious.
That's not true. The woke are the most religious group in the world.
They're not using religion in the same way people classically use religion as psychological stability.
I don't. Do you guys?
The woke people are using are using their ideology to subjugate other people as a power play. It's not the same kind of thing.
But it's a religious commitment to an axiom. Like, the oppressor is always...
Look, an ideology can animate people in a lot of different ways, but I think that's kind of... Like, I realize you're trying to argue against me, but do you accept the point that people who are more economically... who have more economic options are less religious?
I don't.
No, not at all.
I don't.
You don't?
I don't think so.
I think they're less...
I also think...
Go ahead.
I think that's an anachronism of Western American civilization and a certain sort of scientism that popped up. But I think what you're seeing right now is that there's actually an increased amount of religiosity and superstition across the board. Like, Christianity has kind of ebbed back in the West, but that void has been filled with wokeness and astrology.
Right.
So,
well, I would point
structure.
I would point you to the work of... I would point you to the work of Eleanor
Ostrom?
Ostrom, yeah.
I'd point you to the work of Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, how's Jordan Peterson? But there's a book called Sacred and Secular about religion and world politics that basically outlines the research on this.
Yeah, but I don't doubt that there has been a correlation, but I don't know that it's causal in the way that you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I think at some level, I mean, I talked about this at the beginning when I said you have to give everyone a way to save face. And you have to create a framework in which that can occur. And all the incentives are aligned against that. And so my point about salinization plants and all of this is to say, you've got to align the incentives so that people can move to a framework in which they can save face, in which they can do all the things they can deal with. And I just don't see how that happens right now. And I think after Israel is done destroying Hamas, when that's done, that will have removed one impediment. It will still leave many others, though. Hamas is one impediment that is gone. But removal of Hamas does not, because you say, well, you remove Hamas, great. Now we can fix it. Hezbollah is waiting in the wings, my friends.
Yeah.
It's not
the idea that you can destroy Hamas.
Not,
it's the Hydra. It's every Hamas terrorist you kill. The way that Israel's doing it, you create 2 more or 10 more. But
I think Israel's going to disincentivize some of it and take care of some of it, but it doesn't end the problem. You still have to do a lot of other stuff that goes along with it.
Well,
let's
Adam to your. But
let's kind of wrap up here. We're coming up on 2 hours, so.
Well, but I gotta ask this quick because I don't know what PS full position on the situation is, because we've spent the whole time, which is fine, talking about Israel's responsibility, Israel's culpability, and things of that nature. But I'm assuming you're not taking sort of like the leftist position here, where like basically the Palestinians have no responsibility for their actions. They are just creatures that have no free will, that are just responding to their material conditions, and therefore everything is Israel's fault. I'm assuming that's not your position.
This is why I put you on B. This is why I put you guys on B tier on the Enlightened Centrist tier list. The lack of faith on display. Of course, I do not believe that, Sitch.
Okay, so
yeah,
first of all, why would an Enlightened Centrist should never have faith?
That's ridiculous.
Because I am the true Enlightened Centrist.
So, but no, see, that shows why you are actually the worst avatar of Enlightened Centrism. The whole point.
No, the opposite. I'm the best avatar of Enlightened Centrism.
The whole point of what we do is that I actually listen to what people say and try to judge that as opposed to prejudging them. So I'm not going to look at your label that you've tried to steal from us, this Enlightened Centrist label.
Oh,
and say,
I see.
Because he says he's Enlightened Centrist, therefore he must have some magical view. Because I'm just going on what we've talked about in this conversation. So that's why I'm asking the question, and I even asked it in a nice way. Okay, because I'm assuming I was giving you good faith here. I'm assuming you don't have that position. So I wanted to hear what your take on all that stuff was.
But I would say
BLM Chicago group. Or
I use big brain centrism, where I judge people on their vibes and whether or not I get along with them without regard to
that's genuine.
Very J-reg of you.
It's called archetypal riz. It's called the hero pattern. If someone embodies the hero archetype, that's a better form of.
Right. I was joking, but if
a marker of their reputation. Well, you should listen. I don't normally say this, but you should listen to more Jordan Peterson.
Oh God.
You can never listen to too much Jordan Peterson.
Nothing like, in the last 2-3 years. Go back to the old stuff.
Who said you can never listen?
Wait. Okay, I just want
too much.
Wait,
go ahead, Sitch.
Forget Jordan Peterson. Okay.
Yeah.
Back to. I just wanted to make sure that I understand who I'm talking to, because we have talked to leftists who do have this opinion. So there is acknowledgement that, like, yes, the Palestinians have been themselves a huge major impediment to peace throughout this entire process and are doing like basically all the wrong things to essentially facilitate the peace process.
Yeah, every personal moral failing of every Palestinian has added up to the fact that Hamas is now in charge. And I'd say the same for the Israelis, although it's less severe right now, but at the rate it's going, they're sliding further and further into genuine theocratic fascism. That's what's happening in Israel. But the reason I answer this way is because I take it for granted that I am not in any remote way whatsoever sympathetic to the far left position at all. And I'm assuming, this is the 3rd time we've talked, and I don't think any reasonable person with any room temperature IQ or above could look at my videos and come away with any conclusion other than nobody loves Jews more than I do, and nobody hates the far left more than I do.
Yeah, but it's like, because I think I saw one video that you did on this, and it was all anti-Israel. And it's just as like, if you've seen my tweets that seem all pro-Israel, and so that's why I understand it creates an idea that is often I don't know if it's real, what is the truth there. And so that's fine, and that's good. Good to hear that. Because I don't think you should be like comparing necessarily in the same breath Hamas to the quote theocratic fascism of Israel, because obviously if Israel government had the same mentality as Hamas, Palestinians would all be dead by now. They wouldn't
That's not
exist.
true, because they know they can't do that. Otherwise, they would start a war in the Middle East and they'd lose the
Hamas
entire support of the
doesn't
international
care
community.
about
I'm saying
any
Israel.
of that.
Israel could. Everyone makes this argument. Well, Israel could have wiped out like Palestine a while ago. It's like, no, they couldn't have, because they know they would have been wiped out. That if the goal is to annex them and take over Gaza and ethnically cleanse, not genocide, because there is a distinction there, you do it incrementally.
They would never
all at once.
They would never have given back Gaza if that was the goal from the beginning.
Oh, I think
if they have the long-term view, it's work. It's now they're about to evict everyone and then occupy it once again.
No.
I think.
Wait. Let me just answer this. Okay. If the goal was, you can say like right now, there is obviously this goal and idea of the West Bank. If that was the goal of Israel from like some long-term, long game here, they would have been doing the same thing with Gaza from the beginning. They never would have given that back. They never would have forced the Israeli settlers out of Gaza in the 2000s. So I don't think it's fair.
Not if they can get it back 20 years later.
You don't honestly think that someone thought 20 years from now we're going to have this like long-term fucking strategy, as opposed to just different people are in control of the Israeli government and different ideas about what to do with it change over time?
First off, most Israelis are against all this shit. So again, as soon as we say Israel, we ignore the important distinction. Are there a minority of Jewish supremacists who have incredible amounts of power and influence in terms of what? The Minister of National Security having a picture of a mass shooter in his goddamn living room. And then 30 to 50% of
That's
Israelis.
not what I'm asking you. This has nothing to do with what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is how
I do hold them equally disgusting ideologically.
No, that's not even what I asked you. What I'm asking you is how long do you think this it sounds like you're laying out that there's been a long-term strategy for the Israeli government to enact a policy of a one-state solution to Israel.
You just ignored what I said. Not the Israeli government as a whole. For people in Israel, some of whom are in the Israel government now.
Okay, that's fine. So just don't equate that to saying like, well, 20 years ago they pulled out because part of a long game. Because those people weren't in power 20 years ago.
When was Benjamin Netanyahu prime minister?
I don't know. It was like it was around. I think it was like around that time period after that. But when he first came into power, he wasn't aligned. He didn't have to align necessarily with some of the far right aspects that he does now in order to maintain his prime ministership.
Can we go pick up on something that just got kind of glossed over? I think the point is
from 2009 to 2021.
Okay, yeah. The point they were making about Israel, what would Israel do if they had nukes versus what Hamas would do if they had nukes. Hamas is so ideologically charged that Hamas would say wipe out the Jews, and we don't care if we get wiped out. At least you're wiped out.
Yep.
That's the Hamas view. Israel's view is not like that. Now, I take it to PF's point that Israel won't do that. You could say, well, why doesn't Israel wipe them out? Well, because Israel, it is in theory possible that Israel won't wipe them out because not that they don't want to, but because they know that they would get wiped out. And unlike Hamas, self-preservation is a goal. Whereas Hamas places the destruction of the Jews above self-preservation, Israel or the extremist elements of in Israel place self-preservation above.
Wrong. The extremist elements in Israel are messianic death cultists. That's the fucking point. They have to bring their Messiah back. That's the whole temple on the mount, demolishing Al-Aqsa Mosque.
I'm asking you if those people had control, do you think they would use nukes immediately?
Do I think if the religious extremists in Israel had power that they would take steps to demolish Al-Aqsa Mosque to then fulfill their prophecy, which includes the fucking coming of the Messiah and the Christians supporting them with what is it? I don't know what the fucking fire and brimstone and desolation and all that shit is. I believe nukes factor into that significantly.
Okay.
Do you guys not? Do you not believe that there is a eschatological death culty aspect or fundamental driver in this. That's what
No.
that's what the Christians talk about with the second coming all the time. That's why there's so many crazy Christian Zionists.
I don't. Well, because I go to a church that's like this. That's not their view. Their view doesn't come out
You go
of
to a
that.
church
Their
like
view
what?
comes out of. I go to a Pentecostal evangelical church that's pro-Israel.
Does that advocate for bringing about the second coming?
No, their view is that says there's a scripture. Well, they're fundamentalists, so there's a view that there's a scripture that says those who bless Israel, God will bless.
Right.
That's their view, but it's not an eschatological thing.
Okay. Yes,
I don't know.
The returning of the Messiah.
It's religious. It's religious. Okay. I just wanted to get clear because my view.
How is that controversial?
Well, because I thought the understanding for me was that the reason that the far right of Israeli politics wanted the land not for eschatological reasons, but because in Genesis 9, Lord says, I give to you this land to you and your descendants. That it's that idea, that it's not eschatological, it's that you own the land.
That'd be the moderate extreme version. But the Temple Institute and the members of the Knesset who advocate for demolishing Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest site in Islam, are doing so to bring about their Messiah because their book says they should. That's insane to me. And they have news.
Fair. Well, those people.
Partly why I'm so concerned. You're right. I just made the mistake of what I said not to do, conflating all of Israel together. I know we got to wrap this up.
It's weird. You keep saying cringe like atheist, but you sound like Sam Harris to me. So,
in what way?
You think everything is driven by religion. You keep going back to theology. You keep saying religion is what's motivating.
I'm taking the Petersonian perspective that it's. Religion and theology are the fundamental substrates.
Yeah, he's not saying. I don't think he's taking the Sam Harris view. I think he's taking the view of, you could take it like the mytho-religious, like the religious mytho kind of. If you blend those two things together into a meaning-making structure, that's what occupies the bottom ground of everything.
And we never got to talk about epistemology, my favorite topic.
That's what I think he's doing. So I don't think he's being. I don't think he's being a Sam Harris. Or kind of a Hitchens-esque religious reductionist of everything that's wrong in the world is because people believe in God.
He is saying a lot of the problems come from religious fundamentalists in the same way Sam Harris would say that.
That's true, but I am defining religion in the Petersonian sense.
My understanding of the situation is the fundamentalists are a small voting bloc that Benjamin Netanyahu needs to satisfy in order to stay in power. And then it was far more moderate before he had to satisfy these crazy religious fundamentalists.
That's part of it.
But we have our fundamentalists too. The whole reason why exactly. Like him. The whole reason why the capital got moved to Jerusalem is so Trump could satisfy our religious fundamentalists.
Agree. Look, the Christian fundamentalists who are egging this shit on is just as bad as any fucking radical.
Yes, but they're a voting bloc. They're just a voting bloc, man.
Agreed. Well, they're just voting. Yes, but yes, I agree. There's a population of people who have a certain belief system. Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
Are you guys upset that I took the title of Enlightened Centrist from you guys? Does that bother
you
you?
didn't take it. You basically wrote Enlightened Centrist in crayon, and half the letters were backwards, and then you cut it out on notebook paper and you glued it to your face.
Such you ass.
Listen,
I'm a classical liberal progressive, so I mean, I'm not even an Enlightened Centrist. You guys get
moved down to C tier and D tier. Sam Harris is D tier Enlightened Centrist. You guys are B tier, which also B tier is very respectable. I don't know what there's only two people in S tier: Jordan Peterson pre-coma and CJ the X, and Joey Swole is between A tier and S tier.
Okay.
Is that the question? Let's hear.
I love how Joey Swole is.
Joey Swole is the most elite. Joey Swole is the archetypal Enlightened Centrist.
Okay. What is your question, Sitch?
I was going to read from the Superchats.
Oh, okay.
Soldos for $2 says, P.F. Young, why not bring the Palestinians to the U.S. instead?
Yeah, all the Gazans, they can come. Where do you live?
I told you, Dallas. That's why I gave my land acknowledgement. Nice. I do not think that the majority of Palestinians I don't think their cultural values mesh with ours as much as the secular Israelis.
Well, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Is that wrong?
Nicholas Van Neal for 9 months says, let's not forget the irrigation system in Gaza was dug up to build rockets. Water issues are not as relevant as Gaza sits on one of the biggest aquifers in the world.
Yeah, they could build wells. Israelis are preventing
but-
them from doing that, though.
Yeah, but this was tried in Syria, and part of the reason that Syria had serious problems is because they dug so many wells that they lowered the water tables. And what ends up happening is, if there's a drought, in order to ameliorate for the drought, you have to pump more water. And actually, they depleted the aquifers until the point where the water became salinized.
Mhm.
And so what that ends
Ooh,
up doing is it ends up creating a problem where all these farmers are pumping water, not realizing it's salinated. And so not only do they you end up with a situation where you don't get a situation where 50% of the crops get 100% of their water. You end up in a situation where 100% of the crops get 50% of the water they need, and the other 50% is salinated water. And so it not only does it salt the land, it literally salts the land. And so it takes years of runoff to really get it back going again. And so the Palestinians, yes, they have large aquifers, but they have to be careful with those. I work for the Saskatchewan government, so I know a thing or two about farming and how the water tables function. And if those water tables get low, it can get very dicey for the farming. So yes, they do have those aquifers, and that's important. I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but you do need to be careful with those.
Okay. Sodoj says, all of you have an oversimplified Maslow-informed view of people. The U.S. military spent 20 years improving the standard of living in the GWOT, with the Global War on Terror, and it failed.
Thank you for your opinion.
Mark Twain's Revenge, thank you, says, also, are the guests aware of the growing body of critical historical work on Islam, which is increasingly indicating that Islam as we know it today was intentionally fabricated in the 8th and 9th centuries by the Abbasid Empire?
No, I'm not an Islamic historian.
I am. I would like to say no. I don't
know. I tend to think that remaking an entire religion in that way would be very, very difficult to do, and I would suggest that mainstream Muslim scholars probably would have hit on that if such an event occurred. So
do you guys think,
I don't know. It just strikes me as a little bit out of left field.
Do you guys think that
the
attention that Jordan Peterson received from Islam is an indication of anything, that in terms of potential theological reformation occurring in Islam?
Well, before I answer that leads into the next question. Mark Van Ven says, what do you guys think about Islam? To what part or degree do you believe Islam is responsible for the current Israel-Palestine conflict? And do you believe Islam, not individual Muslims, can be reformed to meet Western values?
I think that PF just touched on the exact right question. I think those two questions are completely related. And I think that the Islamic world
Sitch, you are a good host.
Thank you.
The Islamic world is, in some sense, struggling with modernity and post-modernity. And because of that, because I take the original iterations of religion to have required, at the very least, the capability of solving the problems of the people for the people in who originally adopted them. The question is, are those universal principles, or are they specific? And I think what's going to happen in Islam is that certain specific principles, which applied at a time but no longer apply, are going to have to drop out. And other principles are going to have to come to the foreground. Now, I am a Christian, so I am biased, and I think Christianity is true, so it doesn't have to go through that process in the same way. But that being said, Whether or not I'm right about that. The other point I made would stand regardless. And I think that their engagement with Jordan Peterson is a step towards an attempt to do that.
Yep.
Does
I
that
think
make
the fact
sense?
that,
Mhm.
yeah, I think the fact that Saudi Arabia is, we seem to have normalized relations with them is an indication that even a Islamic theocracy can at least
Yep.
engage with liberal countries.
Because they
Yes.
want to make money.
I think
Greed
as
is a
someone who
powerful motivator.
as someone who doesn't know extensively about Islamic religion, and I said this the other day, I think any religion or philosophy that's able to exist for very, very, very long periods of time, which obviously Islam has, requires a level of flexibility to adapt to the ever-changing environment that the world is constantly throwing at us. And so I would just say the fact that it has been able to exist to me would make me predict that yes, it can adapt to a more Western, liberal, secular, democratic structure, the same way Christianity or Judaism or any other religion has. So, okay. Good Emperor says, P.F. Young, are you basically saying that we should boycott Ukraine just because there's some Nazis in the ranks while they're fighting an invasion from Russia?
No.
Do you want to draw a distinction
What
there,
is
or?
the implication? That
Well, they
We're
were
just
saying
saying we should abandon Israel.
right, because there's crazy people in the government.
See, this is why you guys need to bring on some more like actual leftists, so then you can see exactly how juxtaposed. No, I'm not saying we abandon Israel. I think we need to enforce democracy in Israel. The
Okay, so the answer I
left-wing-
would have given to
left-wing
I'm going to be so
Israelis.
enlightened centrist. Let me defend you properly. Okay, because that was a bad answer. The answer you should have given was
Listen, it's possible. Let's just make a
the
statement.
The Nazis in Ukraine are not the ones controlling the governmental policy in regarding
Oh,
to how they fight against the Russians. That would be
sure.
the
I
answer
see.
you would go
I
to.
see. I
Right?
see. I see.
Okay.
Yes. As far as I know, no one in Ukraine had a picture of a mass shooter in their living room and then got elected to one of the highest offices in the land.
There you go.
As far as I know, the Minister of National Security could be a made up title as far as I know.
Right.
Doesn't seem like it though.
Phil Wolfie, thank you, says for P.F. Young, read Sahih Muslims 2922 for the crowd. Hamas charter has quoted this. The Palestinian Authority in the West Bank has quoted this. Hollywood actors retracted their condemnation once they realized it was a hadith. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what this hadith says.
Me neither.
This is the bit from the Hamas charter about Jews hiding behind a tree. And
that you brought up,
that part?
behind the stone.
That's pretty fucking rough. Yeah.
Right.
So,
do you guys think that? Do you guys think the Netanyahu Amalek line was pretty rough too?
Which one was that?
Where he said, "Smite them like remember what Amalek did to you, and smite them."
Yes, not good. Not a fan. Of that
Do you think they're equally bad? The lines.
That's referencing the destruction of the Amalekites. I think what
kill their women, children, other animals.
Yeah, I think,
rough.
but Netanyahu was directing that at Hamas. I think
their women and children.
What was the exact?
Was
let me
Amalek.
look it up. I can look it up. What was the exact quote?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the reference and how the reference was used, but
see that. This is I think my fundamental. This is why I came to this part of the internet, is because I agree with you. I'm not a fan of it either, but I feel like people are, even though that is disgusting religious fanatic rhetoric that is genocidal, people are not as quick to condemn that coming from Netanyahu as they are to Hamas.
So.
Yeah, okay, I can grasp that, but I think that the reason for that is I think that it's from Netanyahu, it's viewed as more as a rhetorical flourish than as a core belief.
Right, which may be
even though as what's happening in Gaza right now is occurring.
Well, hold on. So there's two reasons why I think there's a difference in how it's viewed. The first would be if he's referring to it towards Hamas as opposed to the Palestinians, number one. And number two, for right or for wrong reasons, there's always going to be a difference between viewing the situation. If it's like, well, he says this the day after this horrible terrorist attack that, Hamas is just intentionally running around killing, kidnapping, raping civilians, as many as they could possibly get their hands on, where Israel, for all the things we don't like that they were doing, they're not really engaging in that level of barbarity.
This was a week ago. He said that.
This was October 8th. There's articles from October. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I misread it. November 7th, not October. So it's from
right. So almost
November
a month and a half
8th.
later. And my understanding, and I could be wrong, and people can correct me, but in Amalek, God said, is it the Amalekites? Go kill them, all their men, all their children, all their women, and their animals. So you that rhetoric, you say, well, it's targeted towards Hamas. It's like that rhetoric is about killing the families and children and animals of the people who smite you.
Yeah, I think,
So
but
I don't believe
but I
it's
think
just
they're
targeted
doing
towards
that.
Hamas.
Yeah, but I think they're doing that as a threat, is how I think that operates. I think that they're that I don't think that, how can I put this? I think that again, I think it's viewed from people as when two guys go out onto the field to play basketball and I say, okay, we got to go out and punch him in the mouth. Like, I'm not really saying punch him in the mouth. I'm using it as a kind of an incendiary figure of speech against the opponent. I think that's how people view Netanyahu doing it. Whereas I think when Hamas says we're going to do it, I think people think, okay, they really mean that they're going to actually do that.
Then Netanyahu killed how many how many thousands of children now in Gaza?
Right. So
that doesn't make sense.
Well, I would say that
I agree. People perceive it that way.
Well, I would say that
clearly an incorrect perception.
I think that people view what's happening in Gaza very similar to the way they would view something like the bombing of Dresden.
Sure, which I would also regard as very wrong.
Okay, no, but I'm just saying that how other people would view the bombing of Dresden. So in any case, my friends, I have to go.
Hey,
thanks for coming on.
It was great. Thanks for sticking around for so long. This was a lot of fun. We'll have to do it again.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you, Wokal.
I enjoyed it.
What's your first name?
My name is Michael Young. That's what but local distance on Twitter.
Paul.
I'm a treat real quicker.
PF Young is just my enlightened centrist alter ego.
Okay. We should have asked. Do you prefer to be called Michael on these things, or
everyone just calls me Wokal, so I just go with that.
Yeah, your hacker
like
name.
PewDiePie.
Yep.
Everyone calls him PewDiePie. June gets called Shoe.
Yes,
right?
It's cool. I like it.
I accept Wokal as my name. I kind of prefer it now because I feel like it's a name I've created for myself.
There you go.
Yeah, it's badass. I like it.
Not your slave name.
Or your own identity. Slave name, Michael, coming from my mom. Take that, Dad.
There you go.
You get.
There you go.
All right. Well, thanks for.
You have an enlightened cat.
Yeah. Wormy.
I too have an enlightened cat, but he's too enlightened to be around here.
Is it a ragdoll kitty? The Sitch figured out my cat's a ragdoll cat, and there's a Wikipedia page on him, and it describes him to a T. It has a picture that looks just like him. The cat follows me around like a dog. It's more like a dog than a cat, which is interesting. So
my cat is the most cattiest cat that ever catted.
Oh,
all right. Okay. Well, gentlemen, it was a pleasure. It was a slice. It was an absolute joy.
Yeah, we'll do it again.
I hope the chat didn't hate me. I hope that they enjoyed themselves.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's chat again sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Just to be clear, to understand what my motivation.
Well, let's say goodbye to Wokal. Bye.
Bye, Wokal. Thanks for coming.
Wokal.
Take care, man.
Bye, guys.
I was going to say on my end,
mm-hmm.
The particular issue of like anti-Semitism and the hatred towards Jewish people in Israel and stuff. I have family that fell into that, and I've seen it rot the brain of people who are my family. And so, and I am well aware of it being a fucking disease. And the reason that I believe it is important to criticize Israel, let's say, is my general perspective is you need to rob your opponent of the only good points that they make. And there are no shortage of deranged anti-Semites in their mom's basement posting swastika memes. They should not be the ones who are pointing out the genuine issues with the fact that Ben Gvir, like everyone in the fact that more people should know who Ben Gvir is. So it's not only the fucking people who are genuinely like, fuck Israel and kill all of them and all that shit. Because it's like, that's not how that, it's the same thing with like the transgender issue with children. If reasonable people in the center do not call out the shit going on with children, then only the people who are like, all transgender people are fucked up and deserve to be wiped out are the ones who are bringing that up. So you need to rob your opponents of their only good points. That's my philosophy. So I understand it does not come off as sympathetic as I should otherwise be, but I am not. I am deeply flawed, despite my enlightened centrism.
Okay. There you go.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. I was trying to find the longer quote from him and having difficulty. I just keep finding like the one sentence. I found one longer quote. I mean, I think, and I would agree that him invicting that passage is obviously really disgusting and not something I would be on board with ever. And he's obviously going to lean into these sorts of, fiery biblical rhetoric if he thinks it suits him.
Yes.
So not something I support.
Well, thank you for talking with me, guys. I appreciate it. Perhaps we can discuss epistemology in the future because I think we need to iron out our. Listen, in my mind, you're still the guy who made the Jordan Peterson comp, Adam. The Jordan Peterson best comebacks thing.
Look,
so I'm curious to know your evolution epistemologically.
Well, look, I am a classical liberal progressive, and I score very low on loyalty. So, look, I've thrown Jordan Peterson away like a dirty rag. I don't I don't like that guy anymore. So, look, I think he's too conservative for me. So,
I agree. I posted a video saying I am no longer a fan of Jordan Peterson. It was after the.
Well, look, why you keep bringing him up then? Why you keep talking about him?
I'm a fan of Maps of Meaning. I think OG 2017 Jordan Peterson.
Maps of Meaning is like Ambien in book form. Like that book is probably my most hated book. Like I would not recommend that book.
Really?
Like if you were in prison, I would not recommend that book to you.
Wow. I would. There's probably better books if you're in prison. But your image that I've used criticizing like Alex O'Connor and the cringe atheist, which I use the term lovingly. I'm Christian adjacent. I never call myself Christian. That visual you created of like wisdom inside of what was it, like rationality? It was like it's like a half horseshoe.
Yeah.
To me, that's straight out of that's like that's the whole Maps of Meaning thesis in a nutshell. Do you not believe in that anymore?
That's a great idea, but look, Jordan Peterson. Just because Jordan Peterson came up with a good idea doesn't mean I have to like Jordan Peterson. I like the idea. Yeah.
Yes, that's my whole point. That's why I put Jordan Peterson in pre-coma Peterson S tier, and new Jordan Peterson, Daily Wire Jordan Peterson as F tier. He's his own worst enemy.
I get it.
Yeah, but I'd be interested to hear your epistemological evolution. But
whatever's based.
Out of time, perhaps.
That's my epistemology.
Whatever's based.
Yeah.
All right. I really appreciate it, guys.
Take care.
Thank you much. Peace.
Peace.
Bye-bye. And then there was just Wormy. What you do, Wormy? What's going on, Wormy?
Okay, let me read the other 20s, and then
what do you think?
You want to do the Young Turks video?
Do you want to? Or are you getting? You sound tuckered out.
You
haven't done anything for like 4 hours. I don't know why you'd be tired.
I mean, I'm fine. We could do it, or we could save the Young Turks video and do it as a standalone clip at some point in the future.
Oh, you're right. I guess we could do it. Look, I guess we could do it tomorrow, right? It
there
could be
you
our
go.
look already. Look, our arrangement was you were supposed to find things. Already you're trying to push it on me. You're
Sucker! Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, this is, so Sitch and I came up with, a plan to try to do things that you guys are going to like. And so we have kind of a tier list of what kind of topics will be good for the channel. And the video that I want to watch is not even on the list. It's more like MMT related.
Well, okay, well then we'll watch it. That's all you had to say. I don't know what this video is about, but we should actually tell people what we're doing because we didn't actually tell people what we're doing.
I know I did. I think I did a chat and I pinned it for a little bit, but then someone did so. Okay,
what?
Go ahead.
Anyway, so what we're gonna do going forward is, we will leave Sunday and Tuesday streams up. They will not go unlisted. They will not be members only. They will just be up. Any clips that are created for Sunday or from Sunday or Tuesday shows will be uploaded on a second channel.
Yeah, clip channel you guys have been begging for.
You will have a Sitch and Adam clip channel.
We still have to work out the logistics on that, though.
We do,
so,
yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know when exactly this will materialize, but we will have just a separate channel that will not have the streams. We'll just have nothing but the clips. This channel will no longer have clips of streams anymore.
Well, I mean, we might occasionally if something cool happens.
Sure, maybe, yeah. Okay, but I mean, generally.
It's a general rule, yeah.
Right. But instead, what we're looking to do is kind of like what we did if you watched the video earlier today, where, me and Adam will put out a video that's of whatever the topic of the day or something that's interesting that's come up. We'll try to do that, on non-stream days. So.
Yes. And the last video we did really well. So look, we're trying to get to 100K subscribers. So Sitch already has a silver play button. At least I can get like half a silver play button, right?
Yeah, so it's actually funny. It's literally what CT DM'd to me when I told her this.
What do you mean?
She said, "Oh, maybe then Adam can finally get his silver play button."
Yeah, no, that's what I'm. That's what I'm gunning
for the Clips channel.
Look, I'm gonna put it. Oh no, not for the Clips channel. For this channel. What are you talking about?
Okay.
This channel is. We should. I mean.
Wait, you're gonna get the button for this channel? Why?
Well, you already have one. What do you give a?
Yeah, but I mean, this is technically my channel from the beginning. So why can't I have two silver play buttons?
Well, why can't I have one and you have one?
Why? Who said anything about that?
At least mine will be on camera. People will be able to see it.
I'll be on camera eventually, and there'll be two.
Sure.
There'll be a button on each side of me.
Oh, hilarious! Hilarious. Look, if you want to be a dick about it. Look, maybe we have some leverage with YouTube. Maybe we can say, look, there's two fucking names on the channel. Give us two play buttons, you bitches.
Actually,
don't be stingy with the play buttons.
I'm just joking. You could have the play button. It's fine.
Look, if I can get two play buttons,
I believe you can. You just have to pay for the second one, but it's not that much. So we can.
Look, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Look, you can have two. You can lord over me with your two play buttons. It'll be fun.
That's right.
Oh, Adam has Adam has one play button.
Look at that. Yeah, look at that one play button there. And it's got, and even hit Adam's play button.
It's got your name
my name on it. Okay.
That's hilarious.
But mine, it just says Sitch. Look.
Nah. Anyway. Well, at least go ahead.
Let me read the 20s and then we'll do the Young Turks video.
I'm trying to get the. Never mind. Go ahead.
As CT says for 2 Canadian, Sitch, you didn't even want the first one. Now you want to.
Look, he wants it because I want it. It makes perfect sense.
Yes! Adam gets it. I gets it exactly.
Look, everyone gets it. That's like human nature.
Exactly.
Like, I didn't want that thing until you wanted it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I want it.
There it is. Perfect. Equishadox for $20 says, these heated but stimulating and edifying conversations are why I'm proud to support this channel. Well, these and dunking on the lefty crazies. Well, there you go. That's actually the
that is the hierarchy.
Is dunking on leftists. So thank you, Equishadox, for just like cementing that so perfectly. Let's see. Read those. Brick Nose for $20. I believe this was about the abortion thing. In the past, even toddlers weren't seen as high value because of high infant mortality, lack of contraception, and rampant overpopulation. Why philosophically should babies be held as special if the parents don't want them?
That must be
I
on
would
your
say
abortion debate.
Yeah, I would say probably because generally, at least under liberal philosophy, we believe that humans, regardless of whether people want the human or not, have natural worth and natural rights to them. So just because their parents doesn't want them doesn't mean that we should, throw them in a dumpster or something. So
Oh, look, I think that's illegal. I don't think you can do
it
that.
is illegal. Yeah. I mean, I think Wogel's position on abortion is very interesting. I don't agree with it because I do actually agree more with P.F. Young on that, which is that I don't like, to me, consciousness is sort of the factor here, in terms of giving the weight of human life to an entity, is whether it has something that could be resembling human consciousness. And so that's why I draw the line where I draw it for the cutoff date for getting an abortion. But why I still think abortion should be allowed before then. And I do think what Wokal brings up is a good point about how, like, well, if you didn't, agree to have something living inside you, that has to be taken into consideration in terms of like rape exceptions. So, Fruges for 2,000 yen. Thank you. Says, how do you found liberalism on logos in an increasingly atheistic society? Christianity has appropriated the logos concept. In the beginning was the word, etc. And ex-Christian liberals will be resistant to that concept. It's a good question. I feel like we're gonna have to have Wokal on again, because I feel like we could have a 4-hour conversation on sort of like basically every topic that gets brought up. So, and that's good. That's a very good question. How do we actually do that? I think one of the things that didn't come up for why the left was basically able to go so crazy, on colleges and stuff, is because of the Sitch and Adams law of politics, which is everyone wants to paint you as the extremist of your movement. And maybe we should also add like Sitch and Adams law, like 2 or 3. I don't know what number we're on, which is that, people's primary epistemological lens is tribalism, and so they're just going to do the opposite of what the other side is doing. So if the right is saying, hey, there's a bunch of crazy communists running around on college campuses, the automatic intuition on people on the left is to automatically say, you're lying, that's not true, you made it up, and to downplay it, dismiss it. And then once they make that prescription, or once they make that statement, then the normal human thought process of consistency kicks in and says, I have to protect this position because I don't want to be wrong. And so then if you point out that they're wrong, they try to downplay it just to maintain their position that they were actually correct, that their original intuition was actually the correct intuition.
Yes, so. Yeah. I'm starting to learn that. There are certain points in a debate when you can ask, are owls birds? And they will tell you, no, they're not.
Yeah.
And they'll stick to that position.
Well, there's a very logical evolutionary reason for this. And it's because it's scary, but it's true. It's because, as we know from Haidt and from other sources, people don't, your logical rational brain is slow, and your elephant intuitions and emotions are instantaneous. Yep. They're super quick.
Yep.
And so very often you have to make snap judgments on these intuitions, on these very quick things. And so, since essentially what happens is we have an intuition, something happens to us, we almost instantaneously form an intuition about it, and then our logical mind justifies the intuition. If we all accepted that our intuitions, our first thoughts about something, are stupid, which they often are, not always, but often are stupid, and often can be tricked, and often can be wrong, that creates a paralyzing effect on us, the human animal, where we would no longer trust our initial judgment of a situation. And if you look at that from an evolutionary perspective, that's very dangerous, because those few seconds could lead to you getting killed.
In an
That's what,
argument?
well,
I
I'm
guess
talking about,
maybe.
well, no, this is the difference because all of our evolutionary programming basically came into being as us being hunter, like primates and hunter gatherers and things of that nature. Now, in the modern world, where we're not necessarily have to make a snap judgment that our life depends on it, and we are in an argument, we are in a discussion, whether it's on the internet or with a friend or whether you're arguing with a loved one, that's that same tribal caveman programming is at play. And that's where you have to understand that and understand, oh, that's why I'm so resistant to acknowledging why my initial intuition could be wrong. Is because it's like a safety mechanism for when I had to like hunt the mammoth, right? But I'm not hunting the mammoth anymore. I'm sitting at a dinner table and there's food on the table and I'm having a conversation about Israel or Palestine or whatever. And so I can turn down the volume on this emotion that so desperately wants me to never admit that I'm mistaken or wrong about something. Anyway, AKA Batosai for $20 says, Wokal, have you heard of the overlapping consensus as a prescriptive idea? And what are your thoughts on it? I'll have to ask him that next time. The overlapping consensus is said to hold in society when individuals would adhere to different comprehensive doctrines can nonetheless agree on a political conception of justice for evaluating the shared basic institutional structure of their society. John Rawls introduced the idea of overlapping consensus. He believed justice is when people are equal in a society. He believed that justice when people are equals in a society that is based on fair cooperation. He also believed that justice means equality that promotes cooperation among society's members. I agree that there is an overlapping consensus. That's the only way in which people that have different moral frameworks can exist together. And obviously that's kind of like a mainstay of liberal democracy. I don't necessarily agree with how he's defining it, that people are equals in a society based off fair cooperation. Well, I guess it depends. What does he mean by equal? They just mean that they have equal rights, not that they have like equal, wealth or something. Because you can see how like a leftist could kind of like frame that in a way to advocate for socialism or something. Simon O'Leary for 20 New Zealand says, it's crazy how long this stuff has been brewing. Just consider Charles Bukowski's 85 letter on censorship. It's still relevant almost 50 years later. A-Team paints by taste and smell. That's why the comic is taking so long. S-Class is the best class.
Look, I want to make the comic perfect. Perfection takes time. I keep finding mistakes. I'm like, shit.
Is that true that you paint by
oh no,
taste and smell?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
I paint digitally now. If I was painting it, oh my god, it would take. How did people actually work when they just had pens and ink and stuff? Wow, that's like a big pain.
I mean, I say the same thing when how the fuck did people edit film by like literally cutting physical pieces of film and gluing it together? That must have been like the most monstrous process in the face of the planet.
I've done it. It's bad. It's horrendous.
Okay. So you want to watch this video? I don't know, why do you have corn up here?
Oh no, you weren't supposed to see that.
It's not on you though. It's like just there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, I found a gem
in
our old streams. It's amazing. This is like the best intro of all time.
Okay. Is there sound? I mean, I can't hear anything on my end.
I do corny, I think, for look, it's going on 5 minutes here. We opened the show with corny.
I just never noticed or something.
Look, everyone in the chat is talking about the corn voice. I'm sure you had to notice.
I didn't. I wasn't looking at the chat. I was reading supers. So.
Oh no, this is from the old stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's bring up the watch together.
Let's bring it up.
We talked about this story. Hold on. I gotta stop recording. And I gotta start recording.
Should we do a clip on the donkey humping video? I mean, that could be an interesting clip, right?
I feel like we covered the I feel like we did. I feel like we already covered that.
It's something to talk about it and something to see it. And I don't mean the donkey humping. I mean to see the people talk about it so openly. And it's just like you just it's a trip. It's a trip.
Yeah, I still haven't seen the end, which I think is
You don't
probably
need
the
to see the
best.
end. We wouldn't even play the end if we watched it, but it's just the kids talking about doing it. It's just so wild to me. Anyway, we're not gonna do the donkey humping clip.
Yeah, look, I
Get
gotta kind of do some
demonetized.
light graphic design here, and then we can do the Young Turks thing. I think I'm gonna record it, and we can upload it.
I thought
Right?
you're like, I don't.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I mean, we could still
Okay,
record it.
look,
It's fine.
maybe look, it's better if we do it this way. Then we can. We don't even really have to watch the whole clip. We can. There's a couple things I wanted to watch too. There's like I found everyone who keeps being critics of MMT are talking about Federal Reserve. You know, how the Federal Reserve works with taxes, like, and I found a clip where he basically explains how the Federal Reserve works with taxes. So I was going to listen to that too. Is that cool? Or look, Sitch is like, I'm already gone to bed.
Every time I like listen, honey. Don't take every wayward breath or sigh as like an exasperated, like, I'm not being passive aggressive. Okay. I just literally was just take a drink of water and then breathe out. Okay. If I don't want to watch something, I will just tell you. I am down to watch whatever this video is. Let's do it.
Well, I'm better about that than you. I mean, you're always. Fuck, I can't. Oh, okay,
You're better about what?
I just tell you, I'm like, nah, I'm not down with that. I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that.
Okay. Okay, honey.
I always feel like you are like, we've literally done streams before where it was just bad communication between us. So I think that's how the Ricada thing came together. Now that I think about it.
That's not true. I was totally down to do that. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I was not interested in doing it, but it seemed like you were excited to do it and wanted me to do it with you. So I was like,
yeah, so you just proved my point.
Yeah, but that's why I'm clear now.
Oh.
That's why I'm like,
I understand.
Fuck you.
You're doing
I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Voodoo on my head. Anyway, let's continue. Ready to watch this thing?
I gotta get this. I gotta.
Still?
Yeah, it's not working out for me.
Oh my God. Okay.
I don't know what's going on here. Why is this?
Living Deswall specifically for $10 says, Sitch, you need to get used to it. Corn runs the entire U.S. economy. Adam's corn core filter is a form of reverence and worship for the force which holds the great nation together. JMac, eagle, glasses emoji, corn, eagle, corn. There you go.
King Corn.
Yes.
That's right.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, when will you be doing the minorities tier list? Never.
Yeah, we're not going to
do that on Rumble.
Look, we never really talked about the tier list thing.
We talked about it briefly.
Well, I guess we did, yeah. I'm like I only do the Enlightened Centrist shtick on Twitter just to like get people riled up. But I don't really think of myself as an Enlightened Centrist anymore. I'm leaning more towards independent or classical liberal progressive. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't think you should attach progressive to any label that you want to be within 10 miles of.
Why?
Because that label was toxic.
Classical liberal progressive social justice advocate. What do you think?
I think that's good. I think that's the dumbest term you ever could use to identify with.
Look, guys, I'm not an Enlightened Centrist anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Hold on here. Oh, I started recording it. We're not going to do, this is not going to be a clip. We're just going to do this for fun. So, for funsies.
For funsies. Just for you guys. So much we love you.
Let's see if Sitch can can detect the. Let's see what Sitch has to say about this.
Okay, I don't know what this is.
I don't want to give many hints.
This is about the libertard president who's just been elected.
Be nice. We have libertarian fans, okay?
Oh no, I was referencing the liberty. I was saying liberty is libertard in Spanish the other day on stream. I wasn't calling libertarians tarded.
Is it really? Is libertard really how you say it?
It's libertad or something, but I was just saying libertard because it sounded funny.
I was gonna say you guys got to fix that. Fix your word. Okay, here you go. So let's figure out a little news report on it. Oh, got to turn my volume on over here.
Wing outsider Javier Milei have been celebrating his victory in the presidential election. Mr. Milei, known as El Loco, or the Madman, pulled off a major upset. Provisional results show the self-styled anarcho-capitalist won with 55.7% of the vote.
The people of Argentina.
How do you like that? Is that his real hair? I mean, it kind of looks like a wig to me, but. Sitch, you're muted. Turn your microphone on.
I said, look, it's right there under his name. La Libertad Avanza.
Libertad.
I know, but Libertad is funny.
It is.
Yeah, his hair is
Libertad.
He's got like a hair helmet thing going on. I don't know what's up.
Is that like?
Is that real? Is that a wig? I don't know.
Is that a hat? Is that one of those?
It's a hair helmet.
Hats they wear in Russia. It looks like one of those Russian.
That's true. That's true.
Take that off your head.
The people of Argentina have elected far-right outsider Javier Milei as their new president, delighting the far-right here in the United States. Now, before we get to their gloating, here are some details about Milei and why voters chose to go with this anti-establishment candidate. Now, he won against Renewal Front Party candidate Sergio Massa, 55.7% to 44%. Milei has promised drastic changes, which include ditching the local currency, the peso, for the dollar and blowing up the central bank. He has also proposed cutting.
Okay, this is why I wanted to listen to this. So, how awesome is this?
I mean, it's great for America.
Argentina just turned their entire economic sovereignty over to the United States of America, and we didn't even have to ask them.
USA.
Is that not amazing, Sitch?
Well, okay.
Isn't it great to be America? It's great to be the king.
Well, okay. There could be an economic reason to temporarily peg your currency to something stable.
They're not even going to peg it.
You're right.
They're using the dollar.
They're going to use it. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a interesting and bad idea to me, but
it's a terrible
as an American,
idea.
You know, I'm on board.
Yes, it's a terrible idea. It's an awful idea. Yeah. And the fact that I'm just convinced right wingers are economically illiterate.
How would this even work? Because
actually, hold on. That's not fair. Okay. Right wingers do understand economics as far as business goes, as far as home economics goes, as far as supply and demand goes, as far as neoclassical economics goes, even as far as like the gold standard goes, even though that's totally irrelevant now because we're not on the gold standard. They understand economics from a personal point of view. They don't understand fiscal policy. They don't understand monetary policy. And this is a perfect example of it. A country like this gives away their monetary sovereignty to us with us out even asking. And the right wing is celebrating this.
Well, listen.
The anti-interventionist right wing.
I mean, if you're a right wing in America, then why? Of course you should be in favor of this. This just helps U.S. power, does it not?
It does, yeah, of course. Yeah. But they're right now the right wing wants to.
They're cheering on that. There's a video of him saying, "I'm going to destroy all of the departments of agriculture, labor, education." You know, there's that video of him like ripping up all the little pieces of paper. That's what they're.
Oh, it's in here. It's in here. We get to see it.
Okay, right.
So look, this is great because as Argentina spirals into despair and economic disaster, then we can go, oh, look, they tried it and it failed. Maybe we shouldn't do that.
So, but how would this even work logistically? Because essentially this would mean like they'd have to buy, like they'd have to trade all their pesos to us. But why would we accept that if they're not going to use it anymore?
A lot of these countries do this because people already want to turn their money into dollars because they want to buy products and services from U.S. companies. So they're already trading a lot in dollars. So they figure, oh, it would just be easier for us if we just did everything in dollars.
Yeah, but then
it would actually be easier. Go ahead.
Well, then they have zero control over fiscal policy.
Exactly. Monetary policy, actually,
monetary policy,
or fiscal policy. But
okay.
the problem is, can the nation produce all the goods and services in-house that they need? Because that's really when you can start taking advantage of the fact that you have your own currency. I don't know that they have that ability. I don't know how much of it is imports.
What was the other, like, it was like a year or 2 years ago. We did some video about some other country that had some big economic problem because they were like running out of US dollars and no one would accept their other currency. Well, you remember this?
I do remember, but I can't remember
I don't remember the specifics. But anyway,
I don't remember the country. Yeah.
Like the problem, I mean, I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it to say that this is 100% a bad idea. It seems like a bad idea to me because essentially this would be transforming the Argentinian government from being a government, it wouldn't be like its own national government. It'd basically become like a state government of the United States.
Yes.
Which I don't think is what they want to do. I would imagine that they want to do, but to be fair, there could be a potential situation where their own economic situation, because inflation is really high, is so fucked up that they could benefit from doing some move like this temporarily, as long as there's some off ramp. Now, I don't know if this guy has that idea, and I don't even know if he could even implement this, or if it's just something he said he wanted to do.
Yeah,
because he's the president of a country. I assume there's a Congress of some legislature of some fashion that has to go along with this, and he can't just simply declare it so. So this could all just be like pie in the sky ideas.
Yeah, look, I don't know if he has the knowledge to implement effective monetary or fiscal policy.
Sure.
So, is it? It's Sri Lanka was the video.
Okay,
I found it. It was on the Cold Fusion channel. How one powerful family destroyed a country.
Right.
Yeah. That was an interesting video. So, yeah, no, I guess they have runaway inflation, and I wondered if their central bank, because he's talking about getting rid of the central bank, if the central bank is like raising interest rates to lower inflation, but creating more inflation, like Moser always says. So I was zeroed in on this. I was like, okay, here's another one I can look at to see what's going on with the central bank. I guess, what are interest rates? And
did you look at it, or are you going?
I didn't. I'm going to. Yeah, here, I'll play the video and I'll look it up.
Cutting welfare payments and slashing bureaucracy by closing the ministries of culture, women, health, and education, among others. On social issues, he is as far right as you would expect, very similar to what we see here among right-wing politicians in the United States. He wants to loosen gun laws. He wants to abolish abortion, which was actually legalized in Argentina fairly recently in 2020. And he also wants to allow the free market sale of organs in the country, human organs, that is. Now, his victory.
Wait.
How you like that one?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What does that even mean? Market sale of, like, anyone. So is this like, what was that movie where like people could sell their organs? Yeah.
I don't remember. The island?
Like, is he just saying that like people should be able to just sell their organs? Like, oh, listen, I got extra kidneys,
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Look, some rich person dying in the United States could use one of those kidneys. Probably pay top dollar for it. Why you got to be a buzzkill? Look, we need kidneys.
Okay. All right.
Kidneys could be cool here.
Victory comes amid a deep economic crisis, which has seen annual inflation rise to 143% and 40% of Argentines living in poverty. Now, I give all.
Okay, she says the runaway inflation, and I looked it up. Okay, you're gonna love this.
Okay,
You're gonna love this chart here. So interest rates in Argentina are now just under 140%.
140%.
Yeah, 140%. What are we at? 5%?
I thought we were lower now, but yeah. So we were freaking out because we got the 9%, right? Or 7%.
Right.
Everyone was freaking out, and they were at 140%.
Yeah, it looks like they just in October raised rates from 120% to 138-ish%. I don't know.
Supposedly we're down to 3.2.
Yeah, we're coming down. But they are doing exactly what I said. They're raising interest rates, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like just in January of 2022, it looks like the interest rate was at about 40%. Okay. So they've raised it up 60%, 80%. Looks like they raised it 100%, 120%, 140%. God, Mosler's got to be right about this. They're creating that inflation. It's so weird.
Well, I'm sure there's other, I don't know, this, like what was causing the inflation in the first place. I'm sure there's some other things going on.
There's probably COVID. It was probably supply chain disruptions.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. This chart only goes back to June of 2020 and it's already up pretty high. So, but anyway, interesting, right?
Right.
Is it time to destroy? This is why they want to get rid of the central bank. I guess if the central bank doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, you probably should get rid of them.
Yeah, but the problem is that that's like the current economic theory that almost all central banks operate under.
Yeah,
is that idea.
Neoclassical economics, yeah.
Right.
But I don't know how many loans they're writing in Argentina. I don't even know if that's a thing. But anyway, let's continue.
That information to kind of explain where the hearts and minds of the voters in Argentina happen to be. I think that is something that we should listen to, we should consider. So I don't want to put words in their mouths. The BBC actually spoke to voters in Argentina, and here's what they had to say.
No estoy de acuerdo con todas sus políticas.
What?
This
I don't agree with all social policies, but I do agree with most of his economic policies. So that's this lady.
Okay. She's like, listen, I'm not down with selling my kidney, okay?
But inflation's crazy.
Inflation is getting out of hand.
Yeah, we gotta do some.
I'm gonna have to sell my kidney.
Right.
Just to be able to buy milk for the baby.
Sociales, pero sí con la mayoría de las económicas. Y me parece.
Seems to me that Massa is not providing a plan. He's not saying what he's going to do.
Of course not.
That's the other guy.
Oh, okay.
The guy that lost. Yeah.
Oh, well, screw that guy. Yeah. Oh, I guess this guy does have another plan.
Well, this is, well, I agree, obviously, that ideology and philosophy and all these things are vastly important. I mean, this is a perfect example of how, very bad material conditions can very easily change people's opinion to just go with whoever's like advocating for some big change.
Yeah.
Because it's difficult. People are very good at saying and noticing the direction something is going. Okay. So they can obviously think things are better or worse than they really are, but people are generally pretty good at noticing like, well, whether it's going in a better or worse direction. But they're not really good at necessarily knowing why the direction's occurring or how to solve it. And so if they're like, oh, we're going in a bad direction, it's very obvious we're going in a bad direction. Inflation's so fucking crazy. And you have some guy who's just kind of saying the same stuff, and you have some guy who's just saying something radically different. Even if it's a horrible idea, a lot of people are just going to go like, we've done with this fucking, all these people have said this shit before, we've done that, we got to just try something completely radically different. Which is funny because that's actually like the more the left-wing intuition than the right-wing intuition, even though this guy is supposed to be like a far-right guy, because he's doing something like completely against like tradition.
I pulled up a mortgage calculator. Is this, oh man, this is horrible if it's true. So the default in the mortgage calculator is 8.159%. That's like crazy. So it's a
Mhm.
$240,000 loan. You're going to pay $1,788 a month. Okay.
Okay.
Let's put 140 into this mortgage calculator. See what we get.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, $28,000 a month. How about that? How do you like your $28,000 a month mortgage payment on your 30-year fixed
Well, there's
loan?
inflation. You didn't. What is the interest rate?
No, that's the interest rate.
Oh.
140% is the interest rate.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I hope the people in Argentina don't have adjustable mortgages.
You hope they
Okay.
have a 30-year fixed?
I hope they have a 30-year fixed mortgage.
Look, the chart goes back a year and a half, and it was at 20%. Let's just put 20% in.
Yeah, I know it's fine.
4,000, it doubles it. Yeah. Ouch.
Not
Massa
good.
no está dando su plan, no está diciendo qué va a hacer.
A lot of corruption with the current government, a lot of poverty, a lot of inflation.
Yeah, inflation. Wow.
Con el gobierno que está, mucha pobreza, mucha inflación, como ministro.
As Minister of Economy, Massa did nothing. Oh, okay. So this guy was literally the guy in charge of the situation. So, I mean, it makes sense people would not want to vote for this guy.
Well, look, he didn't do nothing. He raised interest rates a bunch of times. It's on the
Yeah, and
chart.
it made everything worse.
Yeah, exactly. He raised interest rates like 20 times here on this
Right.
chart in the last year.
La economía no hizo nada, es el peor gobierno de la historia de la
The worst
Argentina después de la
government in the
democracia y por
history of
eso
Argentina. Wait, what did he say?
mucha corrupción con el gobierno que está, mucha pobreza, mucha inflación, como ministro de economía no hizo nada, es el peor gobierno.
The worst government in the history of Argentina after democracy. Oh, after democracy came into being.
Gobierno de la historia de la Argentina después de la democracia y por eso
And that is why I decided to vote for a change. There you go.
See, look, it's not hard, Sitch.
Yeah.
You just vote for change.
There you
Like,
go. Just constantly
try
vote for
something
change. Yeah.
different.
Right.
Nobody knows what they're doing. This guy doesn't know what he's doing.
Sure.
I mean, adopting the dollar and getting rid of their currency might be a step in the right direction. I mean,
Yeah, right.
it's horrible for all the people who've been saving, their life savings is in pesos or Argentinian pesos. Those people are screwed, right? Imagine you've amassed a retirement account in that denomination. Ouch.
Well, as I said, there could be some reason to temporarily have the government use dollars to stabilize the currency. Maybe. But yeah, to like ditch it permanently would be the stupidest thing ever.
These people are probably buying dollars like crazy. They're probably
Sure.
not. They probably have banks that have dollar denominated savings accounts already. A lot of times they do that.
decidí votar un cambio.
Me inclino por mi
I'm leaning towards Malay because this young man's model of a country
ley, porque el modelo de país de este joven es un país,
is, how do I say, libertarian.
como te dije, libertario, sin
He is an honest man, and that is already a lot.
un hombre honesto, que eso ya es mucho.
So she's more of an ideologue. The other people were just kind of like, whatever.
Mhm.
We are choosing between two very different models.
Entre dos modelos muy diferentes, entre
Between a model that I think has failed in Latin America
un modelo que para mí ha fracasado en América Latina y un modelo
and a model that is somewhat different. There you go.
que es algo diferente que no me convence.
I am not completely convinced, but it is different. See, this is like the perfect example.
Everyone's like, fuck. What do we?
Like-
Well, we got to do something.
Yeah,
Better to do
exactly.
the wrong thing than nothing at all, right?
Right, there you go.
Convence del todo, pero que muestra algo diferente y bueno,
And we have to give it a chance. There it is.
hay que, para mi gusto, darle la oportunidad.
The future is unfolding and change is yet to come.
El futuro está en un cambio y el cambio estará por verse, pero no lo
But it will not happen through what we already had for years.
que hubo. Son años de lo que hubo.
So clearly,
All these left-wing
Oh, look.
people, jeez, you see all these leftists. We got to change. We got to change away from tradition.
Look, I think everybody, if you're experiencing that kind of inflation, oh man,
No, I know. I'm teasing.
This is why the right wing is so terrified of hyperinflation, because it happens in all these other nations.
Sure.
We got to figure it out. Look, if I had to bet, I think Moser's right. I think
about interest rates create higher inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. It could be.
I mean, interest rates are a cost of business. Look, if your employment costs go up, what's going to happen to your prices?
They can go up.
If your rent goes up, you're a business, what's going to happen to your prices?
They're going to go up.
If your labor costs go up, what's going to happen to your...
Yeah. Here'd be my guess.
But look, your interest rates go up and all of a sudden now your prices go down. That makes absolutely no sense at all.
Yeah, but the idea, right, is that if there's higher interest rates, then companies will stop taking out loans, right, or something. What is the theory? Yeah.
Yes. That they'll stop taking out loans, and that will stop inflating the money supply. Because every time a loan is taken out, more money is put into the system.
Yes. It could be, this would be my guess as a complete idiot on the internet who doesn't know anything about economics, that there could be, if you're in a low inflation position already or a stable economy already, that changing the interest rates, like lowering the interest rate, raising the interest rate could lower inflation. Maybe if you're already in a stable situation where the inflation is already low. So maybe when you're making these kind of like minor adjustments, that theory is correct. But when you get into situations where inflation starts getting out of control, then it could have the complete opposite effect.
I agree. Yeah, that could be happening. Yeah, when it reaches like a tipping point.
Yeah, there's some tipping point to figure out where that is.
Well, thankfully, interest rates are coming down now, because I think most of what happened was supply side. And all the people I'm reading seem to think that if we hadn't have raised interest rates at all, the inflation would have subsided much faster.
Maybe.
They note all sorts of flaws within the political system in Argentina that they want to fight back against. And so they're placing their bets on this anti-establishment candidate who is now the president-elect. They mention corruption. They mention an unstable economic system that has led to poverty. And as you can tell from the multiple answers that they gave journalists there is deep anti-establishment sentiment because they feel that the traditional political parties have failed to provide the representation that they want in the country.
Yeah, I don't know when it's going to get through their heads. The answer is never for people that are in Washington in this country. It's the whole world is sending the same message. It's so obvious. Change. These neoliberals, which by the way, the words are confusing because neoliberal actually means economically conservative, okay? But unfortunately.
Look, oh my God.
Sitch, you want to
Thank you, Jank. Holy shit. What is going on here? Oh, I'm so happy that he said that.
I know.
He's like the only person that acknowledges this. Oh.
And he's teaching progressives this. Thank
yes,
God.
Thank you for teaching the TYT audience this.
Thank God.
Amazing. Amazing.
So happy.
Oh, thank you, Jank.
The Democratic Party has adopted it from the Republican Party here in America. So it's filled with neoliberals like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. Those folks think, oh no, the establishment is the way to go. Status quo, corporate rule, bottom down. We tell you what to do. You shut up and take it. If there's ever an economic crisis, we blame you for it. We punish you for it. But we give giant bailouts to the rich, to the corporations, to the banks. That's neoliberal policies. Well, the whole world is vomiting those policies. They hate it. Wherever anyone raises their hands and goes, I'm different, they go, yes, that one. Even Macron in France, you know why he won? Because he was outside the two parties and people thought he was going to be for change the first time that he won. And every time everyone's shocked. And now they're shocked in Argentina. Can you believe the guy who's for a lot of change won? Of course I can believe that. They have inflation at 140%. What kind of maniac runs on status quo? And the kind of maniacs that run the Democratic Party here in America.
So I mean, obviously this is true that, as we were saying, 140% inflation, you have to run on change.
You have to do something. Yeah, that's insane.
But he's not, at least from what I've seen this guy's economic policies, that guy's not running against neoliberal economic policies. He's running full face into neoliberal economic policies.
He is, of course, yeah,
He's
full
saying
libertarian.
he's saying he wants to cut all regulations and cut all government control over everything. He's going to let everything just be completely decided by private markets.
Free market.
Oh, well, everything decided by private markets in America.
Yeah,
Adopt the
he's
US
gonna
dollar.
let the free market and the Federal Reserve of the United States of America decide.
Right. Which is interesting.
That's why this is so hilarious to me, man.
Yeah.
Look, the right needs to wake up. They need to wake up. They need to stop fighting the gold standard battle from 100 years ago.
The problem is there's very complicated reasons for why this is that are too difficult to untangle here. But the issue is that sort of the right in America, at least, has adopted a stance, not all, but mostly a stance of sort of like just wanting to limit government spending and cut government spending.
Yes. Yes.
And
True.
so, like, because that's the goal, the justification for that is going to be theories of economic policy that point to debt, like the debt and government spending as
that is
problematic.
A great point. That is a great point. So they're building their whole worldview to basically justify one thing: less government spending.
Right.
And that worldview is completely wrong, but it does do a good job of justifying less government spending, which is their ultimate goal.
The problem is I'm not in favor of out of control government spending, and there are definitely good, legitimate reasons to control and limit government spending, and that's fine. But you have to sort of have that idea that there are reasons and arguments to limit government spending, but also, that doesn't mean, there are economic models that explain reality correctly that are independent of whatever, financial policy you necessarily may want to enact the changes you want.
Yeah.
So.
We'll go a little bit more. I have the other video too, so.
And look, I help but notice the parallels to Donald Trump, because as we showed you the video of the voters explaining why they support Milei, one of the women specifically said, look, I don't like his social policies. I don't favor them, but I do favor what he wants to do economically, right? Now, I think much like Trump, he's probably there's gonna be a lot of talk with really no execution in improving the economic conditions for ordinary people. I mean, look, that's just my prediction. Let's just wait and see, I guess. Let me be fair. However,
look at this. Oh,
based. Man. Look at that. Based Anna.
Analysts say that Milei's aggressive style and his promise to do away with the political caste, which he blames for the country's ills, appealed to voters who are fed up with Argentina's established parties. He said, quote, "This model of decadence has come to an end. There is no turning back," he told his supporters in his victory speech, promising a new era for Argentina. From being the richest country in the world, today we are ranked 130th. Half of Argentines are poor and the other 10% are destitute. Stop this impoverishing model of the caste. Today we embrace the libertarian model so as to return to being a global power. And remember, he wants to cut down the welfare state in Argentina, which I would venture to say is unlikely to bode well for the very voters who are concerned about their own economic stability, but we'll see how it plays out. And there are fair questions about how much he can actually do given the political limitations in Argentina. For instance, his party only holds a small number of seats in Argentina's Congress that he will need to therefore have, he'll have to negotiate with them and engage in concessions in order to get any policies accomplished. But despite his anti-establishment rhetoric, he has in the past been quick to basically bury the hatchet if it benefits him. Following his win in the first round, he actually stopped attacking the third-placed candidate, conservative Patricia Bullrich, who in turn threw her support behind him in the second round. And even more concerning is his choice of running mate. That is something that I think people in Argentina should be aware of if they're not already. So his choice of Victoria Villarruel as his vice presidential running mate shocked human rights campaigners in the country, in which 30,000 people were killed or forcibly disappeared under military rule from 1976 to 1983. Apparently his running mate, who's now gonna be the VP, comes from a military family, has defended officers convicted of crimes against humanity, and proposed dismantling a museum which commemorates victims of Argentina's military junta.
Yeah, so
look at this. He's compiling his winning coalition here.
Listen,
Sitch.
don't tell PF Young. He's gonna be very mad about this. Okay.
Why is that?
Why you know the Israeli minister had like the picture of the terrorist guy.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh.
look, guys, there's the number one problem here is the establishment all across the world bottles up populists on the left. And they don't let them out. They're like, no, if you're coming from the left, you have to be an establishment elitist prick. And you have to talk about how the status quo is great and we should all live under corporate rule. And if any populist pops up their head like Bernie Sanders did and Jeremy Corbyn did, they get attacked viciously. And if you're not at the stature of a United States Senator like Bernie Sanders, oh my God, you're gonna get eviscerated, right?
Sitch hates populism. He always talks bad about populism.
Well,
Sitch.
the problem with populism is very often you have institutions and elites that need to be purged. But just purging them for snake oil salesmen is not a good idea.
Oh, obviously.
And
Obviously.
very often populism leads us to that pathway of just the sort of, we just need to change the change attitude, which I get, but I mean, you know, change for change's sake can often lead you to the path of destruction.
You're
this
making
is very
a
often
mistake.
how fascist or communist governments come into powers. People just want change for change's sake. So
Yeah, you're making the mistake of thinking someone's actually driving the ship, man.
that's kind of the problem with populism is that no one's driving the ship.
But
The crowd is driving some intuition, and there's a guy like just trying to surf the waves of intuition.
yeah.
You know, that's Mussolini, Hitler, you know.
Who but also FDR. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but FDR wasn't populist at all.
You don't think FDR was a populist?
No, he was very about he wasn't about breaking institutions. He was all about constructing institutions.
The populism of the FDR era. What's this?
Okay, you can
The
look it up.
legacy of FDR. Time magazine. FDR, the real modern populist, the Inquirer. Populism in the United States. Why populism in America is look, I think
FDR
populism
ran on populism in terms of he ran on the fact that the institutions and elites were all corrupt, which
he was
they
a
were.
traitor to his class. What's more populist than that?
Wait. Can I answer the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
FDR ran on the idea and preached the idea that there was all these rich elites and corrupt institutions, and that was all true at the time. But when he got into power, he didn't believe in just breaking everything down the way that this guy seems to be. He believed in building things up again.
No, I agree.
So that's why I'm saying, to me, yeah, he ran a populist rhetoric, but I wouldn't consider him like, when he was in office, I don't think he instituted populist changes.
So you're making a distinction here. You're saying populism is when people break things. I'm saying populism is about the people overthrowing the elites, and sometimes it's bad and sometimes it's good.
Okay.
FDR is good. Stalin bad. Right. Look, and there's lots of things like this. Obviously, guns can be used for law enforcement and they can be used to commit crime. So it's just like populism is a double-edged sword. Religion's the same way. Religion's a double-edged sword. Believing unto things can fuel death cults, but it can also civilize a nation.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And it's probably the definition of populism just meaning like the overthrow of the elites is probably more closer aligned to what the strict definition means. So that's fair.
Well, and I do think a lot of people on the left, even in the woke spheres, have redefined populism as something bad, something racist because of Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has employed populism.
That's only because we had the whole conversation with Wokal about like leftist shenanigans regarding definitions.
Right. Yes.
Because communism itself is a populist movement. Left is like everything the woke people are doing is rooted in populism. Okay. It's all rooted in populism.
Right.
I mean, it's literally saying all the elites are all racist and they need to be like deposed.
Yeah,
Now,
but the problem, I do have a problem with that, but go ahead.
But what I'm gonna say, they're able to basically cow institutions and doing what they want. So it might not be perceived as populist, but the philosophy that they're employing is all rooted in populism. It's all rooted in anti-elite ideology. But in America, for whatever reason, when you say populism, at this moment in our history, we think of right-wing populism. We don't think of left-wing populism. And so I think that's why that becomes a buzzword to mean something on the right, when populism itself neither has a left nor right lean to it necessarily. It probably leans to the left naturally because it's going against elite structures and traditional structures, which would be more of a left-wing idea normally anyway.
So the big difference, I would say, is communism is anti-elite and populism is pro-populist. I just go back to that. The communists don't love the poor, they hate the rich. So they can't be populist.
Okay, I mean, you can define it in some way. I don't think that's appropriate. I think if we're going to just say that populism means the idea of the people unifying against the elite, I mean, that's literally socialism. So I don't know. I don't understand the distinction that you're making.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, technically it is, but I just think the intuitions there are...
The intuition of populism is simple. It's not what I'm saying. It's neither left nor right. It's fairness.
I know the difference.
Right. But
well,
I'm saying
the populist is not in favor of the communist policies, so therefore
the right-wing populist
really
is not. No.
No, the left. Yeah, of course.
The left-wing populist is in favor of socialism. That's what left-wing populism is. Socialism.
Right. But can it only be populist if it's only one? If it's only left-wing or right-wing?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, you got to rule. You got the population has to be all in favor of some policy prescription for it to be populist, I would think.
No, I don't agree at all. I mean, you can have small pockets, small energized political movements can pull a country in one direction or another.
If they raise the minimum wage, isn't that going to help both left and right? Theoretically.
It could, theoretically.
Yeah.
But that's not that raising minimum wage has nothing to do with populism. It's not necessarily a populism. Again, if that just means going against elites, that could be there could be a million different things. I mean, that's a very vague notion.
So
right?
Look, a policy proposal either serves a large number of people, everyone hopefully, or it serves wealthy business interests or wealthy elites. The idea behind populism is that you're serving the people. Like the populist movement with the silver standard was about serving the people taking the loans, not the bankers who are giving the loans.
Yes, populism.
But it's not about left and right because anyone could take those loans.
Okay, I agree. Populism is a dog shit term, unfortunately, that we're saddled with because it means something so vague and broad, it's almost meaningless. All populism means is that we are viewing politics in the lens that there are an elite class who are fucking us over, and there's a class of people who are being fucked over.
Right.
And they are righteous. That's all it means.
But that does happen sometimes.
No, that happens all the time. Okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But so I'm just saying that's all it means. So you can construct a political party or political position that doesn't fucking make any sense, and yet some people that are populist will still support it. Like, for example, why are Donald Trump is supposed to be the right-wing populist candidate, right? Why is he in the Republican Party then so against raising the estate tax?
Oh, obviously serving business interests as well. Yeah.
Well, that's literally the most elite issue is the estate tax, and yet huge swaths of the Republican Party and people on the right who were supposed to be populists will get into very heated arguments about why there shouldn't be an estate tax. So that's just what I'm saying. It's just a broad term that just means you're just thinking of things in elites versus people, and you can throw in like a million different policies on the left or right to generate that energy.
But they've reframed that issue in terms of populism, because they've said, look, the death tax is going to take all your money away when you die as a member of the populace. The elites, the elite government bureaucrats are going to take your money away from you.
Sure.
So that's why we have to get rid of the death tax.
Right. And then you get in the problems where you're like, well, you know, the state tax literally you have to have $10 million, you know, and if you drop it to $5 million, is that going to affect you? You know, like the average person who's not an elite?
Of course not.
You know?
No, I get it.
So,
I get it. A lot of shenanigans going on.
Right.
I feel a little populist seed like growing in you, Sitch. I do. I feel it.
Well, no. So again, my problem with populism isn't just the idea that the elites fucking you over, because that is just a true thing. There are always elites trying to fuck you over. People are all basically acting for their own interests at all times. People that have a lot of power and a lot of money are trying to maintain their power and money. And because we live in a society, in a world of limited resources currently and limited power, that means that they're basically trying to broaden their pie while lessening everyone else's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is why I believe that we do need government regulation, intervention, and other mechanisms to control that power and that greed. And then obviously government can be consumed by that, but that's a different issue. So I agree with that idea of populism. The part of populism I don't like is it seems to me that usually populist energy is energy that doesn't have a clear direction. It's just basically people have had enough of some bad thing. It's like that. It's like those people we were just watching in Argentina. They've had enough of some bad thing that's happening to them. It's a real bad thing. Inflation's at 140%. That's real. That's a bad thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. They've had some legitimate grievance has been struck upon them. And then they say, okay, well, we just need to change. But the blind change could make the situation 100 times worse.
Look, I think
that's my grievance with populism, is I feel like it's just too easy to fall into that realm of like blind change. It seems to be a movement characterized not by rationality, but by emotion and anger.
Okay, I get that. I'm resigned to the fact that all change is blind change. And it's
that's fair-ish.
somewhat hubris to think that the change you got to try shit. This FDR was famous for this. They tried, that's the thing. They tried so many programs that didn't work. You only hear about the programs that did work. Right. But lots of stuff didn't work. Look, JMac has convinced me we need to abolish the estate tax. Look, he says raising the estate tax will cut into my super chat giving.
Come on, Sitch. Listen, there you go. See, look, listen, I'm
a Republican now.
Listen, you know what, Jay? You're so right. You're so right. We should abolish the estate tax completely. Okay.
And so what does that do? It leaves populism only to the right wing. But populism is going to win. Of course it's going to win, you schmucks. So when people are suffering under 140% inflation like in Argentina, the chance of them voting for the same old the status quo is 0%. How could you be surprised by that? How stupid are all these leaders? And it's not about being stupid, it's greed, it's selfishness. If we just take a little bit more from the people and call that leftist, that's not leftist, that's the opposite of leftist. So what is this clown in Argentina gonna do? He's gonna now privatize almost everything in Argentina. And you know what happened last time that happened in Russia, for example? The biggest robbery you've ever seen in your life. It created the Russian oligarchs. It created a system that eventually led to a dictatorial regime under Putin at this point, faking elections, etc. It leads to nothing but disaster. So since the only option for populists was right wing, they went right wing, and now it's gonna lead to disaster. But anytime you propose populism on the left, it's the media that eviscerates it. No! Corporate rule is awesome! Do not raise your heads, leftists. So now they're gonna, and by the way,
I don't I don't know what he's referring to. I literally don't know what he's talking about when he says things like this. I mean, is this just because people don't like Bernie Sanders? Is that what's being referenced here?
I'm not sure. Look, and I also think just because an institution is private or public, I think the problem a lot of these nations have is they don't have a respect for law. Like they don't have a good functioning legal system. And without a good functioning legal system, it doesn't matter if you call the institution government or you call the institution corporate.
That's a good point.
It's going to be corrupt.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point.
So just we're arguing over, it's just a false issue. We should be arguing over how we get people to respect the rule of law and build a good justice system.
Yeah, I mean, I think, when the housing crash happened, my recollection was that the mainstream media, for the most part, was
complicit.
Far more on the left wing side of things, and was far more in the camp of like, this is big business's fault, this is big bank's fault. Business is the problem. Business is the problem. Like I remember, like almost the entire, like growing up from like 2000, 2008 when Bush was president, everything was framed as like big business was the problem. In my memory, in terms of how like the left thought about things, how the Democrats as a party thought about things, and how left-wing media apparatuses thought about things. That was the idea.
Yeah,
big business is the problem. And it's only, so I don't know, like when he talks about like the media is so protective of big business, I guess I just don't know what he's referring to. I think you see a little bit of that recently because as a reflex, because once big business became woke and then the right started attacking it, that made a bunch of people on the left reflexively defend it. But that's like a recent incursion in our political system. That's not like a thing that's been going on for the last 20 years. Democrats, Republicans, both defending big business.
Right.
Because that used to be like the dividing issue in my memory was, right, the Republicans were the party of neoliberal economics defending big business, and the Democrats were the, government regulation party, right? Like that was kind of like the defining issue for most of my life. And it's only recently that those lines have kind of shifted because wokeness kind of turned the game in a different direction.
Yeah. Mostly around deplatforming, because that's where all of a sudden they're like, well, it's a private business. They should be allowed to do whatever they want.
Yeah, but that, like so much of the way, unfortunately, as we've talked about, so much of politics is based on vibe checks. It's not based on like,
of course,
something tangible. So like a lot of people on the left, if they have like a vibe check of like, oh, the corporations are being woke or they're against right-wing people, that makes them like emotionally sympathetic or more likely to side with them. I mean, and that's why, I mean, the Republicans only turned against big businesses because of woke shit. It wasn't because of any of the economic stuff that's going on. And none of the economic principles have shifted or changed, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm just waiting. We can stop watching after. I think he says one thing that you'll probably pause on.
Okay.
Here's a proof of concept. The one place where populists on the left was allowed was Brazil. And then Lula won. And Lula won easily. The leftist populists will win much more easily than right-wing populists, but we have to get under the oppressive thumb of mainstream media here in America.
So as I promised, the right wing in America has been gloating about this win in Argentina. Donald Trump posted about this on Truth Social multiple times. In one instance saying congratulations to Javier Milei on a great race for president of Argentina. The whole world was watching. I'm very proud of you. You will turn your country around and truly make Argentina great again.
Are the quote tweets on Truth Social really called retruths? That's like the dumbest branding ever.
It is.
Retruthing? Come on. Oh my God, that's awful.
It's a truth.
Retruths.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
You have Tucker Carlson posting a photo alongside Milei, and then the Daily Wire.
The guy kind of looks like Alex from Clockwork Orange, doesn't he?
You're right.
Yeah.
He does. Yeah,
That's not a good thing, though.
that's not a good look. It's a very weird looking guy. Yeah.
Wire's Ben Shapiro said that this is awesome news. And then finally, I want to go to the video posted by Marjorie Taylor Greene. She celebrated this win by Milei as well with this video embedded in her tweet. Let's watch.
Here's the video.
Ministry of Culture. Gone. Ministry of Environment and Sustainability Development. Gone. You look, this is how these countries run, though. Like, this might actually be a good thing
It could be, because they could be so corrupt that you have to. Well, here's the thing. Again, these things can be so corrupt you just have to literally tear it all down. But the problem is, you need to replace it with something else. You can't just if you just tear it down. It's like a power vacuum. If you just tear all the power structures down, you have to replace them with something else. Otherwise, something you don't want is going to fill the void.
Well, I mean, let's play it through. What that happens, how all these institutions get built, is by politicians giving out patronage to loyalists, but they're not really producing or doing anything. They're just basically taking a paycheck.
Well, these are in a corrupt situation, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean,
well, theoretically, you want, like in America, we have, the Department of, the environment, like that's, the EPA and stuff. And we have, departments that overrun, these, or that run over these things. And they are making decisions, I believe, based on the betterment of the country. They're not simply like exist to create patronage for party loyalists.
Yeah, I don't think that takes place either. They have some charter that they have to fulfill.
Now they may put in the people they put in to do it are often political gifts, but they still have to do the role. They still have to. Yeah. The institution is strong enough that this is part of why I'm against like kind of a lot of the populist rhetoric, because some of the institutions in America, they're powerful enough that even if you put a party loyalist in a position, they still have to manage and run the institution properly.
Right. Look at the FDA. Like, we want something like the FDA in existence. We don't want, just random drugs being foisted on the market with no sort of testing whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, you need a cop on the beat. Otherwise, the criminals are going to run rampant.
Of course.
Whether or not these institutions are the cop on the beat, or they're just,
very corrupt.
Yeah, they're back at the police station smoking weed with their feet kicked up.
Or extracting bribes, more likely.
Oh, that too. Yeah, that too. So they're actually a drain on the populace who is out there, start building restaurants and houses and whatever people need. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. Ministry of Women's, Gender.
There you go, base. I'm on board all of a sudden.
Okay, now you're like, okay, that's good. Gone.
Get that out of here.
What? What? What's next? Ministry of Public Works. Oh, we keep that one. What are you doing? Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation.
Uh-oh.
Is it going to get the act? Out. Whoa, Ministry of Labor.
Gone. Yeah, no, just saying it's all gone.
Ministry of Education.
Yeah.
We got us a Vivek Ramaswamy here.
There you go.
What's going on?
It's all gone. That's what I'm saying. That's where that. I mean, this is the video. Why this is why the people on the right cheer him on, just because of this video.
I just looked. Libertarians are politically homeless. Okay, they aren't on the right. They aren't on the left.
Right.
They only at each side steps up every once in a while and says, "Look, the state is going too far. We need to stop them." Mm-hmm. And the libertarians join whoever says that. If it's people on the left, they're saying, "Look, the state's going too far. They won't even let gay people get married." The libertarians are like, "Yes, we're on your side." Now it's like they're on the right because the right wants to dismantle government. They're like, "Yes."
I'm interested, and I have to go into history to look. Was there ever a time where like libertarians were mostly aligned with the left, or what we would consider the left in American history?
Yeah, I think like the 60s.
I don't think so.
Oh, you think the libertarians were voting with the religious conservatives?
Well, because I think a part of like my understanding, and I could be wrong here, my understanding is that the reason that there's a lot of like libertarian on the right currently is because a lot of it had to do with when the non-libertarians, but the racists were trying to make arguments against integration and getting rid of segregation, things of that nature. They would basically hijack libertarian arguments about federal government control, saying, you have to let the states decide, you have to let local communities decide, how dare the federal government come in here and violate our sovereignty. And they're basically using just libertarian arguments, even though they weren't, people arguing for this were not libertarians, because libertarians wouldn't be in favor of racism, but they were using those arguments basically as skin suits to further their positions. And then that kind of way of thinking kind of meshed into the more right-wing parties, and that's kind of been a mainstay for the last 50 years or so.
Yeah. Okay. I just always assumed libertarians were on the left during the 60s and 70s.
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but the thing to be curious is, was the right, what we would consider the right, have they always been anti the federal government in America, or was that part of the switch that started to occur, over the race issues?
We could look up Ross Perot's. Who?
It's believed that Ross
What
Perot
was the breakdown?
substantially helped Bill Clinton win by
right,
pulling votes away from George H.W. Bush.
Okay. He's kind of a libertarian candidate. Says he's a populist. Uh-oh.
He was sort of a libertarian, yeah.
Yeah. I would look at that, but yeah, that's a tough question. Anyway, I think I'm done with this. You want to go to the other? Are there any super chats or anything?
What was the other video you wanted? What was the other thing you're talking about?
It's on the Federal Reserve functioning.
Okay. Exciting. Bring it up.
Was this not exciting? Did you not find this video fun?
I thought it was interesting. I'm glad we watched it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bitch and moan.
Don't be so sensitive. Oh my gosh.
I mean, don't bitch and moan.
You. I'm just teasing you. Jeez, honey. Frank Fontaine.
Mm-hmm.
BioShock is such a great game.
Oh, it is?
Both BioShocks. I've never played the second one. I should play the second BioShock to see if it's any good.
Nah, that's lame.
BioShock 1 and BioShock Infinite are so good. And I believe and their ideas about politics that they lay out, I think, are so shockingly accurate. They're so based and so accurate. Which is funny because everyone kind of, Andrew Ryan is kind of like Rorschach, I think, in terms of like a character that a lot of people like, even though I think based on the way the story is structured, you're like not supposed to necessarily like them. I think that's more the case with Andrew Ryan. I think with Rorschach, I don't believe, and I know Alan Moore's even said this, but I don't believe you're supposed to like view Rorschach as a villain in that story. I mean, he's very clearly one of the most sympathetic characters.
I got a phone call.
And also one of the most correct characters, not for everything, but for huge chunks of the story. So,
right. Yeah.
Anyway.
Alan Moore is kind of out of it.
He's a weird guy. So
I don't, a lot of people idolize him, and a part of me thinks he just got lucky. I feel like he's kind of just an intuitive writer, which is real hit or miss.
Well, I don't agree with that. Because I think the message that he was trying to do with Rorschach, which is very intelligent, is that even though he personally disagrees with Rorschach's worldview, like people's greatest strengths are their greatest weaknesses and vice versa. So it's like you needed someone like Rorschach who is like highly xenophobic, who is highly rigid in their ideology, who's highly conspiratorial and untrusting, you needed that person to uncover the actual conspiracy that no one saw coming, right? So it's like his weakness of the fact that he's kind of unhinged and crazy turned out to be a great strength in that moment. It's kind of like in 300, the line about Marv, in a different time, Marv would have been a hero, and this time he's like a psycho.
Yeah, Sin City, but I know what you mean.
Right. So I think that's kind of what Alan Moore was going with Rorschach in Watchmen, is that he's like the right person in the right moment for the set of skills that he needs to employ to kind of actually be the hero at that moment.
Yeah, those are the best stories. When it's the person that's completely alien and alienated from the current culture.
Yes.
But that alienation turns out to be the one thing that the culture needs to survive.
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
It's so amazing.
Exactly. But then, but I think people don't take away from the fact, at least my interpretation of Watchmen, is that, Rorschach is the one, he's so necessary on one hand to uncover the plot, but on the other hand, I mean, was anything he did necessary at all? Because they don't stop Ozymandias at all from doing his plan. Ozymandias succeeds. And Rorschach's big thing is he was going to expose it based on a principle that's actually pretty fucking stupid. That doesn't even make any sense. That it's like, well, all these people died. And are you going to say that because I have some principle of absolute truth, that's all that matters is absolute truth? When I'm hiding Jews under the floorboards and the Nazis knocking on my door, I have to tell them the truth because that's all that matters, right? Or sometimes you have to lie for the greater good of things. Is the metaphorical truth more important sometimes than the objective truth?
Yeah.
And so and Rorschach couldn't deal with that, and that's why he had to sacrifice his own life essentially at that moment.
He couldn't handle it.
Very powerful scene. So
I love that scene.
It's a great scene.
Yeah.
That's
they did a good job with it in the movie too, because there was real emotion there. They had two great actors, and you really had a sense of Rorschach's suffering and even Dr. Manhattan's like magnanimous like duty to help him.
Or the duty to prevent him from exposing the truth. Even though obviously he sends the journal, so there's a question of what the future looks like anyway. But no, I mean that scene is Watchmen's weird. I know this is like just a complete tangent, but Watchmen's weird because it has so many like amazingly genius like moments in it, and like so fascinating storytelling moments, and like very riveting character moments in it. But then that's like half of the story is just like this like such amazing storytelling. Other half of the story is like really bland and terrible and boring.
Yeah, look, the
so
date thing,
it's very
you're
fascinating.
like, what the fuck?
Like,
why do I care about these two?
What's the thing? So much of the story focuses on Owlman and Miss Jupiter, and those are the two most boring, shitty, awful characters compared to the amazing characters of Rorschach and the comedian and Dr. Manhattan. So.
Feminist woke shit ruined that movie.
It wasn't woke. It was just
well, it was like the Me Too stuff. It was lots of Me Too stuff in that movie. What are you talking about?
That's the problem wasn't the Me Too stuff. The problem was that the Me Too stuff is all fine. With like the comedian being a fucking rapist essentially and all that stuff. As long as you just had to make Miss Jupiter's character she wasn't the one being Me Too'd, it was her mom. Make Miss Jupiter's character and Owlman's character just interesting to the audience. I mean, which is difficult because they're up against these very interesting titans of character. When Owlman is literally supposed to kind of be like, his character he's supposed to be this weird, nerdy loser, but that's not interesting, right?
Not at all. Not at all. We want to follow the comedian. He's the interesting character.
Yeah. We want to follow Rorschach. That's part of why everyone loves him, because he's like, Rorschach's really like the protagonist of Watchmen.
Yeah, he's motivated. He's got a goal that he's pursuing.
Yeah, he's the one driving the story forward. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's great. All right. This is about Federal Reserve functioning. So just to set it up, a lot of people, it's been contentious on the show. The MMT economists make a claim that money is deleted, that money is not used for taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Or tax money is not used for government spending. And it freaks a lot of people out. I understand it. We all pay a lot of taxes. The idea that our taxes aren't paying for police officers, which, I mean, they are paying for local government runs much differently than federal government. They're not paying for tanks and submarines and stuff like that. So do you have any, you understand the basics of it, right, Sitch?
Sure.
Okay. We'll just jump in. So the contention is that money goes in. Look, we'll just play the clip. They'll explain it better than me.
Receive the tax revenue, they burned it. So what do we learn from that? Tax revenue is not to get something that you can spend, it's to get something that you can burn. Revenue is for burning, not for spending. And of course, it had to work that way because nobody could have paid the tax in the paper money unless you had spent the paper money into existence. So spending comes first. That's how the money gets into the economy. And then taxing redeems the currency, taking it out and burning it, just like the tally sticks had been burned.
I bring that up because I think there's something that people miss when we talk about today tax money being destroyed or deleted when it's returned to the issuer. I think some people might think we're saying in the old days, governments used to burn or melt down their tax revenue after they collected it. And these days, if you pay them in cash, they'll shred it after they've collected it. And that's our proof that money's deleted from existence when you pay taxes. But I would say what we're actually saying is the thing that money is, which is a promise to do something. And in the case of £1, that's a promise to pay off £1's worth of any charge that the government might levy on you, the most common charge being taxes. But once it's in the hands of the issuer, the government, it ceases to be that promise. It just becomes paper or metal, or in terms of electronic ledger entries, they've become just literally nothing. And I think you help underline that when you write about the reason that governments publicly burned their tax revenue in days gone by was to stop those pieces of paper being used again, or for unscrupulous government representatives stealing them away and using them again. So it was proof that they've been taken out of circulation. But to me, those pieces of paper stopped being money the moment they were returned to the issuer. Does that sound about right?
Sure, that's exactly right. And
you following along, Sitch? You get all that?
Yeah, I understand exactly what he's saying.
So
go ahead.
I was just saying I understand what he's saying. And what he's saying is true, but I feel like kind of putting in those terms needlessly complicates an issue.
Okay.
But continue.
In the illustrated guide, we talk about Joe's Pizzeria that issues pizza coupons, mails them out to all the people in the neighborhood in order to drum up business. That pizza coupon is Joe Pizzeria's IOU. Now, it's a pizza IOU, not a money IOU, but the principle's the same. When a customer brings that coupon in, that is Joe's IOU. Joe owes them a pizza. When he delivers the pizza to them, so he puts it in the box and hands it to them, he is no longer in debt. Now, he's got his own IOU back. And so we say it'd be kind of schizoid for Joe to treat that any longer as an IOU, because he owes himself a pizza, which makes no sense, right? So what does he do with the IOU? He burns it because it's no longer valuable once it's in his hands. Then we go next to the...
I think that's a great analogy to sort of lay out kind of what the idea is here. I think that's the perfect analogy. Yeah.
This is what drives me crazy about the Social Security Trust Fund, because they're putting all those they're like the pizza maker, and they're putting all those pizza coupons away as if they're something valuable.
Well, to be fair, it is an analogy to try to get across a general point. It's not a one-for-one comparison, because, you have to deal with, and the analogy doesn't deal with pizza inflation, right? Or, the cost of making the pizzas. Like, it's just a general analogy to kind of how to conceptualize what money really represents.
Right. But you understand that if they always talk about the Social Security Trust Fund and how the Social Security Trust Fund is going to run out of money that we're giving to seniors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not the money that matters that you give to the seniors. It's what the seniors want to buy with the money.
Well,
which nobody's even talking about.
Well, no. It's the problem is, like, when we use these terms, we're really using shortened terms to explain very long, complicated concepts. So it's like you say, like, oh, the fund, Social Security is going to run out of money. You're like, well, what does that mean exactly, right? It's like, well, there's not going to be enough money to pay out all the various people, despite what people are paying into it, right?
Yes.
And so it's like, well, the MMT idea, or just the idea in general, would be, well, the government can just start pumping that full of money itself, right?
Sure.
Create money and put it in the fund. And then you say, well, that could cause inflation, and that could be a problem. And you say, well, would it cause, it could cause inflation if all the seniors took it and they stuck it under their mattress. But if the seniors take it and they start buying goods and services, medicine, food, paying to live in an assisted living facility or something, is it going to create inflation?
You got it backwards. If
Maybe.
they stuff it in their mattress, it wouldn't create inflation. If they go out and spend it, it would create inflation, because you'd have, like, let's say there's just one assisted living facility and there's thousands of seniors that need an assisted living facility.
No. I'm not doing it backwards, because when they go out and they spend that money on goods and services, if that business took the money and they put it in a mattress, and they just raise prices, that would create inflation. But businesses take that money and they offer more goods and services because there's more demand, because more people have money, and thus creating more goods and services, which is what counteracts the forces of inflation.
If they have the supply to create more, that's the bottleneck. Yes. And this is why, I'm bringing it up this way. Okay. If you're talking about the Social Security Trust Fund, a lot of people conceptualize that as like a piggy bank full of gold, or full of the goods and services that the seniors will need. And they're going to dole those goods and services out to the seniors. That's the wrong way to think about it. All that's in the bank account is a point system for doling out goods and services. Whether or not those goods and services actually exist in the economy is important. Because if you dole out a bunch of points to buy goods and services and there's no goods and services, what's going to happen?
Then that creates massive inflation.
Massive inflation, exactly. So when politicians are arguing about how much money is in the vault, I'm like, it's just so annoying to me. It's like, why are we not talking about how many goods and services are out in the economy? Growth is the only way to deal with this issue.
Yes.
Yeah. Which I think they actually mentioned in this, but we're not going to get to it because it's way later. So I want to get to the, and I think they talk about it right next, the Federal Reserve, how the Federal Reserve works, or how the Treasury works when you pay your taxes. Because this keeps coming up again and again. I know some of you have brought this up about paying your taxes. You're like, when you pay your taxes, it goes to the Treasury, and therefore MMT can't be correct because that Treasury money becomes money that you spend. And they completely explain how it works in here. So finally I found it.
The example of the Federal Reserve Bank in the United States, our paper money is all issued by the Fed now. Our Treasury doesn't issue any paper money anymore. So all of the paper money in the United States is the Fed's IOU. When it goes back to the Fed can just shred it, because once it is at the Fed, it has no value except as paper. And so they do shred it. And if you take a tour of the Fed, they'll give you a little baggie with shredded paper money. I think that reinforces the point that once you receive back your own IOU, it no longer has any money value.
Yeah, I bring that up because in all this sort of fiscal responsibility talk, you get...
Okay, so wait, here's the conceptual issue here, that we would need to answer the question to agree with what he just said. Is it the creation of the money? Is the creation of the money, and the way that's done, that's the financial instrument that the government cares about, rather than caring about the actual money itself. Because if they don't, you'd still think that the government gets the IOU coupon back, but unlike a pizza coupon, it doesn't have a one-time use, it doesn't have an expiration on it. So they're still issuing back that money in some format, whether they shred the physical dollar, they're still using it as like transformed into a digital dollar somewhere along this chain.
No, they go into it in here. It's badass. It's fascinating. Yeah. But you can still use the coupon analogy. Like if it's a tax coupon, we all know that we have to pay taxes for various things, right? But if the environment is flooded with these tax coupons that are useful, obviously people are going to start trading those as money for various goods and services, right? Because it has value to pay taxes.
No, so the hang up here, I would imagine from people would be like, in terms of the whole destroying money argument, is if you give the government $100, in taxes, and the government needs to turn around and it needs to buy $100 worth of, let's say, glass mugs. Okay. Does it make sense?
How about glass pipes?
I don't know, whatever. $100 worth of pencils. Okay. Does it make sense for the government to take your $100, destroy it, and then turn around and create $100, which is going to create more, it's going to create new debt, I guess, right? Going to create new debt and then use that $100 to buy the pencils, as opposed to just using the $100 you just gave them.
Look, they've completely spelled it out. All of it's demystified here. Look, as soon as I ran across this, I was like, oh my God, thank heaven. Finally, I can understand how this works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get some people talking about a government running a surplus like it's a good thing, like the government is saving up its own money for a rainy day, when I think what we've just said should underline that that's actually an impossibility. And let me just add, some people might say that when the payments clear from a taxpayer to the Treasury, that the electronic digits from their bank's reserve account are being in some ways collected and transferred to a Treasury reserve account. So can we not think of those digits continuing to exist as money? And then when the government spends from the Treasury's account, can we not think of that as taxes having been collected and then respent? I know some people think along those lines. Could you address that from an MMT perspective?
Good question.
Okay. Okay. Didn't you just ask your question perfectly?
Sort of. Yeah, that's a great question.
Okay. Here we go.
So technically, it's not correct because you as a taxpayer, I don't know if anyone in the UK actually pays their taxes by carrying paper money and coins to the tax office. In the United States, you could do that, but very nearly zero people do it that way. Everyone writes a check on their bank account, or they have an automatic withdrawal. And what you have is the bank's IOU. So you pay your taxes using a bank's IOU. The bank pays your taxes for you and debits your account. The Treasury has not received anything that they can spend. They cannot spend any private bank's demand deposit. They can only have the central bank make their payments for them. So it's technically not correct to say the Treasury has received something that they can spend because they don't have a deposit account at your bank or at any private bank on which they can make payments. They're not receiving anything that they can spend.
But if let's say, I know that there's a consolidated fund in the UK Exchequer, but there'll be an equivalent account at the Treasury, I guess, or within the Fed on behalf of the government, that a balance goes up when the taxpayers' bank's reserve account goes down. Is that correct?
Well, the Treasury does have a deposit account at the Fed. And the Fed, though, is going to make payments on the Treasury's behalf to private bank reserves. So that is how Treasury spends. Central bank makes a payment of reserves to a private bank. That private bank will then credit the demand deposit account of the recipient of the Treasury spending, whatever it is. Maybe it's Social Security. So what we have to do is have the central bank make the payment for the Treasury. Now, central banks often have a requirement that the Treasury have a positive balance in its account at the...
Okay. Here's a problem with all this stuff. Because it gets too technical, and I'm lost, and I'm assuming most other people are lost.
Okay. I'm not lost. But...
Okay, I'm completely lost in terms of the technicality. Because the question which he asked, which is a good question, is, okay, he says, well, they technically don't like physically have the capability to accept a bank's IOU, which is what we're sending them when we send in our tax payments. They don't have the capacity to spend that money.
Right.
So that could be true, like just that they don't have the ability to spend that. So instead they just delete it, which does the same process. But then what the question was is like, well, wait a minute. There's still some magic number, right? There's still some magic account. Like obviously when the government passes a budget, okay, let's say the government passes a $7 trillion budget, all right?
Right.
If the government receives $5 trillion in tax revenue that year, it doesn't delete the $5 trillion and say, we need to print 7 trillion new dollars. Because if they did that, they would be $7 trillion in debt, regardless of whatever revenue they extract. Okay. So what they do is they say, well, we got $5 trillion in tax revenue. We need $2 trillion more. We're going to print $2 trillion. We're now in $2 trillion of debt. So obviously there is some account somewhere where even if the money isn't like one for one, like the digital dollar isn't transferred from a bank to the government's account, there is some kind of thing that occurs where the government says, we received your check for $100 in taxes. We're destroying that $100. But then I turn around and I go to the government scoreboard and I just draw the number 100 and say, oh, we just got $100, right? Like that process has to occur.
Yeah, he explains it.
Okay.
He's in the middle of explaining.
Okay, but he's explaining this highly technical way that like I don't understand or care, but that's fine.
Okay. Let's see if when you get to the end you still understand it. So, but you understand. So he's basically saying that when you pay your taxes, they get your taxes from a bank in a form that they can't really spend. When they spend from the Treasury General account, they're writing checks based off the government budget. Pay this much for Social Security. Okay, we send all the Social Security checks out. So you get that much of it, right?
Yeah, I understand that. Sure.
Okay. Super simple. So there's the account that you described, they describe in here. So maybe it'll make sense once we get to the end.
Central bank. Now, it's often have a requirement that the Treasury have
hold on, let me back it up.
Have the central bank make the payment for the Treasury. Now, central banks often have a requirement that the Treasury have a positive balance in its account at the central bank. Now, is there any technical reason why this is necessary? Obviously, no. The central bank can always make that payment whether the Treasury's account is positive, zero, or negative, okay? It's only an internal rule. It's an operating procedure that says that the Treasury must have a positive balance. A negative balance does not provide a barrier that the central bank can't overcome. Okay. So it's an internal accounting procedure. Now,
so the Treasury needs to have a positive balance, right? You hear about all the debt and whatnot in the account that they're writing the checks for all these various spending things. At least in that account, they need to have a positive balance. Okay.
Okay.
Leave Treasury bills and all that shit aside.
in the case of the United States, the Fed has an operating manual for the people at the Fed, and there's a Q&A section at the end and says, what do we do if the Treasury's balance is already zero and we receive a check drawn on the Treasury? It says, enter a negative value. Okay. Which is obvious. That's what you do. What's that called? It's called an overdraft.
It's like an unlimited overdraft, right?
Well, it's unlimited, okay, but it's going to trigger.
So if somebody has a check written to them from the Treasury, you get your tax return. It says United States Treasury on it, right?
Right.
You go to the bank, you deposit that check in your account, but the Treasury balance is zero. They got no money to pay your fucking taxes, Sitch. Oh my God. What do? They just do an overdraft. They pay your taxes. They put it in
they
as
just
a zero.
create. Yeah, money is created and credited to me. Yes, on the spot.
Right, but
Yeah.
in the Treasury General Reserve account, it goes down negative. So
Yes.
if everyone goes to cash their tax return on the same day, the balance can go way down.
Right.
Okay. He's going to explain what you do when this happens, because obviously this happens, right?
Right.
Bigger activities by the Treasury and the central bank to fill up the Treasury's account. Okay. And they have a wide variety of operations that they can use to get a positive balance. So
they send out a note. Hey, we need some fucking money here. We need some fucking money in the account.
Right.
What do you think they're going to do to get the money?
I don't know. Let's find
They're
out.
going to sell some fucking Treasury bills.
There you go. That makes sense.
They'll say, let's fill this baby up. Who wants to buy some Treasury bills?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what will actually happen. So it's not going to go to some unlimited number. They're going to temporarily have a negative balance, and then they're going to engage in operations to get a positive balance. Okay, that's what will happen.
And the point is that positive balance, the way it gets in there, I mean, I'm now thinking about your metaphor about the magician.
You got to put the rabbits in. Okay, it could come from tax receipts that are coming in. The central bank handles all the tax payments too. So when you pay your taxes, the central bank debits your bank's reserves, your bank debits your deposit account, and the Fed will credit the Treasury's account. Okay, so
there you go. Look, your tax.
Okay, so no, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, this is the somewhat of a problem I have with when MMT people say that they just destroy your tax money.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that it's not a literal truth. It's like a metaphorical truth.
Of course, yeah.
It's a metaphorical truth to try to get forward a different concept, which is that spending comes first before taxation, which is true. But to just say, like, is it like literally true that they destroy your money? You're like, well, sort of yes, but sort of no. Because like it's literally true that when you give them your magical digital dollar, they don't get that digital dollar. They delete that digital dollar, but then someone turns around and goes to a different computer and they just add the equivalent amount of digital dollars. It's just a different technical digital dollars, not the same bit or byte of information. So it's like, well, is that technically destroying your money? It's like sort of, but not really. Like, you understand, like the concept of the money, the concept of your dollar bill, okay, transfers from you to the government when you pay taxes, even if the physical dollar doesn't.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Look, and I think they're probably overstating it on the deleting the dollar thing to make a point. Yes.
Because they're trying to use that to put forward the point of that spending comes first.
Right, exactly. Right. And these are two independent systems.
Yes.
It is. So when all the tax receipts come in and they're short because we didn't pay enough taxes to fill up the treasury account, that's when they sell the treasury bills.
Yes.
That's when they're
exactly.
like, okay, we've run out of this option.
Right.
Let's move to this option.
Right.
How about you give us some of your money and we'll give you a treasury bill? Look, I think we're almost done here. So just
Tax receipts are one way to do it.
What's that?
And this is good. I'm glad you found this.
Yeah. So you get it now, right?
Well, I don't get the exact technical process of how the central bank works in terms of like crediting the Fed and all that other shit, but like I don't need to. That doesn't matter.
Well, I think the technical issue that you're stumbling on is like the reserve accounts, all this stuff. But
No,
I mean,
the
that
technical-
stuff's easy.
The technical issue was on like again, like the way I'm visualizing it, maybe this will help people. Say like you pay the IRS like $100, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And just imagine in your head, there's a guy in a cubicle. He has a computer in front of him and a computer behind him, okay, that are not connected. And they can never connect. And on the computer in front of him, it says, I received $100 from Adam for his tax payment.
Right.
And he looks at this and he says, I have $100 from Adam's tax payment. He then deletes your money from existence, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He turns around the computer behind him on a completely different system, and he says, this is like, the treasure, how much is in the treasury? And he just goes 100 plus, enter, right?
Yep.
So he's not taking a USB and transferring your tax money from one computer to the other. He's just deleting it from existence and then recreating it behind him without doing any of the creating T-bills or any of the other shenanigans.
Well, this is why they always say it's just accounting, because they're basically just doing accounting.
Right. That's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying it's like a metaphorical truth that your money is deleted as opposed to literal truth. Because like, as I said, the concept of your money continues forward, even if the physical or digital money is deleted and then recreated like a moment later.
Mm-hmm.
But think about this problem that the central bank and treasury have. In the case of the United States, 350 million people, not all those are taxpayers because there are children there too, but several 100 million taxpayers plus firms that pay taxes, and tax payments are bunched up around quarterly due dates. So 4 times a year. For business firms or for average households, it's April 15th. That's the magic day that we pay our taxes. And so the tax payments come in huge bunches, okay, at specific times of the year. On the other hand, government spending is much more spaced out over the course of the year. And when the government mails out a check, they don't really know when the recipient is going to deposit that. And then 2 or 3 days later, that check will need to be cleared. Okay? So the spending is pretty uniform across the year, although the first of the month is when Social Security checks used to go out. So you get a lot of checks cashed a couple days after the first. But the tax payments are really bunched. And so they are not coordinated, is what I'm saying. Therefore, the Fed and Treasury, and this is true in every country, the Treasury and Central Bank, have to work out procedures in order to get positive balances in the Treasury's accounts. And they have a variety of procedures. I studied the US and Canada, and students who studied MMT went on to study the situations in their own country, including Brazil, for example, and China. And they've all developed procedures to allow them to get a positive balance even when the tax revenue is not coming in, okay? And one of the main methods of doing that is bond sales. So they can sell bonds in order to get positive balances. It's not that the government is borrowing. It is this technicality that requires a positive balance in the Treasury's account at the central bank.
So if the legislation was changed and the negative balance was simply allowed to exist indefinitely, there wouldn't even be a need to do these things or issue bonds.
It would make things so much simpler.
Yeah.
For the Fed and the Treasury. Why did they set it up this way? In the United States, this dates to 1913, when the Fed was created. So unlike Britain, we did not have a central bank
Well, we can tear off. I think they do go in later on the gold standard, but I don't have the link, and we're probably testing our audience's patience.
Sure.
already.
Yeah, I mean, I'll listen to this because I am actually curious to answer that question, because I would imagine, like, if you just said, okay, our government could just operate at negative budget, like that's going to have some profound impact on the economy. Like even if it's just psychological, that's going to have some profound impact on the economy. I don't think I don't know if it would be a good thing to just be like, yeah, we can just operate for negative budget and it's fine. Like, I don't think people would accept that.
Selling the bonds do have, I don't know if this is the intended purpose, but they do have an effect in
Of course.
that they take money out of the system. They basically freeze money up that won't be chasing after goods and services to drive up inflation. You're basically saying, look, I have $10,000 here that I'm not going to be buying a new car with. I just want to, set it aside and save it. Yeah.
Yes, comma, but.
Uh-huh.
It's doing that, but it only needs to do that because it's creating money in the first place. So like theoretically, if the government could just operate in infinitely negative budget, then you wouldn't have to keep doing that, because like the only demand for increasing money would be when you want to increase the money supply just for other fiscal reasons. You wouldn't ever need to increase the money supply in order for the government to spend money.
Yeah, but the money's the
the government the government spent I'm completely wrong. Whenever the government, even if it was operating at a negative budget, what I said was stupid. Everyone just ignore that. Even if the government was operating at a negative budget, it's spending money, so it's creating money.
Right.
So you're right. So it would just be
the money is out in the economy
infinitely.
Yeah.
So that would just be creating massive amounts of inflation.
Right.
So that's why you have to have it be in the positives.
Right. So I say this a lot. People hate it. The debt is the money supply. So like as the government spends, that money becomes the money supply, right? If you didn't do the bond sales and you just continued to spend and the balance in the account went down and down and down, that money would be in the economy and the money supply would be growing. As long as goods and services were growing at a rate to make inflation stable, you don't have a problem. The problem comes in when the money supply grows and the goods and services don't grow or even contract. Then you're going to get inflation.
Right. But I'll listen to what he was saying afterwards, because I would think he would be against. He said it'd be simpler if the government could just go into negatives, but that seems like that'd be a horrible thing. The government could just stay indefinitely in a negative budget.
Look, this is the problem with a lot of these MMT people, because they have a giant fucking left-wing bias that causes them to overlook simple things like this. Like they don't think that inflation would ever be an issue no matter what. And I just think, well, I mean,
so the argument would be, so inflation exists when there's too much money and there's too few goods. And so maybe they would say, well, if you get rid of the whole like having to sell bonds thing, so the government could just operate indefinitely in negative money supply mode. Okay, and you say, well, won't that cause inflation? You're creating all this money. And they'd say, well, the government is creating like shit tons of money. However, by the government spending money, that will then create more goods and service, so that will offset inflation. Okay, which that's true to an extent. But as you said, part of what, whether it was intentional or not, part of the genius of the whole bond sales is that it's kind of like having your cake and eating it too, because the government's saying, we're going to create all this money. We're going to simultaneously remove money from the money supply that isn't liquid, that's just kind of sitting around. We're going to remove that money and then create the equal amount of money to be moved around. And then we'll spread out the inflationary effect of creating that money over 10, 20 years.
Exactly.
And we slowly pay it back.
Exactly. Look, a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people are just, they work and save. They're not really spenders, so they're not really causing inflation, which a lot of people, I mean, that's kind of well, I guess it's not really a good thing because they don't increase aggregate demand.
From a broad economic perspective, if you're controlling a government, you don't want people to just sit and save on money.
Of course,
you don't want,
yeah.
right?
You want them to spend it because spending it creates
More
employment and more production, and like there's no reason to build a factory and manufacture frisbees if people are not playing frisbee.
That's part of why, and I don't think some people that are against Social Security, that's part of why Social Security is a genius idea.
Of course,
because if you didn't have Social Security, that would force more people to save their own money, which you don't want them to do from a large government perspective.
Right. Plus, Social Security creates a whole bunch of aggregate demand because all those Social Security checks, those people go out and spend the money.
Right.
Yeah. Man, I'm fascinated by economics. Why do you, sometimes you seem to find it boring, but man,
no. I mean, to me, the psychology of it is the fascinating aspect because that's economics. All economics really is like very complicated psychological problems.
Of course it is. Behavioral economics is economics.
Yeah. Behavioral psychology is economics. Yeah. Or right. But so I mean, to me, so that's the aspect that's very interesting. When you, like, there's a lot of like technical jargon parts of it that like my brain just can't grasp because it doesn't care enough to like really sit down and understand all these terms and things mean. So
I want to start working on, because Warren Mosler tells this money story that is true and accurate, but just negatively impacts everybody's moral intuitions every time he tells it. It's like the most offensive story. But you
Warren
can
Mosler's
tell,
like, listen, I accidentally backed up over the family dog.
I ran over the puppy this morning.
Okay. And I was looking at it and, it died.
Yeah.
And I said, kids, we shouldn't waste the meat.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not let this meat go to waste. Okay?
Exactly. Butcher your puppy.
Yeah, and everyone's like, no, Warren, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I think Warren might be a little autistic. I'm not sure, but like every time he,
what is
it's a true story. Look, I don't want to tell it here. Everyone will be mad at me, but I want to kind of restructure the story. Oh,
no, he's getting his kids to do chores.
No, that's not the bad one. It's the hut tax one.
Oh, yeah. Well, you said this. Yes.
Yeah, so I think there's a better way to tell that story.
Right. Yeah.
Without triggering Phil, our friend Phil. Right?
Right.
We can figure it out.
We can do it.
And now that Stephanie Kelton follows me, I DM'd her when she followed me just to say, look, I really like your work and it's been a big influence in my life, and thanks for writing the books. What she responded and said, oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm glad to be connected. But I have almost, but I kind of don't know how to say this. Like, she needs to read Height. Look, it might be offensive because she might actually have already read Height. I don't know. But the MMT people, they don't understand moral psychology, and it would help them a lot in their mission to understand moral psychology. But anyway, do we have more super chats and we'll wrap up?
But for some reason, when we were listening to boring MMT stuff, everyone started super chatting in Spanish.
Really?
I don't know why.
What happened?
I don't know. I guess there's some kind of meme is going on here.
This might be CT's work. She does stuff like that.
But there's a bunch of
post something in the Discord and tell everyone to mess with us.
So I guess I'll just have to put it through the old Google Translate to see what's going on here.
Doesn't do it automatically?
No, sadly, we don't have AI on the thing. Sammy G for $10, who started this, says, Do you guys want to hear me like butcher Spanish, or should I just read in English? You guys, I'll let the chat decide this one. Should I read this all and butcher the Spanish here first and then read in English? That's what you guys want to hear. Why am I asking? That's why you send it in Spanish. You want to hear me butcher it, okay? Para celebrar Argentina y porque soy una villana, quería enviar un mensaje en español, smiley face, diverte leyendo Sitch, ha ha ha, or ja ja ja, es clase es mejor clase ses, which translates into, to celebrate Argentina and because I'm a villain, I wanted to send a message in Spanish. Have fun reading, Sitch. Ha 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 ha. S class is the best class.
Oh, wait. So you're actually in Argentina.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Who is? What?
I thought the super chat was
said to celebrate Argentina, because we were talking about like
okay. It's to celebrate Argentina.
To celebrate Argentina.
I thought they were in Argentina.
No, I don't. Sammy's in Florida.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's Sammy G's did that?
That was Sammy G, yes.
Always trolling. I like it.
Solodoj for $2 says, Doomer Media apareciendo en videos afuera? Says, this translates into Doomer Media appearing in videos outside. Oh, did he upload a video with him actually like out in the world or something?
Oh, wow.
Wow. Impressive.
That's on the Parallax channel? Might have to bring that up.
Incredible. Don't clip that. Don't clip me, butchering Spanish, okay? Lives in Deswall specifically for $5. I should make Adam read these. Adam, why don't you read that next one?
Oh, no problem. I'll read it in a bit. I'm looking up Doomer's channel right now.
No. I want you to.
Second Parallax, right?
Yes.
Come on,
and Alien for $5 Aussie Bucks says, "Hey Sitch, did you see my message on X about Actual Justice Warrior's latest video about Shank? S class is best class, and 18 reigns supreme." I did see it. Yeah, I haven't watched the video yet, but I did see your tweet about it, and I'll check out Sean's video at some point.
Look, I hope Jank is watching them. I think it's weird because obviously I think Sean gives excellent feedback for debates, but he's like so snarky and mean-spirited about it. It's like I'm conflicted because I like Jank, so
right.
But I do think his points are salient.
Sure.
I do think Jank can improve his game substantially. So
yeah, I don't think Jank has the best persuasive abilities for people that don't already agree with his presuppositions.
Yes, yeah. So. Well, we debated with him a little on last Sunday.
A little bit. So. It was mostly, an interview, not really a debate. So.
Well, we debated a little
bit at the end, but
on the other thing.
Huh?
On Israel-Palestine.
Yeah. But it's always just weird. These conversations were pressed for time, and it's like an interview. It's like, okay. Because I feel like, I'd be interested in having him come on. I don't know. I'd be interested. But basically, like, it's kind of like when this conversation that we had with P.F. Young and Wokal, and it's like you need to have this sort of like long conversation about.
Yeah, it takes a while to get into it.
Yeah, so.
It takes a while to get acclimated.
Right.
To have a like real conversation. I think that's going to happen though. I really do.
Are you ready to read the super chat?
I guess I am. Are you ever ready to read Spanish?
Liz and Deswall specifically for $5.
I got just so you guys know, I got like a D- in Spanish. Okay. I had to talk. It took me hours to convince my parents that D- was still passing.
Yeah.
But it actually is passing.
Mm-hmm.
Equipo de quieren muchos gatos gordos y les gusto motor elefante. La clase es no pero leer este mundane. Now, what did I just say? I just ate a giant elephant dick or something.
Well, it's funny because when I see muchos gatos gordos, I knew what that meant before I looked it up.
I know. Well, I was thinking.
That means A team wants a lot of fat cats and they like to ride the elephant. S class cannot read this message.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go. You got your clip. Look at him. He's already.
Listen. Okay. Here's the next one for you. Lucy Lemonbug for $10. Adam, why don't you read that?
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Hola, Adam. Is that supposed to be Adam?
Yes.
Un equipo reina supremo. Oh, I know what that means.
There you go.
A-team reigns supreme, right?
Look at that. Lucy's a dirty sticker here.
Look at this.
Got a little wormy emoji.
That gets a heart right there.
Terrible. Terrible.
Un equipo reino supremo.
An alien for $5 says, I know I skipped a bunch of super chats. I'll go back to them. I'm just reading the Spanish ones. An alien for 5 Aussies says, also, YouTube does not let us use DM or Twitter in supers for some reason.
Oh.
Really? It's the things that they limit are so bafflingly strange.
I tried to call all the pro-choicers baby killers and it wouldn't let me put it in the chat.
Huh.
And I
don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Sodoge for $2 says, record Tarlo. Record Tarlo, CT.
Clip it, CT.
I think technically it means trim it, CT, but I'll accept clip it.
Oh, okay. Trim it, CT.
There you go. Zero Fuck says Mensa.
Mensa.
There you go. But he says it making it look like it's Spanish. So CT for 2 Canadians says A team o clase S. Por qué no los dos? Mazel tov. A team or S class. Why not both? Mazel tov. There you go.
Awesome.
Okay.
We got through all of these, right?
No, we skipped a bunch at the beginning. Why don't you start over? I gotta go to the bathroom. Why don't you start over the beginning? Okay. Lucy Lundberg, $10.
Is that where we're at? I'll do it.
All the way to start. Hey,
Did we
meow.
go Caleb the Cynic gifted 5 memberships? Thank you so much.
Is that the first thing you have?
No. I have all the way at Lucy Lemonbug for $10.
Thank you.
I think you should read this one.
Hey, meow. It's your boys, Adam and Sitch.
Hey, meow. It's your boys, Adam and Sitch.
Hey, meow.
You should that should be your new intro.
Hey, meow.
Hey, meow.
Did I just say meow? Did I just say meow? Do I look like a kitty? Am I drinking milk from my saucer? Am I jumping from tree, nimbly bimbly, from tree to tree?
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. Oh man, it's super gold.
There you go. There you go. It's too bad the sequel was not.
Hey,
good.
meow.
Hey, meow. Anyway.
Okay. Am I going down to Larry? Do you already
Larry?
do the
I'll read this one.
ones?
Larry Shoemaker for $2 says debate Lance on circumcision.
What? You said the word. You're supposed to say bleep every time you see that word.
Why?
Come on, now there's going to be like 25 comments.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm not going to have that conversation with Lance of all people.
Why won't you debate circumcision?
Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Actually, I got to read this next one because it's addressed to me before I go to the bathroom. Lived in Deswell specifically for 6 months. Says, hello, fellow queers. Sitch, any plans to stream video games? BioShock or Mass Effect would be interesting. It's not like you're busy making videos. First of all, we are going to be busy making videos.
Yeah.
But secondly, no, I could be interested at some point streaming BioShock because of the political content involved. So never played BioShock 2, so maybe stream, maybe we'll see. I don't know. We'll see.
CT gifted me Cyberpunk 2077, trying to make sure that I don't get the comic done.
There you
ever.
go.
Look, I'm not even CT. I don't know if you can get a refund for this or.
It's on sale, I think. That's probably why she did it.
Oh, okay.
So you can just sit on it till you're ready.
Well, I think I have to click accept gift or something.
Yeah, I'm saying you can accept it and just not play it. Or is it just you don't even want it to be near you because it'll be too tempting?
Well, look, I'll accept it. I just I can't play it. Yeah.
Sure.
Not until I get the comic done, but I'm pretty close, so should be good.
Right. Okay. BRB.
Oh yeah. Let me read a super chat while you're gone. That'd be a good idea. Where's that tab again? Oh, right here. Let's see. Oh man. Soladoge for $4.99 says people using the Argentinian president dressing as General ANCAP as signs of him being crazy. But I tell you from experience, that's par for course for econ professors. LOL. Yeah, so he's an econ professor. That's interesting. I mean, I'm interested to see where it goes. Obviously, I think they have the wrong economic model at the Federal Reserve, so that's problematic, as the feminists say. Adam Gadbaugh for $5 says, saw the wisecrack video mentioned on Sunday. Too long, didn't read. America isn't free because 1, no free stuff. 2, guns are scary. 3, Europores hyper cope spiral. Oh, yeah. We might cover that on Sunday, depending upon what else comes along. That video is kind of insane and it triggered the heck out of me pretty quickly. What are you doing, Wormy? Why are you being a bad boy? Low Pan for $5 says, when the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. This panel. Oh. Is that what happened? Maybe. Stug for $5 says the true definition of any given word may in fact be a simple list of things which the word describes, but that is very clunky, so we don't have that. Okay. I don't know that I can elaborate on that much. Definitions are hard for people. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says, ask Wokal how he feels about psychedelics. Oh God, I wish I could ask him that.
Based.
Look here, I'll screen cap your super chat and I'll just DM it to him. How about that?
When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. Batman.
That was a pretty interesting debate. I was not looking forward to more Israel-Palestine stuff, but I was surprised that PF had such a unique take. I'm just trying, how do I say it?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a very different take.
Yeah.
Than most people. Yeah.
So I guess you were arguing with him about that on Twitter or something?
I wasn't arguing, but it sounded like he was drawing, because he reached out to me because he said he wanted to talk to us about Israel-Palestine. I'm assuming it sounded like he was drawing his opinion about my position from Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that's what he did. So, anyway,
yeah.
Where are we? You read Lives and Doves Wall specifically about the psychedelics.
I did, yeah.
Stephen Sugars for $10 says only the Sith deal in absolutes. An absolutely correct statement. There you go. Local Human, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Stock for $5 says, would you say the marketplace of ideas is experiencing hyperinflation?
I guess.
Sure.
Did you ever finish Stephen Hicks? debate on conservatives versus liberal. I like what he had to say about there are these third players on the field that are pretending to be conservatives and liberals, but are really just authoritarians.
Yes. Yeah. I did finish it. Yeah. That's a great debate for you guys to listen to. Stephen Hicks versus what's his name?
Not important.
Stephen Hicks. So you just if you just go on YouTube
versus
and look up,
random conservative.
Yeah. If you just look up, well, I mean, Stephen Hicks is like libertarian, right? I mean, he's like Stephen Hicks is like an Ayn Randian, isn't he?
Classical liberal, right?
Isn't Stephen Hicks like an objectivist or something?
I think he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's got a little shrine to Ayn Rand in his garage.
Which is funny because I hate Ayn Rand, but I like Stephen Hicks, so maybe he'll change my mind on it. It's on trigonometry. Stephen Hicks debates liberalism versus conservatism, and of course they mean like the philosophy of liberalism, classical liberalism versus, versus not. Okay, versus not. Because do they even really get into what conservatism is in that conversation? Does he ever like really lay it out? Because I kind of missed it if he did.
Not really. Yeah.
I think that'd be my only complaint.
Gets a pass
about what is conservatism in that context. So
conservatism is strawmanning liberalism. That's what it is.
Right.
Do you think? I mean, that's kind of where that debate went.
Yeah, I agree.
I couldn't remember if Carl did the same thing about the Enlightenment. Oh, liberals idolize the Enlightenment. It's all about the Enlightenment. I loved Stephen Hicks' response to that.
Yeah, that was part of the conversation.
So Stephen Hicks goes, "What are you talking about?" He's like, even the founding fathers went back to ancient Greece and Rome. It's like way before the Enlightenment. You're talking 4,000 years before the Enlightenment. The fuck?
Sodosh for $10 says, Adam, we've had 20 years of war. Literally impossible to not have experienced it and romanticize it. Also, Adam, World War I and World War II were 20 years apart. So which one was the good times according to your new theory?
It's not my new theory.
It was post World War II was the good times, right? Neither World War I nor World War II was the good times.
I mean, weren't the good times the Roaring 20s?
I thought the Roaring 20s
was the heyday.
I thought the Roaring 20s were characterized by good times for the rich and shitty times for everyone else.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% on that one.
I mean, I can look it up.
Naxless for 19 months says, quote, you're allowed to use power to stop those acting liberally is actually the original meaning behind Popper's after bastardized paradox of tolerance. Yeah, I know. And thank you. That is true. And a good point.
Excellent point.
Caffeine Tweaker, CT for 5 Canadian says, you know how Lance looks like Adam's cousin? Wokal looks exactly like my friend, and it's weirding me out a bit. Not gonna lie. You seem cool too, Wokal. There you go. Blaines Skateboarder for 9 months says, instrumentality, is that an Evangelion reference? That's right. We're all going to merge into goo. Thea Wolfie for 4 months says, hey, Sitch and Adam, wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Hands off snakey. There you go.
Oh, wow.
That's the second part of that, if you didn't know.
He didn't say that, though.
He didn't say that, but, hands off snakey.
You just added that in there?
That's the second line. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. I guess third line, hands off snakey.
Is that for like no fap November or something?
I mean, it's just someone's entering your room to wake you up. You should probably not have your hands on snakey. WTF 1A for 2 hours says, does a man have a right to not pay for a child? It's a good question regarding the abortion conversation.
Yep.
Thea Wolfie for $2 says, Wokal, you are so incredibly based. Look at that. He's a big fan. Yeah, I like Wokal a lot. He seems very cool. WTF 1A for $5 says, can you ask them why females got a choice to be a mom or not, while males don't have the same choice and have to deal with it? I would assume Wokal has the same position for men that he does for women. I assume he has the exact same position. So
both of them don't get to
Well,
have
no,
an
that
abortion.
if they both had, and cautiously, knowingly entered into a sexual union without protection, then you have the responsibility or the potential responsibility that entails. Where if you did not do such an action, then you don't.
Do the crime, pay the time.
Right. So I'd assume that'd be his position. So I assume he'd say if the woman wants, I'm guessing since he's pro-life, he would say if the woman wants to keep the baby and the man doesn't, the man is still on the hook because he had unprotected sex and he knew that that was a potential possibility. Anyway, that'd be my assumption of his position.
Yeah, don't have sex with women you don't want to have kids with.
Or, just wear a condom.
No.
Okay.
Condoms fail, Sitch. You don't know.
They do occasionally fail. That's true.
Is it so hard not to have sex with a woman that you don't want to have kids
You
with?
tell me. You're the coomer.
What are you talking about? I don't even know what that means.
Okay. Okay. But to answer your question, yes. Frugius, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seeker. Thank you. Jonathan Rusler, thank you for 50 months. Says, for a fun question, what do your guests think about Risk of Rain 2 or Risk of Rain 1 Remaster? Well, sorry I didn't get to ask them that, but
They're great.
there you go.
I know nothing about them, to be honest with you.
Brick Nose for $10 says, ignore the abortion philosophy question. Or the other one. It was meant for the guest. I would still like to hear Sitch and Adam address the differences between the alleged corruption of Trump and Biden, though. S-class is best class, and A team reigns supreme. So this is in reference to your earlier super chat about Trump. You see Trump as being neck deep in the swamp, all pointing fingers. There are likely many corrupt politicians that should be addressed, but Trump's corruption is party endorsed. For someone, whataboutism in the Biden crime family? I'm all for investigating corruption, but while Hunter may be absolutely corrupt, there's no evidence Joe Biden is, nor does he strike me as a criminal mastermind. I mean, I agree with that. I agree with what you said there. Until there's evidence directly, until there's strong evidence showing that Joe Biden was selling his influence essentially through his son or his uncle or whatever the other allegations are, that needs to be addressed, whether they're accusations or whether it's true that he was selling his influence. If Joe Biden was selling his influence, he should 100% be kicked out of office completely.
What about hanged in the street?
No, but
Okay.
but for Trump, I mean, to me, the phony election scheme, the trying to pressure Ukraine into announcing investigations against Burisma scheme, these are all things that are like, they're not really up for debate. Like, we know that he did them. People are just arguing that it was okay for him to do them, right? But for me, since I already have the belief that they're not okay for him to do them, it is just an obvious example of corruption that we have on the books already. So,
What about him?
what
How
about
a
who?
public flogging?
Well, okay. Who do you think is more? If you have to push a button for who's more corrupt, Trump or Biden, I'm pressing the Trump button. I would assume you would also press the Trump button if you have to make the decision there.
I would make one of them flog the other and then switch.
Okay. Adam is punting. That's fine.
What do you mean? Who's more? Look, I haven't seen enough evidence of. It would be Trump, obviously. Like,
right.
Trump, there's evidence that he's done this shit. I haven't seen enough evidence to know that Biden has done anything.
Right.
Other than, I almost said love his son, but I couldn't do it. I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
I mean, I get that there's sus stuff that Biden has been doing, which I definitely want investigated.
Of course,
regarding checks and influence and blah, 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 all that stuff. But
look, and I hate that cringe stuff.
But as of yet, no.
I hate all the cringe stuff the Democrats. Biden's only guilty of loving his son.
Yeah.
He's loved his son too much.
Right. No, I think even if it turns out that, Biden didn't take a dime from his son or anything like that, I still think Biden deserves lots of criticism for allowing his son, and I'd even say this is a form of corruption, though it's lesser, for allowing his son to basically profit off his name, which he knew he was doing. It's impossible that he didn't know that was going on. And he should not have allowed his son to do that.
Yeah.
Good Emperor for 15. Oh, I read that one. Read that one.
Looks like we're almost there, guys.
Huck Finn for 20 months. Thanks so much. Says Adam, you recommended reading the Fourth Turning. Should I start with the original Fourth Turning or go straight to the new Fourth Turning is here?
Hell no, go straight to the new book. It's brand new. Old stuff sucks. Don't read that old piece of shit. It's like 20 years old.
There you go. What a progressive.
Look, it might be a great book. I haven't read it, but I just read The Fourth Turning is here. They reference the original book a couple times in the new book, but you don't need. It's not like a sequel that they talk about a bunch of stuff you don't understand. So you'll be fine with the new book. Read that book and End Times by Peter Turchin. Those books belong together.
Michael for $10. Thank you, Michael. Says P.F. Young, how much of Jewish history is comprised of relying on the goodwill of those who may have none for their security? They need a country of their own where they can ensure their own safety. Yeah, I was saying about asking P.F. Young if he was against the original 1948 agreement, because it sounds like he was, but or rather, that's actually the question I would ask is: should the Palestinians have accepted it? Not whether he was in favor, whether he was personally in favor or not. Should the Palestinians or the non-Jewish Arabs in the region accepted that agreement in the first place? Theo Wolfie for $5. Thank you. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5. Thank you. With a bunch of wormy emotes.
Oh, everyone loves Wormy.
There you go.
Are you jealous that I have such a cool cat?
No, I mean, I would love to have Wormy, except I would die from the allergies.
You got.
I could when I went into your house,
up,
I could feel it. I could be like, oh.
You can't have. You can't have a cat. You can't eat lobster.
I can eat
What's the
lobster.
point of even living?
You can't. I can eat lobster.
Oh yeah, I guess
I can't eat dairy. I mean, I can eat it. I just.
Oh yeah, ice cream. You can't eat ice cream.
Yeah, right.
Just toughen up.
I don't want any boils on my eyeball, Adam. Okay.
I'm not supposed to eat lobster, and I just suck it up, man. I just
no. You don't suck it up. You have your wife very painstakingly try to make sure there's no shell on anything, and then you roll a dice. Okay. That's what you do. That's not sucking it up.
Roll the dice.
That's what you do.
She's very careful, man. She takes
except for
care
that
of
one
me.
time that you had an eyeball blister or whatever.
Oh yeah,
that's
horrific.
Not
good.
Yeah. CT for 2 Canadians says, reminder, I had to bully Sitch into getting his first play button. That is true.
Yeah, it was a joint effort.
That's true. It was a joint effort from a lot of people. Equal for 18 months. Thanks so much for being disciplined equals freedom for 18 months. Thank you. Says Sitch can claim ownership of his original play button once he returns to a regular upload schedule. Boom. There you go.
We just did that. Aren't we on a regular upload schedule?
I mean, sure. I think you meant on my main channel, but
we've committed to it.
We have. Rotisserie Protocol for 8 months says, hey, Adam. Hey, Sitch. What do you guys think about rivers? I like rivers. S-Class is best class. And A-Team stains the sheets.
Ouch.
Gross.
Look, I was going to tell you my opinion on rivers, but not anymore.
Oh, okay.
Not after that.
I mean, you know what?
Blatant insult.
I'm a fan of rivers. Who doesn't like rivers? They're nice.
Mm-hmm.
They provide water. They're very beautiful. They create a nice little scenic outlook. Makes transportation easy.
Mm-hmm.
So back in the day before interstate highways, I'm a big fan of rivers. Okay.
What about rivers of blood?
I mean, is it my enemy's blood? Because then I'm in favor of it.
Oh, yeah. Good question.
Whose blood is it?
Yeah.
A1 Tree Shippo, thank you for the 20 Canadian, says A-Team cannot reign supreme because from the river to the sea, Israel reigns supreme. Therefore, S-Class is the best class.
Wow. I'm surprised.
JK, love you too, Adam. There you go.
I'm surprised that got through the super chats.
There you go. Electro for $20 says, I've heard that Adam is an iPhone simp. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I didn't know I was listening to a beta. That means S class is the best class.
I'm a beta now.
Because you have an iPhone, apparently. Yeah.
Oh,
How
ouch.
quickly you lost the status.
It's okay. I'll win them back.
Okay, sure. Lives Des Wall specifically for $2 says populism is just shoving nerds in a locker. I mean, that's not untrue. You're not going to drop your iPhone because Apple stopped putting ads on X platform, Adam. How dare you?
Oh no. Look, that's fine. I don't care.
Okay.
Look, if it was still called Twitter, I'd consider it, but
Then you'd care.
X is dead to me.
CT for 2 Canadians says, sure can't refund it. Merry Christmas, Adam.
Oh, really? I can't refund it?
You cannot refund it. It is
Well,
non-refungible.
Oh man. That's
CT
terrible.
for another 2 Canadians says, don't tell Sitch, but he got a present too. Stop. I did get a present. What did you get me?
Happy Thanksgiving, by the way. Isn't it
Outer
Thanksgiving?
Wilds. Well, thank you. Happy Hanukkah. Well, thank you. I'm sure I will play it way too much. Okay.
Thanksgiving's on Thursday, right?
It's the 23rd, right?
Yeah.
Thursday. That's right.
Are we going to do a video tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Yeah.
I mean, I can maybe even do a video Thursday, depending on if I can find a story or not. So
Okay.
we'll see.
I think I got to go to like a family thing or something.
Well, yeah, but you only need to be around at like
10,
midnight or whatever.
you're right.
So
Oh, okay.
we'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see.
Good excuse to go get out of there, actually, to be honest.
There you go. Like, yeah, there you go. You're like, I gotta go. I'll make a video, family.
Bring my food baby home.
What is the A Stronger Loving World that you have up here?
That's from Watchmen.
Oh, right. Is that the name of the final chapter?
Yeah, I was looking for the squid when you guys were talking about
It says A Stronger Loving World, and it's got the squid has killed everybody, right?
Yeah. I was looking for the scapegoat. You guys were talking about the scapegoat.
The squid
forever.
is the scapegoat. Yeah, exactly.
It is, yeah.
Exactly,
That's why I brought it up. I was like, yeah.
I should have told Young. He was going for the Ozymandias approach here.
He was, definitely.
Well, kind of. It's a scapegoat, but it's also a unifying force against a greater evil. So not exactly the same, but close. Liz Des Wall specifically for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I didn't send some of these. There's an imposter wall liver, or are you confusing me with Livs and Dev's balls specifically? Oh, wait. Was there a Livs and Dev's balls specifically earlier that I missed? And I just read Dev's walls? No, they're all Livs and Dev's walls. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, no, I did miss one. I did. There was Livs and Dev's balls specifically for 6 months. Oh, wait. That's Ralt of Givia. I recognize that avatar. Ralt. You can't move into Dev's balls, okay? You're not allowed to do that. But thank you. Leo G for $50. Thank you so much, Leo G. Says, hey guys, I don't know if you remember me from earlier. In May, 10-year relationship abruptly ended, felt like shit, etc. Happy to say I got my engineering license and I'm heading to Brazil to celebrate my grandfather's 80th birthday, just sharing my happiness. Well, that's great. I do remember that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Wonderful.
Yeah, you were super low when you super chatted in. I'm glad you got past it.
Yeah, I'm glad you got your engineer's license. It's wonderful. Good for you. Look at that. Look at that, chat. There's
Life
beauty
can
in this
turn
world.
around.
Right.
Just got to give it a chance. Some new floozy will come along. Oh, I mean.
Jeez. An alien for 10 Aussie bucks says, I'm still behind the stream, but this kind drives me up the wall when people like P.F. Young act like the dead civilians are the Israeli government's fault. If we believe that Hamas is using, for another $15, thank you, civilians as human shields and put the bases under hospitals, which is seeming more and more like it's the case, then the vast majority of their deaths are Hamas's fault, and I'm tired of this not being acknowledged by a lot of people. There you go. Yeah, I think Young did the mistake of not getting out of the way. Like he said, he denounces Hamas, which is fine. But I think he needs to set up, in these conversations, I get annoyed. That's why I brought it up. When someone's just trying to say, oh, one side, even if you don't believe it, if you just talk about how one side caused all the problems, it creates the mental idea that you're saying one side is completely bad and the other side is completely innocent, even if that's not your position. So you have to be careful. Stoic for $5 says, FYI, my point with the definitions being a list was that you can easily create hard boundaries on categories. It's just very tedious, so we don't. That's a great point. I agree with that completely.
Yeah, the list gets too long.
Stoic for $9 says, replace easily with theoretically in the last super chat. Well, I understand what you meant, but I got you. Okay. CT for 2 Canadian, it says nothing to be concerned about. You both don't need to check Steam. And Arrow's short story contest is ending soon. There are prizes, details in the Laser Discord. So there you go. If you guys want to enter a short story contest on the Laser Discord, do that. Check it out, I guess.
CT, are you reading all the short stories? That's nice of you.
Or are you talking about someone else is doing a short story thing? I don't think CT's doing. Dotems for $2 says, you can't use inflation rates and interest rates interchangeably. Inflation makes paying your existing mortgage easier to service higher interest. Oh, sorry. You can't use inflation and interest rates interchangeably. Inflation makes paying your existing mortgage easier. It makes paying your existing mortgage easier to service. Higher interest rates makes it harder. True. I don't think we were using them interchangeably. But you're just saying that there's a correlative effect between the two, or actually you're saying there's a causative effect between the two of them. So that raising interest rates raises inflation. Anyways.
Is that it?
Apparently Adam got up.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
You want some harmonica or you just want to end it here?
Why would you ask a question you already know the answer to?
Because I want to hear you say it. Say it.
Look at this guy. Look at this. He's trying to extract something from me.
Say it.
Sick game, okay?
On your hands and knees. Beg for it.
I'm not your wife, Adam. I don't know what you guys do in the bedroom.
Beg for it.
Jesus
Beg.
Christ.
Not going to untie you until you start begging.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to ask it. We're just going to... There it is. Thank you Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Wokal, for coming on. It was great talking to you. And you seem like a very awesome guy. And thank you, PF Young, for talking to you. It was an interesting conversation about Israel and the other topics we covered. Thank you for your incredibly generous donation. So much. And thank you. You who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists of reality. You are the true people who would always completely be able to solve the complicated Israeli-Palestinian crisis if you just had the realms of power. I believe you all could fix it like a snap. One day, you'd be like Donald Trump. You'd be like, put me in there one day. I'm going to get Russia and Ukraine to make peace. I'm going to get Israel and the Palestinians to make peace. And every single one of you, you're going to get a free car. That's right. Check under your chairs. Y'all going to get a free car, baby. And when we get the sex robots, you'll get a free sex robots. That's who all you people are. And we'll see you all next Sunday.
Bye-bye.
That was creepy.
What?
Oh, are you crying?